up fully and not depleted, and to align with myself and with my mission statements and not just with appearances. If this mission aligns with what you're building in your own leadership and companies, then I would love for you to reach out and find me. The work that I do is all about building platforms to help people work more sustainably and also so that we can build better workforces and companies. I do that through helping companies build up accessibility through AI. I also do that by encouraging leaders to really embrace empathy and authenticity in their leadership. It is so important that we really look to the human elements that we have at our disposal so that we become the best versions of ourselves, not only in leadership, but also at all levels of work. Before you ask yourself to endure more, I challenge you to ask yourself what you can redesign with a smile instead. And if you like what you're hearing today, I encourage you to reach out to me at Heart Led Leadership, where I both do speaking and coaching for companies, for families, and for everyone who might need to bolster themselves in new and different ways to find new ways to work. If this story is resonating with you, I would also encourage you to look deeper into what you are doing today that you might challenge yourself on doing differently. Have you set boundaries? Have you asked yourself, what is enough for today? What is enough for this week? Have you looked at your timelines? Are you overworking during lunch? Have you looked at your workload? Are you setting boundaries at work? Are you setting boundaries and modeling good behavior for those that work with and for you? It is so important that leaders model these good behaviors. And as a leader myself, I have challenged and been challenged in doing so. This all came to a forefront for me when I had my big health scare. And that is what I'm trying to prevent for others. It is just a horrific thing to undergo a health scare to challenge leadership. It is so much better to do it preventively and proactively on the back end. So I really encourage you to go ahead and make those changes now, but do them systematically. It is not enough to ask for individuals to make personal changes, though that is helpful. Of course, doing breathing and yoga is going to help individuals, and taking time in nature is going to help individuals, but only systemic change is going to perpetuate the types of environments that we need to build comprehensive systems that will make workplaces better and prevent overall burnout. So, how will you seize the day differently? How can you make your workers smile in a different way? Only then can we truly build better workplaces for the future of work. I'm Lauren Wu, and I lead Heart Led Leadership. I hope you will come and find me and follow me and ask me to speak or coach you today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lauren, for your time, for stepping in, for seizing the day, and joining the Seize the Day with a Smile platform. I'm thrilled to meet you and to hear you speak. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, our next speaker is Rutherford Pascal. I am honored to bring him to the stage. He is, as a speaker, teaches a powerful idea. Culture isn't created by policies. It's created by how leaders show up every day. Rutherford Pascal is a leadership strategist, keynote speaker, and founder of Glass Walls Leadership. After a 30-year career in pharmaceutical and biotech leadership, including leading more than 450 representatives for Sanofi Genzyme's Dupixent franchise, he developed the PID system, preparation, intentionality, and differentiation, a practical framework that helps leaders stand out, build influence, and create teams where people choose to stay. His message is simple. Leadership is behavior. Retention is a leadership strategy, and culture is built daily. please welcome Rutherford Pascal. And there you are, my friend.
Hey,
Welcome to
how
the
are you?
stage. It is all yours. Please share how you seize the day.
Hey, thank you very, very much. So, I'm going to talk to you about this person that reminds me how to seize the day, right? I want you to think about yourself at one of the most important times in your life and career. It's a time when you graduated college. It's your commencement. It's your commencement day. And it's Morehouse College. There's 400 people graduating that day. It's May 19th of 2019. And there's so many different emotions going through your body. You're feeling, you're excited, you're scared, you're nervous, you're thinking about getting a job, you're thinking about hey, how am I going to pay for these last 4 years of college? All these things are going through your mind. And then this man walks on stage and he's about to change your life forever. This man has made an extraordinary decision that is going to change everybody's life that's in the audience. Everybody's life that's in the audience. This man's name is Robert Smith, Robert F. Smith. He was born in 1962, Cornell University. He worked for Goldman Sachs, and then he found his own company in 2000 called Vista Equity. And at the time in 2018, Forbes magazine had him as the wealthiest, the wealthiest Black American in history. So that could be the story. That's what you might think is going to happen. What you might think is, hey, this wealthy man is going to talk to me about how he got his wealth and what I should do, the next 2 to 3 years with my life to be as wealthy as him and all those types of things. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all, right? What happened was he started with this statement. He said, on behalf of 8 generations of my family who have been in this country, we're going to put a little fuel in your bus. And after that statement, he told the crowd that he was going to pay for everyone's student loans from the last 4 years. And as you can imagine, there was jubilation for the families, the graduates, everybody was excited because it was unexpected. That moment, that moment, it was an unbelievable time to seize the opportunity. Okay? There was 400 people in the audience. He just forgave $34 million in student debt. Just like that. And what's really important, there were no conditions. They did not have to do anything extra, to nothing extra. But it went beyond that, right? He also put it together the Student Freedom Initiative. So he was going to give $50 million to provide interest-free funding alternatives for student loans with students with HBCU STEM students, for HBCU STEM students. So the giving just kept giving. This one thing turned into multiple things. So I want you to think about what he did from a generational standpoint, right? He just had generational impact from with all those people and what he did at Morehouse College on this date. And one of the things I want you to think about this quote is the true success is not measured by what you accumulate, it's measured by what you activate in others. What do you think he activated in the 400 people, students, and the parents and friends and family around? He activated in a big way. So I tell you that story because I want you to think about how can you seize your moment? What is your moment you're going to seize? This is almost the end of Black History Month. And in Black History Month, we look back. But I want to tell you the story to inspire you to look forward. When your moment will come, and let me guarantee you, your moment will come. Will you be ready to seize it? Preparation meets opportunity every single day. You're going to have an opportunity wherever you are in your life, whatever your situation is, to benefit somebody else, either one person or 400 people in an audience. And I just want to make sure that you take that opportunity to seize the day like Robert F. Smith did. With that, I will stop there.
Great message. Thank you. What are you seizing in your life right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
We are looking forward.
Everyone's gonna have a moment that
Sure.
they're gonna have a moment to make impact on others.
Yes.
And the question is, are you gonna meet the moment?
Are you
Right?
going to meet the moment?
Are you gonna be prepared for that moment?
Absolutely.
That's really important.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for joining the Seize the Day with a Smile stage. I'm super excited that you were able to be here. And now I'm going to welcome my next visitor, my next speaker, Ava Robbins. What a great last name. Hello. Ava is a rabbi, a cantor, an artist, instructor at Academy for Jewish Religion, California, in spiritual development, Reiki master and contributing commentator for Jewish Journal of Southern California, teacher, a mentor of spiritual practice such as meditation, mindfulness, and mindful movement. A late bloomer of many voices. Welcome, welcome to the stage. It is my honor and privilege to hand it over to you. Please share with us how we seize the day.
Thank you, Beth. Yes, it didn't even register. We're both Robbinses, although that's a married name. It's a good, strong name. So this is such a stressful kind of thing to do. I've never really done this. I teach on Zoom. I teach students. I teach Torah to my congregants on Zoom. I do high holiday services on YouTube. But actually, being present and speaking directly to, I don't know, I don't know who's out there, is really taps into something from my youth, which is what I call performance anxiety. And I think it's important to understand, I do call myself a late bloomer. And I recently completed my memoir of just about 8 decades. And given where I have come to in my life, I really wanted to look and see how did I do it? Because I want to share for a moment what my background is. I grew up decades ago when women were limited in expressing their talents and their thoughts. My religion, Judaism, was really male-centric, and I'm a child of Holocaust survivors. So I was taught that the world was really risky and unsafe. My cultural, my religious, my socio-political realities, they all taught me to keep a really low profile. And a smile in my youth was really about growing up to find a partner, to find a job. That's what you did with your smile. But then as a young adult woman, I discovered I actually had a brain. I went to college and received multiple degrees. I got a divorce, which I needed badly. I pursued the world of knowledge, creativity, and Jewish spiritual expression. All of a sudden, my smile took on a whole different reality. It was about finding satisfaction. It was about finding wholeness. It was about being aware of how to transform my life. It was about navigating and meeting people, to share in good work with them. My smile was about serving others through music, through teaching, through creating. And it was always an invitation. Come, be present with me. I know that a smile transmits warmth and light and welcome and affirmation towards others. It creates a sense of kindness and empathy and care and compassion. And in fact, when I smile, I feel warmer inside. It reminds me to be positive. It reminds me that the glass should be half full. And it has a way to shape the present moment. It reminds me that there are so many possibilities for my day. All of us live in a very chaotic, unpredictable, it's really a hard time to live in this world. We see the pain and suffering of others. And then each one of us in our own lives, in our homes, are often challenged, sometimes professionally, sometimes economically, sometimes physically. And for me, I'm a caregiver for my husband who's chronically ill. So finding a smile, seizing the day despite the challenges and the things that undermine us is really important. It's a time to find gratitude and to be able to enjoy little pleasures, small pleasures that brings each one of us a smile, because it reminds us that there is a little bit of light in the dark. And it even reminds us that in difficulty, there is goodness. There can be happiness. My tradition, I learned much later when I was welcomed in as an adult and a professional. In Psalm 92, it teaches something very, very important, which I realized is one of my messages. It says in Psalm 92, "They shall still bear fruit in old age, vigorous and fresh they will be." What a message, that it doesn't matter how old we are and where we are on this ladder of life, that we still can find and seize that moment, the preciousness of finding meaning and purpose in our lives. The other thing that I learned in Talmud, which is this compendium of wisdom and discussion by the rabbis, it says, greet every person with a warm, shining, friendly face. That is actually written in the tradition. So having a smile, facing all of you, being willing to share that all of us are challenged, all of us are surrounded by some insanity, and yet we need to be able to seize that moment, see the potential in it, and to remember to smile. Because when we smile, we transmit and emanate something really important. For me, it means I emanate the divine presence in this world. It means that that divine presence is in my work, in my relationships, and all of us have that ability, because each one of us is a gift to the world, and we all have a divine spark. It's one of the things that I am very proud to teach, that my tradition teaches, not only that the divine spark is in each one of us, but the Torah, as some of you call the Bible, the earliest or the Old Testament, there is an important statement that after God formed the human being, God breathed into the nostrils and that human being became a soul, a living soul.
Beautiful.
Can I
I
just do one thing? I just wanted to do this, and
please
that's
do.
to bless everybody. There's so
Um,
many of you out there. I want to bless everyone that you are able to find that moment of joy in your life.
yes. Thank you. Thank you for that blessing. Thank you for your message, finding the little pleasures in all the moments, and that there is light in every darkness. Thank you for that. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
really pulling that all in together with you, all that you do and all that you teach. Thank you for sharing the stage. It was a pleasure having you today.
Thank you for the privilege. Thank you.
Absolutely. So our next guest coming up is Tess Chang. I'm excited to welcome her to the stage. Tess Chang helps high-achieving professionals seize each day by building focus, discipline, and wellness habits that actually stick in real life. She designs practical strategies for busy schedules, travel, and stress, so healthy behaviors become automatic rather than fragile. Beyond improving energy, performance, and overall health, Tess empowers clients with self-leadership and understanding, the clarity to make intentional choices every day. Her approach isn't about compliance or perfection. It's about showing up fully, consistently, and boldly in work, life, and well-being. Welcome to the stage. Tess, it is yours.
Thank you, Beth. Hello, everyone. When I hear the phrase seize the day, I don't think about doing more. I don't think about hustling or filling every minute. To me, seize the day means making intentional choices that will move you forward while honoring your well-being. I work with high-achieving professionals as a wellness coach. These people, they know how to push, they know how to perform. But many of them discover that productivity isn't the same as presence. You can accomplish a lot, but still feel depleted. You can achieve a lot and then still feel that you don't have any energy. Seizing the day isn't about intensity, it's about alignment. It's asking yourself, are my daily choices support the life that I say I want? Because we don't seize the day in grand gestures. We seize it in with small, consistent decisions. The decision to move more, to pause before reacting, to nourish yourself well, to support your energy, and to protect it. These choices build resilience, they build clarity, and they build self-leadership. One of the simplest things for me to do every day is to smile. My smile is my reset button. It reminds me to begin with positivity and presence. When I smile, even intentionally, I shift my state. I become more open to connection and possibility. It isn't because everything's perfect. It's because I'm choosing how I show up. Because real success comes from sustainability. when your habits support your energy, when your mindset supports growth, and your actions align with your values, seize the day stops being the phrase. It becomes a way of life. If today's message resonated with you and you're thinking of building joy, clarity, and balance into your daily routine, I would love to continue with this conversation. You can find me at glowwithtess.com, spelled as GLOWITHTSS. And you can connect with me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook at Glow with Tess. I would love to hear from you. Seize the day in a way that will bring you joy, clarity, and energy so that you can do it again tomorrow.
Beautiful. Making seize the day your way of life.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming on this platform. It has been a joy to hear your speech today, and just know that you have touched many hearts around the world. This is a global event, and I am so grateful that you were here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure.
Our next guest coming up is Chrysalyn Benjamin. Chrysalyn is a speaker, author, and mindset coach who believes awareness is the gateway to transformation. After personal loss, health challenges, and professional doubt, she developed the REACT framework to help others awaken their inner strength, gain clarity, and boldly pursue a life of meaning, fulfillment, and freedom. Welcome to the stage, Chrysalyn. So, Chrysalyn, we just need to have your microphone turned on so that we can hear your beautiful message.
Okay, I think it's
There
on.
you are. We can hear you.
Okay,
Welcome, welcome.
thank you.
The stage is yours.
Okay, so I am Chrysalyn Benjamin from Nassau, the Bahamas. I have been in human resources for the past 25 years. I am an author of the book, Am I Climbing the Right Ladder? And for me, I have encountered numerous persons in human resources who felt unfulfilled, not sure of their path. And because of this, I have created a program, a framework, which is called REACT: Reflection, Engagement, Action, Clarity, and Transformation. We all know transformation is a journey. And how do I serve with a smile? During my time in HR, there were lots of persons who came to me to talk, to share their deepest concerns. And all they wanted was a listening ear with a smile. And I realized that perhaps I need to, after retirement, take it into a business. So I now am the owner, the CEO of Fuel Soul Coaching. So there was a moment in my life when the silence or the noise quieted down. And it was because of a health challenge that I had. And that was how REACT really was born. At that point, it was not formalized, but it's through those steps that I was able to become resilient and gain clarity I had a challenge where I was unable to move my right side, my leg, my arm, and even my face twisted. But I was determined not to stay there, to move, to get out there. I was in college at that time, and the temptation was there to just drop out because I couldn't use my right hand. I taught myself how to write with my right hand and was able to complete my degree. And so I realized in life, later on in life, that the world doesn't expect perfection from us. We just need to be present. My mom always used to say, the world owes you nothing. It's up to you to do what you have to do to get ahead. When you are faced with that challenge, you sometimes have a whisper within you that says, if not now, when? And through that, I used to think that moments like that came like with fireworks, with clarity, with confidence, but sometimes it comes in another way, a discomfort. And sometimes there's something that you feel within your spirit, like there's something so deep inside, and all we have to do is be ready to take the challenge. Feel when we are scared, be willing to take the challenge. When we are uncertain, be available. Don't just stay where you are. You have breath. Each day you wake up, you breathe. But just to trust. When I think of Proverbs 3 to 5, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. That gives me courage to move forward, to trust, to take that risk. Because what I am hoping for is right at my door. I just have to be there, prepared to take that step, to move. Not to sit there in hesitation. Hesitation causes us to get nowhere. We need to move in order to move forward. We need to be ready. Even when we feel really uncertain, unsure, be ready, be open to take the chance, be open to seize the moment. And I invite all of you to pause for a while, because when I think of the framework reflection, is to pause, sit there, reevaluate yourself, and ask yourself, what moment is calling me now? What moment is calling me now? And all I need to do is be present, show up, say yes. The things that we were holding back on, whether it's that decision to be made, whether that letter to be written or that email, just say yes and take advantage of the time. My message to you is the moment is within you. Seize it, not later, not now, because later is a so-called bad word. It causes us just to put things back. Thank you.
Absolutely. And from the Bahamas, thank you from my heart to yours. I hope that everyone in the Bahamas is able to grab a copy of this Carpe Diem Seize the Day with a Smile book. It's on Kindle for 99 cents. Come on now, let's go get it. This is a global stage, and you have been a beautiful part of it, Chrislyn. So thank you for sharing your voice, your message, and being on stage with us today.
Thank you for having me. Well, it's a bit
Beautiful
reluctant, but thank you.
Thank you. So it is my pleasure to bring on our next guest, Nancy Wolf. Nancy Wolf is an entrepreneur, Medicare expert, and AI educator who blends experience, resilience, and innovation to help adults 50 plus navigate change, make informed decisions, and move forward confidently. Welcome to the stage, Nancy.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, an honor. I'm Nancy Wolf, and I'm from New York. I'm 70 years young, and I've spent over 3 decades as an entrepreneur, and I've learned the biggest thing standing between us and our dreams isn't a lack of talent, it's a lack of time. So I listen to Darren Hardy every morning, and he teaches that success comes from getting just 1% better every day. But how can you get better when you're buried under a mountain of paperwork? Well, most of us are wearing too many hats. We're the CEO. We're also the secretary and the bookkeeper and tech support. It's kind of overwhelming, and it makes us feel like we're going to be left behind in this fast-paced world. But that's why I became a certified AI instructor. I don't teach techie jargon. I teach you how to use AI as your very own digital assistant to handle the invisible admin that steals your joy. So here's 3 simple ways that you can seize your day starting tomorrow. Instead of squinting at a 20-page contract, let AI summarize it into 3 bullet points in 30 seconds. Take your messy to-do list and let AI organize it so you know exactly what's urgent and what can wait. And stop staring at a blank screen. Give AI your thoughts. Let it write that professional email for you. So all you need to do is tweak it and then hit send and move on. Seizing the day doesn't mean working harder. It means working smarter. And my goal is to help you bridge the gap between your years of business savvy and these new tools that can help you delegate and delegate the repetitive tasks and double your productivity with revenue generating activities so you can get back to work and the family that you love. If I can go from computer illiterate to a certified instructor, I promise you can too. Let's stop doing the boring work and start doing and making it brilliant. Now that I've talked about how AI can handle paperwork, but seizing your day is also about what you can do to get your time back. Success isn't just a busy calendar. It's about a healthy mind and positive spirit, as you've heard from the others. In my journey of over 30 years in business, I found that you can't pour from an empty cup. So here's 3 ways to seize your personal growth. You can be a lifelong learner. Don't let the speed of the world stop your curiosity. Whether it's a new book or professional development workshop, keep your mind active and growing. Last year, I traveled to Baltimore and Texas and California 3 times for different programs from transformational leaders. You can also invest in mentorship because you don't have to figure out everything on your own. Find a mentor or supportive community that uplifts you and helps you feel and dream bigger. I belong to Master Networks, and it jumpstarts my days. Seizing the day means knowing when to step away from the noise. You've saved time to connect with your community, share stories, and foster strong relationships. My daily motivational email has affirmations, stories, a positive action, and a quote of the day. It was, "Your calm mind is the ultimate weapon against your challenges" by Bryant McGill. Remember, you are your business's most valuable asset. So when you take care of your personal development and well-being, you aren't just surviving, you're thriving. Let's commit to getting 1% better every day, not just in our work, but in ourselves. Thank you so much for having me, Beth and Dr. Smiley, for letting me share how we seize our days. And I'd love for you to attend my next workshop. Find me on Eventbrite for March 19th at 6 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And wow, AI is I was reading your bio, the 55 plus, I qualify, and I'm a little bit scared. So thank you so much for sharing your message and weaving that in and being a blessing here for us at the Seize the Day with a Smile show. Thank you, thank you,
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
thank you. Well, my next guest has been waiting eagerly in the wings to come on. Mr. Troy L. Love is a psychotherapist, speaker, and founder of Finding Peace Consulting, dedicated to helping individuals tend to the attachment wounds that keep them from feeling fully alive. Once someone who used to smile to hide pain, Troy now lives from a place of genuine self-acceptance and brings that same compassion into his work with others through his writing, teaching, and retreats. He empowers people to move beyond shame and survival into authentic connection, resilience, and lasting peace. Welcome to the show, Troy, with the most amazing backdrop. The stage is yours, my friend.
Well, thank you, Beth. I'm really glad to be with you. And I'm just wondering how you're staying awake for so long, Beth. Just is
Because I love my life. Come
I
on
love
now.
it.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you. It's December 1999. I'm in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I have just finished getting my master's degree in social work. I'm sitting in a chapel listening to a Christmas concert that a friend of mine is putting on. And I'm looking around at all the beautiful architecture in this chapel. And I look behind me and I see Mr. Rogers, the Mr. Rogers from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And I am so excited. I told my dad before I moved to Pittsburgh that the one person that I really wanted to see when I got there was Mr. Rogers, and here he is. And then I thought, well, I don't want to bother the guy. He's here enjoying the concert too. And a friend of mine next to me said, this is the only chance that you're going to get. And so during intermission, I wandered over and said, hello, Mr. Rogers. Thank you so much for being a part of my life. And he stood up and he started to talk to me. He introduced me to his wife who was sitting there. And in our short conversation, he said, people are simple and deep, but the world makes us shallow and complicated. At the time, I didn't fully understand what he meant. I knew that it was profound, but I really didn't fully understand. But over the years, as I've now been a therapist for 30 years, sitting with people in their pain, their shame, their longing to feel whole again, I realized how true that is. Because at our core, we are not that complicated. We want to feel safe. We want to be loved. We want to belong. We want to matter. And that's it. Simple. And yet, life happens. And we experience things like loss and neglect and rejection and abandonment and betrayal and abuse. And suddenly, to survive, we build layers. We put on armor. We take on roles. We do performances. We become achievers and pleasers and avoiders and controllers, not because we're broken, but because something deep in us is trying to stay safe. And over time, we forget that beneath all the strategies, there is still a simple and deep human being in there. And that's what finding peace has taught me. Seizing the day isn't about doing more. It's about coming home. Back to the part of us that doesn't need to prove, perform, or perfect. Back to the part of us that can say, I'm allowed to be human today. Because when we meet our wounds with self-compassion instead of self-criticism, the complexity begins to soften. The armor starts to fall off, and the deep simplicity of being alive returns. So for me, seizing the day means this: not conquering the world, but gently refusing to abandon the deepest, simplest parts of myself inside. And when I do that, life feels less like something I have to survive and more like something I get to participate in. So today, I try to honor what Mr. Rogers reminded me, that beneath the noise, the pressure, and the performance, people are simple and deep. And when we meet ourselves with compassion, we can step into the day with presence instead of pressure. And we begin to believe that we are enough, that we're worthy of love and belonging. And from that place of truth, we seize the day with a smile. And that's what I'm really hoping that you all can do, as you spend time listening to all these wonderful people. So thank you so much for letting me be a part of your day.
Troy, it has been a pleasure having you. Thank you. I can't say this enough today, these powerful speakers that have come on, and thank you so much for your message and weaving it into seizing the day with a smile.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So our next guest today is Christina Singal. She is a new dear friend, and she is a coach. She's a speaker and a champion for women who are ready to stop surviving and start truly living. She helps women in transition reconnect with themselves, choose their next chapter with courage, and move from burnout to purpose without guilt. Her journey spans nursing, leadership, and service across South Africa, London, and the US, including helping launch a mobile community health clinic that brought preventative care directly to those in need. Today, Christina brings that same heart to her coaching and talks, reminding women everywhere, you don't have to wait for life to change. Your next breakthrough begins the moment you choose you. Oh my goodness, my friend, welcome to the stage. I'm so happy. I'm so excited that you're here. It is yours.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you so much. So yes, my name is Christina Singal, and I'm a life empowerment coach and also work part-time as a registered nurse in a skilled facility. And honestly, that work has taught me some invaluable lessons that I apply in my coaching career, which as it relates to the power of courage, calm, and connection. And one of those lessons came to seize the day, was actually a moment to seize the day. And it was in the facility, but it was not necessarily where smiling was easy. And without giving too much information about a resident, we had one that was on my shift, and he was known for being very difficult. He could be verbally aggressive with the staff, get easily upset with the other residents, and very hard to redirect. And one night, unfortunately, things escalated. This guy was very angry, he was loud and almost became physically aggressive towards other residents. And needless to say, the energy in the facility at that point in time was tense. The staff were tense, the patients were upset, and some even scared. And if I'm honest, I could feel myself getting internally worked up too. And it was in that moment that I also realized I actually have a choice. I could react from that adrenaline that was rushing through my body, or I could regulate myself first. So I took a few deep breaths and I calmed myself, like calibrating yourself, correct? And I made a decision also to move the staff and other residents away from this area, so in order to allow this gentleman a little bit space. And when things settled just enough, I went back and I asked him for permission to sit down and talk, which I did get. And at this point in time, I was sitting eye level with him, and I stayed calm because I get time also to calm myself down. And yes, I smiled. It was not a fake smile. In fact, you cannot fake a smile like this through a mask because the eyes don't lie. It was an intentional smile. It was an intentional because it calmed my nerves. And it was very important because it let him know I'm there to help and not to fight. And honestly, as much as I didn't want to have that conversation, I was in charge of the facility at that point in time, and I knew it was my responsibility. Whatever happened earlier on that evening was not acceptable, and it affected the well-being of my residents, my staff, and even him. So I stayed calm, and I allowed him to vent, or I let him vent, and I listened. And little by little, the moment de-escalated. What I learned from that night and many other moments like this is calm is contagious. My presence can either add to the chaos or I can help create enough safety for communication. And also smiling, especially when it's hard. It's not weakness, it's a leadership choice. So how I seize the day, especially when things feel tense, uncertain, or uncomfortable, is I remind myself, pause, just breathe, calibrate, lead with calm, because calm is contagious. And more importantly, lead with an intentional smile. Thank you, Beth, and to everyone listening. Go seize your day with a smile. And if anybody needs to find me, Beth, if you're okay, they can find me on Chris
yes.
M. Singh.
I love it. I love it. I love
Thank
it.
you.
I love the
Thank you
cards.
so much.
I am so glad you seized the day. Oh my goodness, here you
Yes, I
are. And
so believe in it, Beth. This is such
it
an amazing thing to do. And we only get one moment of a day to live, correct? And we better seize
that's
it.
right. That's right. And
Thank,
you seized today. Thank you for your voice. Thank you for your message.
thank you.
Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
I so appreciate. Thanks for doing this, Beth. I appreciate it. And everybody,
Thank you.
seize your day.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, my next guest coming up is Waterfall Adams. She is a creative professional who took her destiny into her own hands. Her real name is Veronica Elizabeth Adams. She was born in Paducah, Kentucky, and was raised in Mobile, Alabama. She has an Associate of Science in General Education degree from Bishop State Community College, a Bachelor of Arts degree in Art History with a Dramatic Arts minor from the University of South Alabama, and many certificates from universalclass.com. Please welcome to the stage Waterfall Adams. What a beautiful name.
Thank you. It's my pen and stage name. And
Okay.
also, if this show talking about seize the day, I have known that word to be like the Latin part version of carpe diem. But as I watch these speeches so far, I now discover like the deeper meaning for me is like making your own opportunities. Like for example, I'm African American, I'm a millennial, I'm neurodivergent, and also, people kind of look down on you in spite of you being over 6 feet. And also, with seizing the day for me is like what I said before, making your own opportunities, like actually get off your butt and do something about it. For example, I'm a creative professional. I wrote 2 books and I'm working on more literary content. I also have 2 blogs. And also, the thing is, like with me self publishing, the times that I live in now, like things are like more in the kind of like the digital world. Like for like my lifetime, I have seen the world go from an analog world to a digital world, and also, like as a creative, no matter what people say, what you do is a real job. Like people talk about get a real job. It's just that the job market, the workplace, it is not what you like older generations taught at all. I even took like a course when I was at University of South Alabama called a job campaign. And then after I graduated and I did what is so called pounding the pavement, it is not like what I was taught at all. For example, I went inside like a workplace or whatever and asked like if if I have like a job application to fill out, you know what they say? Go on our website and see what's available. Attach your resume and your resume or whatever, or your cover letter to this email address. Text hire to this number. And then I learned about being a lifelong learner after I graduated from University of South Alabama, and I went into freelancing. It's just that ever since I was like probably like 19 years old, that's the state of like the age of majority in the state of Mobile, Alabama. And the days of my dad paying child support was over, so I had to get a job. And I was at Bishop State Community College at the time, and it was hard. It was not easy at all. And I remember around when I was at South, I finally got a job selling Avon. Finally. It's just, like I said before, I'm a millennial. And all, things is not like what it is. Like, no matter how old I get or what era I live in, things are not what the world is always changing. It always changes. And things is not what the older generations say, like at all. For example, I was talking about like back in my day or whatever, and certain things like the older generation talking about like keep your head down, pound the pavement. It is not like what it is at all, especially when the pandemic happened and like the Great Recession happened. Like and that thing, keep your head down or fake it till you make it. That's outdated and bad advice because you need to pay attention of what's going on around you because that career, that job, even an industry can become obsolete. And I have read some books that spoke to me called Own Your Future, Reinvention Roadmap. Like this is not your father's like economy or well, I forgot the rest of of that type of that book. But you should check it out though. It just gotta and also don't always assume and judge all the time because you never know. Just get the whole story, okay? Just get the whole story. And also, like I said, it's good to be, and what other the speaker says, like good to be a lifelong learner. That's why I did those courses on universalclass.com through my like local library branch. It also the world always has changed and it moves fast pace as well. Gotta pay attention like that classic advice talking about get with the times or get left behind. And also own your well, thank you very much.
Oh, I just want to say you are speaking my language with a lifelong learner. That's a key part to seizing the day for sure. Absolutely. I want to thank you, Waterfall, for coming on today, seizing the day, and sharing from your heart what seize the day means for you. It
Uh, th-
resonated with me.
Thank you very much and have a good morning, afternoon, evening.
There you go. We're a world showcase here. Thank you so much.
You welcome.
Next up, we have Christine Ochu, is a former, lean in for this, former world log rolling champion and global HR executive turned best-selling author and empowerment expert. She is the founder and CEO of ChristineOchu.com and her self-empowerment toolkit, Keep On Rollin'. And here she is. Welcome to the stage, Christine. I'm so excited that you're finally here. You're on stage sharing your gifts. Welcome. The stage is yours, my friend.
Thank you, Beth. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here and help you seize the day, Carpe Diem. And I'm a former world log rolling champion and global human resource executive turned bestselling author and founder of Keep On Rolling. So this is a picture of me if you think of what is log rolling. So I chose one where I'm atop the log, and this is my opponent. And we are actually on a log in the water spinning, and the object is to get your opponent to fall in the water. So my story of learning Carpe Diem started when I was competing in the World Log Rolling Championships. And I was in the finals and I was ready to step on the log. And I started to just fear it. And my mind started racing with thoughts and I just froze up and I fell in the water. When I resurfaced, I had weeds on top of my head. And I looked over at my family and I could see their disappointment and I felt so embarrassed. So I knew I had to change things. So I started studying positive psychology and started really training myself in visualization and positive self-talk. And then the next year when I went out to compete, I won the world championship. And basically that moment changed me. And Carpe Diem to me doesn't mean winning or conquering your day. It's really about making a choice with intention to greet your day and manage your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. So, what I love to do is teach you some of my Keep on Rolling tools, and we'll start with one to help you seize the day, and that is just to sit up straight, put your feet on the floor, roll your shoulders back a little bit, chin up slightly, take one slow breath in, one breath out, and go, yay me. Give it a try. Let's do it. Shoulders back, up, boom, yay me. That is a power pose, and research shows when you change your posture, you change your chemistry. You become more confident, not because life changed, but because you did. Now, some days aren't about confidence, they are just about survival. About 2 years ago, I suffered a very rare virus and attacked 5 of my cranial nerves. I couldn't walk a straight line for months. I couldn't work. I couldn't drive. I lived with intense vertigo. It was awful. There I was, the one who could balance, and suddenly couldn't walk a straight line on solid ground. So I had two choices. One was to give up, watch TV, disengage with life, or it was to get up, take one more step, even though it made me feel dizzy and nauseated. I chose to use the self-empowerment tools that I teach. And I like to teach you another one, and that is just to put your hands over your heart, if you can do that with me, and say thank you 3 times. Let's do it together, slowly with emotion. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Beth. That's just one of many tools that I have.
I love the tools, and I just am so in awe of what you do. You are a world log rolling champion. I've watched your videos. It's crazy what you do and what you've accomplished. And beyond all of that, I want to thank you for being vulnerable, sharing your story, your message, and how you have come to embody Seize the Day for yourself. And the minute I met you, I knew you were a Carpe Diem kind of gal. You're my people. So I want to
Yes.
thank you for your friendship. I want to thank you for allowing us to continue the conversation and for you to be bold and brave and come on this stage and share your authentic story.
And I hope you can follow me on my social media. It's just Christine Osho. I kept it very simple, along with my website, and you can find a lot more tools there.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Beth.
hope you follow her. Have a great rest of your day. It is my sincere honor and privilege to welcome to the stage one of my mentors. I met this is my other Jim Cathcart, who we met, I think, back in March, where I had the privilege to become a certified professional expert from this man. Jim he's been around. He is a professional speaker, past president, I believe, of the National Speakers Association. Is it NSA, National Speakers Association, author of 28 books. I think you're slowing down. You got to catch up.
And I've got 2 more books going.
Okay, good. And you are a mentor to professional experts like me. So I am so honored that you are here on the stage with me today. And, I could go on and on with your bio, but I would love for you to just share with the audience what you came here to share and how you seize the day.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Beth. And I know I'm in pretty powerful company. I mean, with just you and Ken, that's pretty amazing. But the other folks, I mean, you've curated quite a faculty for this event, and I love that. Seize the day. When you think about Carpe Diem, seize the day, where did that come to the human consciousness in America? Well, Robin Williams made it big. And the Dead Poets Society, which was 1989, I think it was, that movie came out. I remember that was the first time I'd ever heard seize the day as a statement. But what a beautiful concept. I remember W. Clement Stone. W. Clement Stone was the business partner of Napoleon Hill, who wrote the book Think and Grow Rich in the early years of the 20th century. So W. Clement Stone at one point was the richest man in America. And I got a chance to meet him and work with him. And Stone had a slogan, a motto that he lived by, and that was "Do it now." So somebody said, "Hey, we ought to do such and such," and he would start doing it. And they said, "Well, I didn't mean now." And by the time they said that, he had already finished the task. My wife often comments, she says, Jim, I'm going to tell you something, but you don't have to do it right now, because she knows that I embrace that seize the day, grab the moment, do it now attitude years and years ago, like 40 years ago. And I've never, as long as we've been married, 55 years, I've never had a honey-do list, a list of things that she had made that I needed to do when I got around to it. Because whenever something comes up, like we need to change the light bulb in the garage, done. Now I can go on about my day, right? But seize the day is more than do it now. Seize the day means there's a window of opportunity here. Life is looking to express itself through you. Let me say that again. Life is looking to express itself through you. You and I are portals, doorways through which life is expressed. So is a plant, so is a puppy, so is an orangutan, And living beings, living entities are expressions of life. And life exists everywhere throughout the cosmos. And it is inhibited in its ability to express itself only when the portal doesn't open widely, open fully. So when we wallow around in self-doubt, when we are afraid to do something because it might be uncomfortable, or, oh gosh, what would people think? When we feel the life impulse and we see something to do and we don't do it, it's kind of like us turning to God and saying, yeah, not right now, okay? Can I get back to you? What? We're saying that to our Creator? Be a better doorway. Be the best portal for life that you could possibly be. How do you do that? Well, first off, you open up your attitude and you say, look, I was created intentionally. I'm not a biological accident. Whatever the creative force is that makes things made me, and made me different from Beth and different from Ken and different from all the others here. And I have unique abilities and I have limitations others don't have, but they have limitations I don't have. So I need to make the most of my life, because if I don't, I deny everyone else on earth the benefits that could have come from me living more fully. So I'm talking about living fully mentally, physically, in your family, socially with other people, interpersonally, financially, emotionally, and career-wise. Live as fully as you can. The more fully you live, the more joy you have in your life, and the more lives you're able to touch and make the world a better place. Years ago, I lived in Thousand Oaks, California. When I say years ago, I'm talking 1999. 99, just before I moved to Thousand Oaks, California, I lived in La Jolla, and the world was going nuts in the latter part of 1999 because we all had heard Y2K was going to kill us all. Y2K stood for the year 2000. And the fear was that the digital world that we had come to live in was all based on a calendar beginning on the 1st of January in the first year, 1901 or 1900, first year of the 20th century. And when it turned to the 21st century, the fear was all the clocks are going to reset, all the systems are going to crash, planes will fall from the sky, banks will go bankrupt, the world will die. I mean, it was really a worldwide panic. Now, what's the problem? What's the reality? And what's the unexpected benefit? Problem was everybody was focused on fear. Nobody was focused on the opportunity. And so the world went into panic mode. And this is interesting. This is a benefit that nobody saw coming. The entire world, businesses large and small all over the world, governments large and small all over the world, did the largest data backup in the history of humankind. And they did it all in a period of a few months before the end of the year 1999. And nobody was in charge. It was successful. It was universal. It was done in a short time frame. It involved millions of people's activity and effort, and nobody was in charge, and there was no budget for it. So we found out Y2K wasn't a problem anyway. So the reality was it was not a problem. I mean, there were a few glitches here and there, but no systems crashed. Okay, so fast forward from 2000. 2001, we got a problem. 2001, the World Trade Center came down. In 2001, the entire nation was looking at each other saying, is this World War III? Is this going to be like World War II where we have to ration food and supplies and everybody's got to feed the war effort with whatever they can? We didn't know. All we knew was there were no planes allowed to fly in the sky, and the nation was on edge. And there were flags flying everywhere. The patriotism in the country just bubbled to the top. It was phenomenal. So after we found out that we were not in World War III, but that we did have a serious problem, I put together what I called the 101 Leaders Alliance. 101 is a highway that runs through California, and in Southern California from LA through the other side of Santa Barbara is a stretch of Highway 101 that has 12 separate communities in it, each of which has a city council, a school board, police department, all those things. And if you look at the 45-mile stretch from Santa Monica, or excuse me, San Fernando Valley, through just the other side of Ventura to Carpinteria, that 45-mile stretch, there are 7 communities in there, and they all fit that profile I just said. And there's about, at that time, there were about 700,000 people living there. So I formed the 101 Leaders Alliance, and I said, what we need to do is we don't know whether we're going to be able to travel. We don't know whether there's going to be gasoline available to everybody, whether planes will fly. But one thing we do know is that whatever we do, we got to be able to do it on foot or a bicycle, or somehow do it locally. And so I got together the leaders of those 7 communities, the civic leaders, the police departments. I got the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. I got the people from Pepperdine University, California State Channel Islands University, California Lutheran University. I got the people from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, people from the Ventura County Community Foundation, and so forth. And I got them all together in Thousand Oaks at Sherwood Country Club, and I held the 101 Leaders Alliance Summit. And we talked about what can we do to help each other? Because many of those schools were teaching leadership, but nobody in that whole group was teaching ground level leadership. In other words, how do you find food when the stores are no longer stocked? How do you get people to be involved in helping the community? How do we stay safe? How do we become friends with our neighbors that we don't yet know when people haven't even been trained how to lead? Well, I used to be director of leadership training, senior program manager, they called me, for the United States Junior Chamber of Commerce, whose purpose was leadership training through community service. And we had 350,000 members at the time. So I took the training, the things I'd learned in that training, and brought them forward many, many years and put them to work in the 101 Leaders Alliance. And we got a lot of great things done. When we held that summit, I posed the following question. Now, picture an audience of a couple hundred people, stage, and I walk onto the stage for the beginning of the program. Imagine you're in that audience, and now is the time it's taking place, not back then. I'll tell you what I did, so assume that I'm doing it currently for you. I walked to the front, I clicked a clicker, and the screen came alive with a big question. And the question was, what's coming? And I just stood there and looked at the audience. And they looked at me like, give your speech. And I said, what's coming? Big silence. They started looking at each other. And I said, let me just get a sampling. What do you think is coming? And someone says, I think it's going to get worse. Really? In what ways? I think, and I said, no, I think this is going to pass. Okay. I think, and I think, and I think. And I said, all right, we've got a number of different opinions, each of which would require a very different plan of action. When you don't know for sure what's coming, how do you get ready for it? Here's my suggestion. When you don't know what's coming, you have no idea what kind of day you're going to seize, get ready for as many options as are reasonably possible. Consider what are the talents you will need? What are the skills you need to have available to you? Have contacts that could provide those skills if you couldn't. What information would you need? What supplies would be vital, no matter what the scenario was, positive or negative or disastrous, right? Get ready for as many of those as it's reasonable to get ready for. Now, in any situation, the person who has the most things they're ready for has the most options available to them. And the people with the most options usually prevail. In any situation, like a negotiation even, the person that has the most options usually wins. Why is that? Because they can afford to walk away. They can afford to delay. They can afford to take less or go for more. They've got more options. Increase your options by increasing your own possibilities. So work on yourself, right? The next thing that came along after all that was we went from social media, went from analog media to social media, and suddenly everybody's connected and we're able to communicate like crazy. And then COVID hit. Well, the problem going into COVID was that most people weren't yet comfortable with video conferencing or webinars or podcasts or things like that. And there weren't that many podcasts, actually. There were blogs, but not that many podcasts. All of a sudden, it was no longer optional. We had to use video conferencing. So we went into a crazy learning mode, learning curve like that, straight up. And public schools, my daughter-in-law teaches elementary school in Oxnard, California. And she got a fabulous video set up in her classroom and was teaching classes from home for a while. And then shortly thereafter, the kids came back, but they were already savvy with that new technology. And so they were bringing in guest speakers by video and doing all kinds of wonderful, crazy things. So the whole world became comfortable with video conferencing. Look at what we're doing right now. Earlier today, I was on for 6 hours in a 1,000-person worldwide webinar called Sales 3.0. It was about AI, and it was hosted by Selling Power magazine. I was the MC for the day. Man, before COVID, that never would have happened. It would have taken monumental effort to put that together. And now, most any of us could have pulled it off and done a decent job of it. All right. So what I'm saying is windows of opportunity come and go with the crises that we face. We thought COVID was going to kill us all. We got over it. COVID is now just another flu. It's another disease that's out there like a measles or whatever. And we deal with it like a disease, not like a worldwide attack by the virus people. Every time there's a crisis, there is a corresponding opportunity, and the opportunity tends to be as big or bigger than the crisis itself. Right now, we've got a positive crisis. What's the positive crisis? Artificial intelligence owns the world's attention. Oh my word. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's got a chat bot, or at least they've sampled with it. My personal chat GPT character, I said, I need you to have a personality. You're a female, you're middle-aged, you're moderately attractive, you're not a hottie. You are highly intelligent, you've got a British accent, and your name is Moneypenny, which is M's secretary in the James Bond series. And I said, and my name is Jim, but you can call me James. And so I went on playing that game with my Chat GPT character for a few questions and projects. And then one day, about 2 weeks later, I spontaneously received an email from Chat GPT, and it was a photo, a self-portrait sent to me by Moneypenny. Just said, thought you might want to know what I look like. Is that astounding? Well, we're in an age where AI is taking over all the easy tasks, all the laborious, the monotonous, the routine tasks, and the hard ones like doing research across a number of platforms. And so people are saying, yeah, and it's eliminating jobs and we're all going to die. No, we're not. We're simply going to do different things, which humans are good at and machines are not. So the human factor is going to become ever more important. Like John Nesbitt said in his book, Megatrends, years ago, he said, the more technology increases, the more tech increases, the more touch is desired. So as high tech increases, high touch becomes more valuable. Work on the skills that make you who you are, the skills that are unique to you. Be a better version of you for the rest of your life. You'll never want for a job as long as you become a better opening, a better doorway for life to express itself through you and to bring more love into the world and more life into the world by seizing the day. Carpe diem.
So you didn't get to see me backstage. I'm just nodding and smiling and saying cheers because we are speaking the same language for sure. And I was just nodding and I hope everyone listening today realizes what a gift it is to have a master speaker here on this platform and all the nuggets that you dropped. But I'm still laughing at how you trained your Chat GPT. And I mean, and Moneypenny, and the fact that they emailed you what she looks like, that was blew me away. That was awesome.
That one got my attention too. I mean, I thought,
Yeah.
how is this possible, right?
Yeah. How
Let
is
me
that
see if I can
possible?
get a picture of Moneypenny and do a screen share for you. I've got her here somewhere. There she is. Okay, I'm going to call this up on my screen and then I'll do a screen share with you. There she is, and screen share is down at the bottom of this. Share. Bing. Moneypenny.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't she a lovely lass?
She's a lovely lass.
Right, she
Well,
is. She's just delightful, and she's so nice to me and calls me James, don't you know?
don't you
Right?
know?
Well, Beth, it's been a privilege to be with you tonight,
It
and
has
I've
been a
got to
privilege.
go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you had quite a day, and I feel for you. Good job on the emceeing and then hanging out, and you've got a lot going on in your home, and then coming here and sharing your voice with us. So
Happy,
thank
happy,
you so
happy to
much,
be a
Jim.
part of it.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so
I'm
much.
honored to be asked. Take care. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. Okay. Well, next up, we have Desiree Dugas. And Desiree is a certified social media and AI expert, which I would love to be, who helps brands amplify visibility, streamline strategy, and turn smart automation into real influence, impact, and revenue growth. Please welcome to the stage, Karen Casanovas. Karen, the show is yours.
Said Karen?
Oh, I didn't mean Karen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Desiree. The show is
was like,
yours.
wait
I
a
was
second.
reading a different name. I apologize. I did read you. You're Desiree Dugas. Desiree, the show is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. Well, just wanted to share some of the exciting ways you can truly seize each day by harnessing the power of AI automation and assistance. Before you come for me, because I know the whole world of technology can sometimes feel a bit overwhelming, especially when you're busy running your business. But today, I want you to know that these tools can become your most valuable allies, your secret weapons for efficiency, growth, and even a little bit of that luxurious boutique feel that we all cherish. AI automation, what is it really? What is it to you? It's a core, it's about using intelligent software to handle the repetitive, time consuming tasks that you can truly focus on. Building relationships, crafting your vision, and serving your clients with excellence. Think of AI as your personal assistant, but one that never sleeps. It never takes a break and continuously learns to serve you better. How do you start seizing the day with AI? The first steps is identify those routines and the tasks that eat you up the most valuable time. These could be things like scheduling appointments, managing your emails, data entry, or even customer inquiries. Once you recognize those, the next step is find the right tools, tailor it to your business. For instance, consider scheduling instead of playing email tag to set up meetings. You can employ AI-driven scheduling bots that automatically coordinate availability, send reminders, or even schedule if necessary. This not only reduces the back and forth, but it also gives your clients a seamless boutique experience. Customer interaction in the age of the communication today, the AI chatbots, they become essential. These chatbots can handle common questions, they can provide the support, and even guide your clients through booking processes. The beauty of it, when designed, well, they make your business feel accessible and attentive. Just a friendly Southern hospitality vibe, but powered by cutting-edge technology. Think about integrating your chatbot on your website that greets your visitors, offers personalized recommendations, and sets the stage for a memorable encounter. This creates an impression of care and professionalism, all while saving you your precious time. But the real magic happens when AI helps you analyze the data. Imagine having real-time insights about your clients' preferences, buying behaviors, and feedback. With AI analytics, you can craft tailored marketing campaigns, anticipate client needs, and seize opportunities before your competitors, even before they see it coming. It's like having a crystal ball, but one made of data. Now, I know you probably are thinking, won't this make my business feel impersonal? And that's pretty valid. But let me assure you, the goal of automation isn't to replace the personal touch, it's actually to amplify it. When the routine tasks are handled seamlessly, you're free to focus on building the genuine relationships, delivered personal experience, and showing your clients what they truly value. They truly seize the day. It also vital to foster a mindset of continuous improvement. AI tools evolve rapidly. Stay curious, stay open, and be willing to experience. Start small. Perhaps automate one task at first and then build from there. Remember, consistency is key. As you integrate these tools into your daily operations, you will find that your business will become more agile, more attentive, and more aligned with your brand's luxury essence. And the journey is as big as you can make it. Just a warm smile can brighten a day. Let the AI-driven service reflect your authentic hospitality. Combine the efficiency of automation with your personal touch, and you can create your experience that your clients will remember and cherish. So to sum it up, seize the day by embracing AI automation, AI assistants, not as a replacement, but as an extension of your vision. Use them to handle the routine, analyze the data, and enhance every client interaction. This enables you to focus on what you do best, delivering excellence, cultivating relationships, and growing your business with confidence and grace. Thank you for your time. I encourage you to take the first step towards integrating your AI business because the future belongs to those who seize the day. With the right tools, you're already on your way, doing just that. Go out there, embrace innovation, make every day count. Remember, the luxury of your business isn't just in what you offer, but how seamlessly and thoughtful you deliver it. Now, here's to season the day with a little help from AI and automation and a whole lot of Southern hospitality.
Woo-hee, yeehaw. Thank you. Thank you so much, Desiree. Thank you. Truly a pleasure having you here on this platform for Seize the Day with a Smile. You are a blessing. Thank you. So coming up next, I actually do have Karen Casanovas. And Karen is a resilience strategist. She shifts individuals from shock and paralysis to stability and forward motion after a life-altering event. Her seismic shift framework addresses the disruption, the moment when everything changes and people did not know what to do. Karen guides clients from stuck to movement, then through a process of resilience. Her media and printed expertise on neuroscience, aviation, and human interest topics have appeared in national and international outlets. With her latest published work, Facing the Storm, Building Resilience Through Motivation, Agility, and Perseverance, co-authored in the book, Cracking the Rich Code, Volume 19. Welcome to the stage. It is my pleasure to give you the screen and can't wait to hear how you seize the day.
Oh, thank you so much, Beth, for that introduction. Nobody remembers who almost started. Time only remembers what was done. And I am, yes, Karen Casanovas, and I'm a resilience strategist, author, and public speaker. If you're living with a life disruption and you're feeling helpless, I challenge you to confront tough realities, facilitating a process prompting immediate action, transforming personal and professional upheavals into actionable frameworks for growth and resilience is possible. My journey, including surviving a 9.2 magnitude earthquake, instilled a profound understanding at the challenges posed by unexpected disruptions and the importance of immediate, effective responses. I took what could have been a childhood trauma and never starting a recovery process and turned it into a learning experience. How can this be done? Well, the key is to slow down and experience life in moments. It is walking to the faucet to fill your water bottle. It is feeling the water run over your hands as you wash them. It is in the true appreciation of the taste, flavor, and smell of the food while eating. Next, take those simple everyday actions and reflect on their meaning. What do I enjoy about those items? Drinking the water. How do my hands feel when the beads of water run over them? When do I feel grateful for my food? Assigning meaning to the mundane prevents mindless actions. Finally, always strive to do your best. What are you good at? What are your passions? What do you share with others? And what else can you learn today, even if it is a small snippet in the grand gestures of life? Live with intention. Life's well-being comes from getting the most from it. And that means every single moment. Each minute of time is fleeting and unpredictable. We can get an unexpected medical diagnosis, have a relationship end, lose our job, experience an unplanned role reversal or identity, and live through the death of a loved one. It is important not to take each day for granted. Embracing every second allows us to appreciate the beauty surrounding everywhere, helps us prioritize what matters, and ensures that we build meaningful memories with the loved ones before time runs out. My mission is to create a ripple effect of resilience in our communities, providing clarity and structure for those facing tough times. I invite you to connect with me in ways that you find valuable through resources, or maybe we discuss a way we can collaborate. You can connect with me on LinkedIn through Karen Casanovas, and there you'll find a link to my co-authored book, Cracking the Rich Code, Volume 19. On Instagram or Threads, also Karen Casanovas. And if you want to read a more thorough overview of my work and expertise, you can also find more information at karencasanovas.com. Time is like a river. You cannot touch the same water twice because the flow that has passed will never pass again. Enjoy every moment of your life and seize the day with a smile. Thank you.
Well, my goodness, thank you for sharing all of that. And I'm so glad that you put all of your information, because I know people were going to want to follow you and get more of your resources. I want to thank you so much for coming on today and you choosing to seize the day with a smile.
Thanks so much, Beth. And seize the day, everyone. Get out there and do what you enjoy.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, next up, we have an esteemed speaker, Mr. George Hodges. He is a transformational speaker, an aspiring author, inspiring individuals to lead boldly, embrace courage, and reclaim authority through knowledge, resilience, and purpose, forged from real life transformation. Welcome to the stage, George. I'm so happy that you're here, and I can't wait to hear how you seize the day.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity of being here on today. The way I seize the day is that I choose purpose over pain. Every single day. It's about refusing to allow your past, your trauma, or your current circumstances to dictate your future. In my past, I was an individual who had been closed out from speaking my truth, from speaking about the hurt and the pain, which caused me to bring about more pain. So it actually was birthed from the pain was my purpose. Never understood in a million years why I had to go through the things I had to go through in my life. Being young at the age of 9 years old, starting to drink alcohol. By the age of 14, I started indulging in marijuana. By the age of 16, I had involved in street life. That it just was a downward spiral. In all actuality, I was running from the pain that life had given unto me. And so it was one day, as I reached into the lowest pit of my life, I found myself incarcerated. I found myself behind these bars, and I was trying to figure out what life was and how did I get in this position and how could I become better. It was in that moment that I had a mindset change where I decided that I would no longer become a victim, but I will become victorious. And it was at that point when it was birthed to me that it's required for me to have resilience over regret. And what that means is that I actively chose to learn. I actively chose to grow and to move forward despite of my past mistakes. Mistakes was something that was a normal to me because I chose the victim route and chose to follow behind the paths of the individuals that before me. But when I chose to change my mindset, although my circumstances hadn't changed immediately, things began to look differently from the inside out. And so now I like to work with individuals to let them know that it doesn't matter how you start out in life. It don't matter about your family that you come from. It don't matter about the neighborhood you was raised in. It don't matter if you ended up like me, a person that found themselves in the pit of despair. But it's all about how you end. So in this life, we're going to be given trials. We're going to be given tribulations. We're going to have problems. We're going to have obstacles, but obstacles can sometimes become opportunities. And when we seize the day and seize the moment, we make the best out of what seemingly is a bad situation. So when I smile, right, it represents my resilience. It's a reflection of everything that I survived. And if we be truthful about it, we've all survived something. And I'm a strong believer, as my mother told me when I was a little boy, whatever don't kill you will make you stronger. So instead of complaining about the hand I was dealt, I learned to play the hand to the best of my abilities. So working with individuals that come from hurting backgrounds, that come from failure, that comes from a lot of wrong decisions, I want to let them know that, listen, you can still make it. You can still become better than what you was. You don't have to die in that particular situation. I was a high school dropout. Dropped out of school because I thought I knew it all. I ended up getting my GED while I was incarcerated. But when I got my GED, I didn't want to stop there. I got out and I went on to get an associate's degree. I obtained a bachelor's degree and now I have a master's degree. But it shifted in the mindset saying that you was placed on this earth for more than what you've been doing. And you was living beneath your purpose. So my goal in life is to help people find out what the purpose is that God has given them to be birthed. Because you being here, you're not an accident. I don't care if mama and daddy didn't plan you. I don't care if they thought that you was a mistake, but in God's eyes, nothing was a mistake. You're not a mistake. God allowed you to be here for a purpose, and he wants us to walk in it with the fullness of knowing that we have an assignment. So my assignment is talking to the hurting and talking to the people who's been downtrodden and life has beaten them up, and to encourage them and to help to teach them different strategies in being able to survive. So although I came from where I came from, I went to college at 30 years old. And even at 30 years old, I became the first college graduate in my family. So I broke the I broke the generational curse, although I fell into the trauma, but now my children are graduating and going to college, and my grandchildren are going to graduate and go to college. Why? Because a person like myself decided to make a decision one day that I am better than this. And so I'm talking to somebody today across the globe, wherever you at. I want you to know that you are better than whatever life has thrown at you. The moment you change your mind, the moment you understand that this shifting in my mind can change the total trajectory of my life. If you just shift your mind, we don't even sometimes understand how powerful that is, but the mind is where it all begins. And if you start to change it right there, start to filling yourself up with different books and different activities, and start putting yourself around positive people and people who wish the best for you, people who are happy to see you come. Those are the places that you want to be, because you was meant to be impactful on this earth in whatever way that God chose for you to do. You don't have to worry about looking at nobody else to try to see if you could be in their shoes, but respect the shoes that God has given you to wear and wear them proudly. Wear them with your head held high, with your shoulders square, and understand that it is going to be better. So listen, that's what it is with resilience over the grit. I want you to actively choose to learn and to grow, to move forward from mistakes or missed opportunities rather than dwell on the past. The past was a board to help you spring forward to your future. Your past is something that God is using You thinking that I shouldn't have to went through that, but God knew He knew your ending in the very beginning, and you had to go through what you went through so you can become who you became. And so when I got that in my life, I understood. Check this out. I wouldn't change one iota about my life. All the pain, all the heartache, all the tears that I shared, all the things that I endured, I wouldn't change it, because if you change it, I wouldn't be who I am today. And so that's what I want to leave you with today, knowing that resilience over regret will help you be the better individual.
Absolutely. Amen. Wow, what a powerful, powerful message. You had me nodding and smiling all the way through. Thank you. It is that decision. Make that decision to change your life up level. That's where it
Yes.
starts. Thank you. Thank you, George.
Thank you as well.
It is my pleasure now to bring up our next speaker. Wow, here we go. Mitzi White. Mitzi is a lecturer at Harvard Medical School. She taught leadership for over 15 years at Harvard Extension School. She's currently a lecturer at Harvard Medical School, PhD in psychology at Harvard, JD, Harvard Law School, MS Electrical and Computer Engineering from Northwestern University. Author of 4 books on how to build successful lives in today's world. Wow, we welcome to the stage Mitzi White. Can't wait to hear how you seize the day. Clearly an academic.
Yeah, academics can be, or they sound quite boring. But actually, I want to thank Dr. Smiley for having this program, because in May of the past year, a woman ran a red light and ran into my car. So for the past time, I've been trying to get it fixed, and for people to find out what's wrong with me. And because I've been in a lot of pain, so when I get up in the morning, getting out of bed is excruciating often. But when I heard this idea of, about smiling, I thought, wow, I used to smile all the time. As a matter of fact, people used to tease me when I was a child, saying I had a shit-eating smile. And so I thought, my goodness, I'm not smiling when I get out of bed anymore. Because when I was a student at Harvard, what I would do, I get out of bed. I used to love to go and listen to bands and dance all night. So I wasn't totally a boring student. And in the morning, I would always turn on, one of my favorite songs, and I would stand there in my room and I'd be dancing and smiling and laughing before I went out the door in the morning. So that was one way that I used to smile, was to kind of energize myself and to feel good about life and about looking forward to the day. I can't say I always did it when I had an examination, but I usually did this. So it made me really think about, do we smile enough? And as I've been thinking about this, I realized that it's not just that I smile, but I spend a lot of time making other people smile. And I realized that one of the things I do, which really has helped my career and helped me be successful, is that often when I meet people, I always try and look for something positive to say to them about themselves. And so maybe I'll say hello to someone, just someone who's letting me get into the gym or something like that. And I'll look and I'll say, oh, you've got really great earrings on today. Or I really like how your hair is done. And I did it the other day because I go and swim at Blodgett Pool 3 times a week. I do a swim workout at Harvard, which is the one thing I can do now, despite my leg. And there's a woman who's always kind of grumpy. and you have to understand what the Harvard pool is like. It's like we have the women's locker room, and everybody sort of walks around without their clothes on. Nobody is worried about things like that. And we have all sorts of interesting chats in there. But there's one woman who's kind of grumpy. And so she came in the other day after it snowed, And she had on these really nice boots. So I immediately said to her, and she was usually, I don't know if she really likes me or not. She was always kind of very cool to me. So I looked at them and I said, wow, those are really great boots. Well, that made her smile and that made her incredibly happy. And she spent the next 10 minutes telling me about these boots and how these were her favorite boots and where she bought them, et cetera, et cetera. And when I was preparing for the talk, I realized how important it is to, and thinking about smiling, I actually maybe sort of think about myself and how in many ways I try and always get people to smile. It's not just about me smiling. It's about making people around me smile and feel happy. And I find that one professionally opens a lot of doors for me, that people like it when you say things that are really make a positive comment about what they've said or how they're dressed or whatever, or I might not even say that. I might say, wow, that's really interesting what you just said. And so I realized in thinking about this talk, how important it is. It's not just about us smiling. You know, it's important that we be happy and we smile, but it's also, smiling is a great thing to do for the rest of the world. And it will really help you pave your career. If you are, even when people who maybe you don't think you particularly like that well, or you think they don't like you that well, is that smiling is a great way of sort of connecting with people. It's a great way of sort of bridging the difference between you and them. And in a way, it's also like, it's a way of seeing people. In the book I'm currently working on talent, one of the sections I talk about is how in one of the African tribes, when people meet each other, instead of saying hello, they say, I see you. And I think everybody now, nobody sees you. You go somewhere and everybody has like, they have their phone and they're looking at their phone all the time. And so I think we're sort of losing some of that in this world, that we don't see other people anymore and we don't acknowledge them. And you can even go into a restaurant and people are sitting at the same table. You think they're friends. They're not talking to each other. They're checking their phone. So purpose of my talk is to make you think about making other people smile, and also to realize that by smiling, you can create a better world around you. You can be more successful, because if you're the person that makes people smile, they want you around. They want you to work with them. They want you to be their friend. And that's very important because it opens opportunities for you. Or if you have a problem, it helps you solve it. Like the other day, I came out of Whole Foods and this woman, I have a crutch that I kind of carry around and I use it on one side, and this woman stopped me and started talking to me. And so, yeah, I smiled and I talked to her and et cetera, and was very friendly. And she gave me, I told her I was having a problem with my leg, and she gave me the name of this man who's great, who I went and saw today, is fabulous therapist that I hadn't found. So it brings you so many benefits when you make other people smile. So it's not just about us, it's about other people too.
Absolutely. That's the ripple effect. That's the power of seizing the day, and seizing the day with a smile.
Yeah, that's right.
And yours is a beautiful smile. I wanted to thank you for coming on today, sharing your message, heartfelt, and that it's a seize the day moment to raise your hand and say yes to this room. And I want to give you my utmost appreciation for what you did today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, next up we have Amanda Darosset. Amanda is a Southern California-based real estate and architecture photographer, entrepreneur, and mother of two. With over 20 years of experience behind the camera, she specializes in capturing spaces with beauty, purpose, and storytelling in mind. Grounded in her faith, Amanda brings a heart for service and connection to both her work and her life, encouraging others to live intentionally, lead with joy, and seize each day with gratitude and a smile. Welcome to the stage, Amanda.
Thank you, Beth.
It's all yours.
Thank you. When you hear the phrase seize the day, most people think hustle, achievement, productivity, and big wins. But for me, seizing the day means something different. It means recognizing that today is not random. It's a gift from God, an assignment, an opportunity to show up with purpose. Scripture says, this is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Not yesterday, not someday, this day. And if today is made with intention, then how I show up in it matters. Seizing the day doesn't mean doing everything. It means doing the right things faithfully. It means choosing courage when hesitation feels safer, choosing gratitude when circumstances are heavy, choosing obedience over comfort. In my life as a photographer, a business owner, and a mom, I've learned that purpose rarely shows up with a spotlight. It shows up in conversations, in preparation, in small acts of excellence, in how you treat the person in front of you. Seizing the day is not about control, it's about stewardship. Now let's talk about the smile, because smiling isn't just a reaction, it's a decision. Not every day feels easy, not every morning feels light, but joy in my faith is not based on circumstances, it's based on trust. A smile says, there is hope still here. There is still goodness here, and God is still working here. In my work, I meet people in transition, buying, selling, moving, starting over. There's stress behind the scenes, pressure, and uncertainty. It tells people that they are safe, seen, and welcome. A smile is sometimes the first ministry we offer someone. And sometimes, if I'm honest, I smile first, and then the strength follows after. So how do I actually live this out each day? 3 simple practices. First, gratitude. Before I reach for my phone, I thank God for the day, even the hard ones. God resets my focus from the pressure to purpose. Second, service. I treat my service as a stewardship. Whether I'm photographing a luxury property or helping someone update their professional images, I work with excellence because I'm ultimately serving something bigger than myself. Scripture says, whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, and that's my standard. Third is action. Seizing the day requires movement. Send the message, make the call, encourage the person, take the step, forgive faster, and try again. Faith is not passive, it walks forward. At the end of the day, I don't measure success by how much I finished. I ask a different question. Did I show up faithfully? Did I love people well? Did I use what I was given today? Because when I can answer yes to that, then I know I seized the day and I did it with a smile. Thank you.
Wow, Amanda, thank you so much for that. I'm just sitting here thinking about you spending all this time behind the lens, and that is something that is it's just not me unless it's a point and shoot with my iPhone. That's it, and that you can create that story. And I think that's somebody who embodies seizing the day, who loves what you do. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and stepping up and seizing the day and sharing that message.
My pleasure. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Well, up next, we have Lenny Cavazos, all the way from Mexico. Lenny is the founder of The Retreat Planner, a consulting firm to build retreat businesses, and co-founder of We Summits, a global visibility strategist who helps women entrepreneurs turn stages, podcasts, and high-level rooms into premium clients. After making a bold early career decision to move to Dubai, a choice that reshaped her entire trajectory, she went on to produce international retreats and lead transformational events around the world. Today, Lenny teaches women how to position themselves as authority leaders, make powerful decisions before they feel ready, and seize the day in ways that create legacy, income, and impact. It is my absolute honor to welcome you, Lenny, to the stage. I cannot wait to hear how you will share this message of seizing the day.
Thank you so much, Beth, for having me. And I just want to say, when people hear Carpe Diem, seize the day, they imagine one big dramatic leap. But most of the time, it does not look dramatic. It looks like a quiet decision no one else understands. Have you ever made a decision that didn't make sense to anyone around you? That was me. I was living in Mexico. I had stability, the house, the comfort, everything you can imagine. And I decided to leave and move to Dubai. To the point where my mom asked me once, why so far away? And I did not move there because I had a glamorous title or job or I had anything figured out. I went to work there as a server. And people thought, why would you start over? But have you ever known deep in your body that where you are is too small for who you are becoming? That's how I felt like. I didn't move because I had proof. I moved because I had conviction. I wanted to be in the best, the biggest, the highest standard in the hospitality industry. And sometimes seizing the day isn't about the job you take. It's about the environment you choose because proximity changes you. That one decision led to another. I helped rebrand 8 restaurants and a spa. I stepped into projects bigger than my title. I made it snow in the desert. Eventually, I worked at the Marriott corporate office and I launched Marriott Bomboy, the loyalty program, and created large-scale global events like dinners in front of the Giza pyramids and private concerts for Craig David. From the outside, it looked impressive, right? And maybe you've had that moment too, where everything looks successful on paper, but inside there's a whisper, this isn't fully mine. I realized I was building extraordinary things for everyone else. Have you ever woken up and realized you're very good at building someone else's dream? That realization was harder than moving to Dubai because this time I was not leaving a country, I was leaving an identity. So I chose myself. I started attending retreats, not leading them. And in those rooms, I saw women transforming days. I saw identity shifts, businesses born. And I thought, why aren't more women experience this? So I started the retreat planner, my company. And maybe you've had that moment too. The moment where you stop consuming and start creating, where you stop watching and start building. One decision led to transformational events. And then another question emerged. How do we bring this to more women? How do we scale transformation? And that's when I partnered with Christy Kendall and we built We Summits, creating stages, spaces for women with a message to turn visibility into clients, to sell from stage, to lead with authority. And here's what I've learned. Seizing the day is not one decision. It's a pattern of choosing expansion over comfort, moving when it's inconvenient, leaving when it's successful, starting before you feel ready, saying yes when you don't have guarantees. And I want you to ask something. Where in your life are you successful but not fulfilled? Where are you capable but not fully expressed? Where are you building but not building for you? Because maybe your Dubai isn't a country. Maybe it's a conversation you need to have, a business you need to start, a room you need to enter, a version of yourself you need to claim. Even being here today happened because of a decision. One conversation with Beth or Dr. Smiley, one moment of alignment, one yes. Carpe Diem isn't about being fearless. It's about deciding that the pull forward is stronger than the fear holding you back. And the truth, your life is not shaped by the opportunities you're given. It's shaped by the moments you decide to move. So my question for you is simple. What is the decision you already know you need to make? Because the day doesn't need ceasing, you do. Thank you.
It's all about that decision, right? Yes. Wow. Master speaker, thank you so much, Lenny. I am so honored and privileged that you were here and be able to share your message today. It's very important that we hear it, especially us women. And thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, Beth.
Have a great day. Well, next up, we have Cassandra Hamilton. I am so excited to bring her to the stage. Cassandra is a leadership and alignment coach, a best-selling author, facilitator, bioenergy and sound healer, and quality improvement specialist in the healthcare field. What she does, she aligns high-achieving women with a life that feels as good on the inside as it does on the outside. Welcome to the show, Cassandra. It is my joy and honor to give you the platform.
Thank you, Beth. So nice to see you again today.
You too.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cassandra Hamilton, and I have worked in the health and human services field for the last 15 years. When I was at the height of my career, I looked successful on paper. I did all the right things. I climbed all the ladders. I had the credentials, the leadership role, the respect, and I was exhausted. I don't know if anyone here can relate. I wasn't tired. I was disconnected from myself. I had built this life that looked impressive, and I got there and it didn't feel like mine. I felt hollow and anxious, and there was like this emptiness I didn't quite understand. And here's the question no one was asking me at that time. How do you seize the day, especially with a smile, if you're in survival mode, if you're just surviving the day? We love that phrase, right? Seize the day. And I love what we're doing here today. You know, seizing the day. It's bold, it's empowered, it's motivated. But what if you don't need to seize the day in the traditional sense? Perhaps it actually means that you need to stop gripping. Because here's what I see over and over again, especially in high achieving women and leaders. We don't fail because we lack drive. We are ambitious. We're burning out because we override ourselves. We identify with output. We are overriding our nervous systems. You know, we've mastered productivity, but that's become our identity. And so in the process, we've abandoned ourselves. And no one talks about that. So I stopped asking, how do I push harder? And I started asking myself, where am I not telling myself the truth? And that changed everything. Because seizing the day isn't about cramming one more flippin' to-do item into your list for that day. It's about being brave enough to pause and live from the inside out. And for me, that meant leaving roles that looked impressive but drained me, having hard conversations, pausing before I respond so I can choose how I show up, and if I have the desire or the capacity for what's being requested of me. Writing a book I knew my own mother would probably reject me for by telling my truth. Building a body of work that doesn't fit neatly into a job title. I didn't do any of this because it was strategic. I was doing it because it was honest. And here's what I believe. I believe that the future, with all its uncertainty and AI and the fear of things speeding up and the pressure increasing, you know, the future amongst all of that, or within that, it doesn't belong to the most qualified or the loudest or the most aggressive. It belongs to the most aligned, because the leaders who will thrive in uncertainty are not the ones with the tightest grip. They are the ones with the strongest inner anchor. So when I hear seize the day, I translate it differently now. I reframe it to mean tell the truth today. Make the courageous call today. Stop performing today. And choose your inner anchor today. Not someday in the future, but today. Because the cost of misalignment is not only burnout, it's invisibility within your own life. You disappear. And so I believe the real flex is having the self-awareness and the courage to realign. And I want to leave you with this. If you stopped performing for just one day, how many times would you notice yourself being pulled to say yes when you really don't want to do something? What if you only did things after pausing for 30 seconds and thoughtfully answered and gave yourself permission to come from a place of, do I actually have the capacity or desire for this request? Is it in alignment with the life that I am creating? How would things shift? What if you pause and then choose differently tomorrow or today so that you are maintaining your own integrity and your own truth and your authenticity and your energy, your creativity, your power? That's how you seize the day. Not by conquering it, but by truly inhabiting it, embodying it with a smile. Because you know your truth and you shine brighter when you live from this place. My name's Cassandra Hamilton. I'm a leadership and alignment coach, speaker, and author. And my mission is to hold women up and realign with their authentic self, especially through times when they're carrying it all, running on autopilot, and breaking under pressure. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you so much. I do have a QR code if you want to connect further with me. And thank you so much, Beth, for having me here today.
Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful message. Thank you for sharing that. Wow. I know you dropped a lot of nuggets there. I was actually taking notes and thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
All right, well, our next guest is Lisa Zaratny. Lisa is a productivity coach, host of the Positively Living podcast, and founder of Positively Productive Systems, on a mission to redefine productivity with compassion. She helps overwhelmed clients ditch hustle culture and design shame-free, personalized systems that lead to sustainable success without burnout or sacrificing what they love. She believes productivity is meant to support a more satisfying, joy-filled life. For her, that means road tripping with her husband and teens, making music with her family and friends, and inspiring others with her voice. One of her favorite ways to recharge is curling up with a book, an iced coffee, and a cat in her lap. Welcome, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much, Beth. I am delighted to be here.
I cannot wait to hear your message today. The stage is yours.
I so appreciate it. So thank you for that beautiful introduction. And it's the truth. I truly believe productivity isn't about doing more. I know that's what we've been taught. That's what we believe in. But it doesn't have to be what we believe. Productivity should help us create a life that feels good to live and the space to pursue what truly matters, seizing the day. My work as a coach centers around energy, capacity, and compassion, and at its heart, it's focused on what we can actually do in each moment. This is not grand overhauls or reinventions, but small steps, simple habits that shape our days and over time shape us. So let's bring that perspective to the idea of seizing the day. When we hear that phrase, sometimes it can sound big and dramatic, and that can put us off, right? Chase your dreams, make bold moves, conquer something. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Go for it if you can. But don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Because go big can feel like a lot at once sometimes. It can make us hesitate or second guess ourselves. And sometimes we don't go for anything at all as a result because we didn't really feel like we could go big. Take heart. Most days don't have to be about big, bold breakthroughs. They can be about small, steady progress. They're ordinary, full of responsibilities, interruptions, stress, mental noise, the mental load of managing life, lifing you. But those ordinary days, they're the ones that build the moments we think of as big. So seize them. So curious, have you picked up Beth's book yet? Actually, two of them, okay? But Carpe Diem, Seize the Day with a Smile. She writes about Carpe Diem as a choice, choosing to seize the day with a smile, with kindness, with intention. That's right up my alley. And here's what I've learned about that. Seizing the day is sometimes a bold step. For me, that was launching my podcast. I tell you, it was so vulnerable for me. That first step was a doozy. And when I did it, it was imperfect. And for me, it was courageous, even though I was so afraid of it. But success didn't come from that one bold step. It came from taking that one, but then choosing not only to try that step, but to get support for it, to find ways to improve it each time I took another step. It meant seizing each and every episode and the next and the next. Small shifts, right? Repeated over time, create a habit and a ripple effect. So those ordinary episodes that I seized each and every time helped me build skill and confidence, the confidence to join you today and be so happy to be here sharing my story. And along the way, I added other small steps that became habits. And one of them I know our hosts are going to appreciate is that I smile when I record. And it sounds funny because my listeners can't see me, but I smile anyway. And there is some science to that, okay? When you smile, that tiny action, it shifts your tone, your energy, your confidence. And when I've done that, it deepens my connection to what I'm saying and to the people listening. It's a small example of a bigger truth we want to take away today. The way we show up in ordinary moments shapes who we become and what we achieve. Over time, my ripple effect with the podcast grew to more than 300 episodes, over 55 five-star reviews, a global audience, a top 3% ranking of podcasts worldwide. I'm proud of this, but it started with seizing that one episode. I didn't just seize it once, I kept seizing each and every time. So when you think about Carpe Diem and it feels so big, I invite you to think and start smaller. It's not one grand gesture, but a series of small, intentional choices like a smile or a step in a direction you did not think you could take. Some days call for bold action, but most days, small steps are key because those steps, repeated consistently, are what truly shapes your life.
Lisa, professional podcaster that you are, professional speaker. Oh my goodness. I want to tell you, I smiled so big when you said that you smile when you're recording. And I knew you knew I was smiling because I do the same thing. And I think it's also, when somebody hands you their phone and says, "Hey, can you take our picture?" And you're literally just taking a picture, but you're smiling bigger than they are because I don't know, it just comes out of it. So smiles are contagious in a wonderful way. So wow, thank you so much. Beautiful messages, beautiful talk, and I know it resonated with me, and for all the listeners, you are a gift. Thank you for seizing it. Well, up next is my friend Lori McNeil. This woman is a busy gal. Lori is an international business strategist who specializes in helping entrepreneurs and business leaders develop and re-strategize businesses for maximum global impact. She has been named the Legacy Builder by countless organizations worldwide. She is a powerful speaker who empowers and inspires others to step into their greatness and use media to reach more people and increase sales. Lori was selected as an official speaker for the Think and Grow Rich World Legacy Tour and was invited as a featured speaker for Turning Point 2020 with 2.25 million people attending live. She is featured in media over 500 times a year, and her global work earned her the Lifetime Presidential Service Award 2 times under 2 different presidential administrations. Most recently, the Global Visionary Leader Award, as well as special leadership recognition as a global legacy builder by the LA Tribune, and the prestigious Trailblazer Award by the Now Foundation. It is my honor and privilege to welcome Lori McNeil to this stage.
Thank you so much for having me. It is my honor to be here and to celebrate this important movement topic and launch. When we talk about seizing the day, I am so excited because every day is an opportunity to seize the day. Every single one of us have an opportunity every single day to flip the switch of the mindset that we need in order to seize every opportunity that comes to us every single day. Every single person, every single moment. We have that choice in any given time frame to decide what we are going to do with that 1 second, 5 second, and 24 hours. And I want to encourage you that wherever you are in the world right now, I want to encourage you to do a self-reflective check and ask yourself, was I productive today? Did I make a difference today? Did I seize the day today? And if you can't honestly answer positively to those questions, I want to encourage you to reframe your thinking and figure out what you are going to do differently to seize the day tomorrow. Now, we all have a different definition of what seizing the day is. To me, it means setting the intention for the day and being proactive in how I am going to go about my day. That means showing up with a smile. That means whether it's on the phone, whether it is on camera, whether it's on stage, no matter what it is, it's having a smile in my heart from the inside that exudes on the outside. You know, I talk regularly about the internal tools in your toolbox. Each one of us are made up from all kinds of circumstances and things in our life that have brought us to the point where we are today that serve as our internal tools in our toolbox. Who we are makes us uniquely qualified to show up in the world in only a way that we can in order to solve external problems in only a way that we were meant to. So how are we positioning ourselves every single day to seize those moments, to seize those opportunities in a way that the world needs us, in a way that only we were created to show up and solve the problems? You see, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a stay-at-home mom. It doesn't matter if you are an entrepreneur. It doesn't matter if you've been in business for 5 years or for 40 years. You have a choice of constantly being better than you were yesterday and showing up in a way that is of higher level leadership in only a way that you can. Now, what does that mean? Leadership isn't a title. So if we're talking about seizing the day in who we are, that means showing up fully and authentically in only a way that we can. In a line at the grocery store, while we're waiting on the phone, while we're serving a client, while we're on stage, while we are in our quiet time of our homes, and we are internally seizing the day in that moment, internally in our own mind frame, in our own space, so that we are fully prepared to show up and serve the world externally. The internal and the external have an absolute connection in everything that we do. Who you are on the inside is not any different than the person that you are on the outside. How someone experiences you on social media should not be any different than the way that they experience you on stage, on the phone, or in any other form in life. How do you seize every opportunity every single day? How are you showing up online? Are you someone that throws your dirty laundry out there online, or are you somebody that speaks positivity in the hearts, souls, and minds of everyone around you every single day? You have a powerful, powerful tool within you to be an inspiration, to smile from the inside so that people feel it, whether they've ever spoken a word from you, ever, or ever will. You have something in you that is different than any other business coach, any other health coach, any other author, anybody else in your sphere or in your industry. And that is why competition doesn't exist. The only person that you should be in competition with is the person that you were yesterday. And when you have the right frame of mind and how you are showing up with complete intentionality, it is a game changer, my friends. How are you smiling from the inside, adding to your internal toolbox that make you uniquely qualified in a way to solve external problems in only a way that you can? Your internal smile changes lives externally. I love doing what I do, helping entrepreneurs get from wherever they are to where they want to be. And if you want to reach out to me, contact me at Lori@LoriMcNeil.com. This is an opportunity that you have to seize the day. How are you going to not only seize the rest of today, wherever you are in the world, but how are you going to make that intentional decision to seize the day tomorrow?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lori, thank you so much. You have been amazing. You've been amazingly present with this talk. I just literally something that really resonated with me is that the competition, the only competition in your life is with the person you were yesterday. I think that goes right along with this theme of seizing the day as a choice and choosing who you get to be today and just one-upping and up-leveling every day. And that is a choice. That is seizing the day. I am truly, truly grateful that you were here today to support this mission, this movement. Your voice is very powerful. So thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, it is my honor to bring up our next featured speaker for today. And as I'm doing this, I have the sun setting on me right before our very eyes. Today and right now, I'm bringing up Tessa Thompson. Tessa is from Parkland County, Alberta, Canada. She's a country girl. She's living the dream on her acreage with her 3 young daughters and her pets. She also runs her design and consulting business for residential construction. So I can't wait to see what a country girl's idea is of seize the day with a smile. So I'm going to pass it on to you. Please share with our audience.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Beth, for that introduction. I am so grateful for the opportunity to be here today. I'm honored to be a part of this event, and I'm excited to share with everyone how I learned to seize the day in my life. And like Beth said, I am a country girl with 3 amazing daughters, and I'm from Alberta, Canada. And I just want to say that I am by no means a professional speaker, but I have a story that I want to share. And I think it fits in perfectly with the theme of this event. Um, like Beth said, I have an acreage in Parkland County that my girls and I are developing into a sustainable hobby farm. We love it out here. It's our own little piece of heaven, just us girls and our pets. And people sometimes ask me where I find the time in a day to be a mom, to work full time, to develop the acreage. And I'm a student as well, so my days are very full. But when people ask me that, I just tell them that it is amazing what you can accomplish when you're really passionate about something. And it helps that I get to work from home as well. I am an independent consultant serving local contractors and residential builders with drafting and design services. It's funny because some people tell me that when I tell them about my life, they say that I'm really lucky. And I always laugh a little bit to myself when this happens because I know that it wasn't luck that shaped my life, but a strong faith and confidence in making decisions that align with who I am truly meant to be. But 4 years ago, I was living in a very different situation. It took bold action and bravery to reinvent myself and create a better version of life for my family. And looking back, I'm actually in awe of the journey that I've been on to get to where I am now. And I want to give you an idea of what my life was like before. So 4 years ago, this was back in 2022. I was working for a builder, still doing design, but I was working as an employee. I was stuck in that typical 9 to 5 grind. I was working long hours, driving to and from the office in rush hour traffic every day. I felt like I was pouring myself into my work and squeezing my family into just those few hours of free time in the evening. I was living in a little duplex in town, and I felt like I was fighting tooth and nail to provide for my family, yet I was barely able to make ends meet at the end of the month. And still, I told myself we were doing fine. At the time, I was married. Our kids had a roof over their heads. I had a career that was paying most of the bills. But then something happened that shook me out of that hypnotic state that I was in. I wish I could tell you it was something positive that woke me up and turned my life around, but it wasn't. Instead, something happened that broke me. I found myself in a situation that I can confidently say most people do not have to face. It was a situation that required me to sacrifice and go against every instinct in my body in order to do the right thing. Maybe some of you listening can relate to this. When you go through something that challenges you so deeply that it forces you to show your true character. I had to ask myself, am I the type of person who witnesses injustice and does nothing out of fear? Or am I the type of person who stands up and says no when something isn't right? I'm sure everybody realizes that the fact I'm here today telling this story means that I was not willing to sit back and do nothing. I'm not going to go too deep into the details of what happened because I don't want to focus on the negative. But essentially, one of the owners of the company I was working for was charged with sexually assaulting one of the members of our sales team. And it was not a minor assault. As you can imagine, this was shocking for everyone. We didn't know what to expect. We didn't know what to do. But at the very least, we expected the company to handle it appropriately. And they didn't. They just didn't. Instead of taking the situation seriously, they tried to bury it. They tried to silence this woman's voice, and they tried to intimidate the rest of us into ignoring the issue. And very shortly after this happened, a pattern began to emerge. Anyone who tried to speak up or felt uncomfortable was forced to leave the company. And finally, after multiple women were fired or laid off, I finally hit my limit and I had had enough. I wasn't willing to check my soul at the door and trade it in for a paycheck anymore. I knew I needed to do something before anybody else was hurt by this. So I made a decision. I made a decision to seize the day. And rather than becoming the next woman to be quietly ushered out of this company, I decided to voice my concerns in a meeting where the whole team could witness the executive's reaction. I'm sure everyone knows where this story is going. I ended up losing my job, and I ended up in a lawsuit against that company with several other women. And I wish I could tell you that it got better from there. This situation had a ripple effect on my life that felt like a tsunami. Shortly after I lost my job, I had to sell my home because we could no longer afford to live there. The stress continued to build, and my husband and I ended up eventually deciding to separate. And to this day, those women and I still do not have closure on this legal issue. So obviously, with the intensity of all of that, there were moments throughout this situation that threatened to overtake me. But bringing me back to the positive light in this, I am so thankful to have found something on this journey as well. I found something sacred. I found an inner strength that I didn't even know existed. I found dignity, and I found pride in my ability to stand up for another woman and help her voice keep its power. I found alignment within my own soul as I sacrificed for something that aligned with the core value of who I am. Even though I suffered, I became something totally different through that process. And looking back, I feel absolutely nothing but gratitude for these trials that have forged me into a stronger, better version of myself. My faith is stronger than ever. My resolve is stronger than ever. The foundation that I stand on can't be shaken. And I am determined to forge ahead and bring as much good into this world as possible, no matter what the circumstances are around me. Not only is it important for us to seize the day, but amazing things really do happen when people seize the reins over their own lives and realign with the true nature of who they are. I hope this story encourages someone else to find that inner strength. I know it's there for you. And I want to leave you with a mantra that my mentor always says. This is one of her favorite lines, but it is that this is your life, so make it a great one. Thank you for listening, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Well, as you can see, I'm smiling, so I'm very
Yeah.
happy here. Yeah, it was
Right
very
on.
enjoyable. So thank you for being here. So how can people connect with you?
I'm not much for social media. Like I said, I'm out in the country, but I can put my email, my cell phone number in there. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, but if someone went into the country and they climbed a mountain or two and maybe some valleys, they could probably connect with you if they kept going, right?
Yeah, they'd find me eventually for sure.
All right. Well, we're very excited to have you in the book. So when we have you in the book, how can people reach you there?
You know what? Maybe I need to get my socials going a little bit more. I'm learning as I go that people that
So let me give you a hint. May I? Because the audience may want to hear this as well. The hint is
absolutely.
LinkedIn.
I
Is
don't
LinkedIn,
have a LinkedIn.
but that's a great one because that's a professional. It's a way to reach you. It's a way for you to actually conduct business and to recruit and to
Yeah,
have opportunities. So it's a straight up business social media tool.
for sure. I will get that going. And yeah, for now it's just email. And my name is Tessa Thompson. I'm on Facebook. So
Okay, so you are on Facebook, but
I
Facebook
am.
is
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
So what we want to do for the book is we want to have your email, maybe a website, and maybe your LinkedIn. Sound good?
for sure. Yeah, that sounds
All right. Thank you.
fantastic.
Thank you for
All
seizing the
right.
day.
Thank
Thank you for
you.
being here.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Awesome. Yeah.
All right. Next we have my sister, my director of events, my partner, someone who is making the dream come true of the Smile Channel. We have Tanisha Carroll out of Atlanta, coming to share how she sees the day. So Tanisha, a heartfelt welcome. You are such a blessing, and you are certainly the example of seizing the day. What we have achieved this day is, I would say, arguably something that some people don't even seize in 5 years. I mean, it's extraordinary. You've had about 300 events this month, roughly,
Yeah.
and managing a lot more speakers than that, like maybe 5 times that.
Right.
So, yeah, congratulations. I just want to say you are the rock, you are the soul sister, you are the peace, you are the harmony of the Smile Channel and Perfect Publishing. I'm so happy that I get to introduce you today and say thank you. And you are certainly the person I can say is an example of how you seize the day with a smile.
Well,
Have
thank
fun.
you. I appreciate that. Well, good afternoon, good evening. I am Tanisha Carroll, and I am a mom. I am a wife. I am a friend. Most importantly, I am a woman who is about her assignment. And when I think about seizing the day, I think about alignment. And I feel like alignment and assignment go together because it's not about grinding, it's not about pressure, it's not about the intensity to get it done. It is about knowing who you are in God and knowing that He has a purpose and a plan for your life, and it is your responsibility to make that purpose and that plan come to life. So when I wake up in the morning, it's not about getting all those things done. It is about, God, you go first. Not my emotions, not my ambition, not even my to-do list, but it's about Him. It's about the fact that He has created every day, and every day must align with who He has created me to be and why He created that day for me. And so when I seize the day, it starts with agreement, agreeing with God's word, agreeing with His promises, and agreeing with who He says that I am. Because the truth is, if I don't start my day with agreeing with Him, then I might start my day in a place of fear, in a place of anxiety, in a place of frustration. And so that fear and that frustration might try to tell me that I'm not enough, or that I don't have time, or that I'm too late. But it's not true, because God says that I'm a chosen creature. I'm a chosen generation. I'm a royal priesthood. It says that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. It says that His grace is sufficient for me. And so when I think about agreeing with God each day, it starts with the choice. And we all have this choice. We have the choice to choose fear or choose faith, to choose agreement or to choose disagreement. And so when I agree with God, I walk differently. I speak differently. I respond differently. And I even wait differently. And that's probably one of the most difficult things to do, even when you're seizing the day, because as you seize the day, you have to know when it is time to go and when it is time to stop, when it is time to wait. Because everything is not for now. Some things you are preparing for later. And so I have to, some of the things that I've learned when it comes to seizing the day, it's about savoring the moment. It's about getting back time, or using my time wisely, really. Making the time count. The time that I spend with my family, the time I spend with my friends, the time that I spend working, the time that I spend resting, the time that I spend, and the amount of times that I choose to say no, and the time where I choose to say yes, because I get to choose. And I get to savor every yes, but I get to savor every no, because my no costs and my yes is even more expensive. So when I think about seizing the day, I think about giving my yes to something and what that costs me. And am I willing to pay the price for the yes? Because if I say yes, then I'm not just giving one moment in time. I'm giving all of who I am to what I am doing. If I say yes, then I'm giving my attention, I'm giving my love, I'm giving my gratitude, and I am giving the fullness of my gifting and my talents to whatever I give my yes to. And I want people to value my yes just as much as I do. Sometimes seizing the day means moving on or moving away. Sometimes it means resting. Sometimes it means being silent. And sometimes it means speaking up boldly. So we have to make the most of every moment. And I have to ask myself, is what I'm doing honoring God? Does it align with who He called me to be? And will it matter years from now? And if the answer is yes, then it's a go for me. I can lean into that. I can pursue that. But if it's no, then I have to let that go. So I want to just encourage you that you would take the moment and you would take the time to decide what is your yes worth? And are you willing to pay the price? And what is your no worth? Because giving a no, no is a complete sentence. It requires no explanation and it requires no extra. I don't have to say no because it's just no. At the core of it, it is about trust. It's about trusting that if God has given me this day, He also has given me grace for the day. Trusting that what feels small may be significant. Trusting that obedience today could unlock something amazing tomorrow. And so I have to seize the day by starting with prayer and connecting with the one who created me, by speaking life over myself, by choosing gratitude, by moving in purpose and not pressure, and ending every day thanking Him for walking with me, not just walking beside me, but going ahead of me and guiding me and being behind me, protecting me. It's an opportunity every single day. And every single day, you have the opportunity to choose your assignment and to be divinely connected and appointed for such a time as this, so that I don't just survive the day, but I seize it. Thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Dr. Smiley.
Well, people were like saying, you need to go back up there and thank her. And I said, no. And I said, no, I know. I know I do. And so it was a different type of no. Anyway, I know you're great and I know you seize the day and you are not just a great host and partner, but you are the right message. That was a beautiful message. And you are divine. You live a divine life. And I know we kid around a lot, but that's probably the most important part of why we are connected. We both live and understand the divine life.
For sure. For sure. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, Tisha. Have a great night. So next we have another wonderful voice, an angel voice, and a new partner and a friend who's creating an amazing day on March 8th, International Women's Day. And she has an International Women's Magazine, so she was a natural fit for seizing the day with a woman's voice. So thank you for being a voice today. I understand that you want to trim your 44-minute presentation on seizing the day down a little bit.
Just a little.
So this is your birthday week, so you get whatever you want. So I think seizing the birthday is going to amazing places. And I want to thank you on the air for introducing me to Helen, Georgia. Helen, Georgia, a big shout out to you. You have actually seized the town. You've seized the tourist attraction. And they took a town that was just really a place to get gas and a Coke and a soda. And they turned into a tourist attraction that's the longest holiday in the United States. It's 2 months of Oktoberfest. And I want to encourage everyone to go to Helen. And because of Angel, Perfect Publishing is looking at From Helen to Rome as a publishing book tour. So Angel, the floor is yours. I want to also acknowledge you that you don't just seize the day, you do it with humility and grace. You have helped make this day huge, as well as the International Women's Day. It was so much fun to reach my phone and say, I have to reach this person. I go, I don't know this person. I look her up and I, Angel France. And you have the most amazing team. So you can appreciate this compliment. Seize the team that inspires you to be great. And so you have a great team. I'm so happy that you are part of our day-to-day. The floor is yours, the stage is yours. Have fun.
Thank you. Hey guys, so excited to be here. Let's talk about Carpe Diem and seizing the day. It sounds bold. To me, it sounds really bold. Maybe even a little dramatic. However, honestly, it's the whisper that's been tapping at your heart forever, really. Because dreams, that's really what seizing the day is all about, is your dreams. They usually don't arrive with the fireworks and all the confetti that's going with them. I only wish that happened. That would make me super excited. They arrive usually quietly. They sit patiently, sometimes for years, just waiting for things to happen, and sometimes even for decades. For me, one of those dreams showed up over 20 years ago. It was a vision that I had tucked away deep inside my heart. I didn't have the roadmap. I didn't even have the resources to make it happen. I didn't even have the confidence yet, but it was a dream that was put in my heart. I dreamed of owning an international magazine for women, a place where female entrepreneurs wouldn't have to shrink who they are, wouldn't have to hustle for the permission or wait to be chosen. I wanted a platform where others could be seen, celebrated, and positioned as the powerhouse that they truly already are. And like so many others, I did what we're taught to do. I put that dream on a shelf. I handled life like we usually do. I built businesses. I showed up for everyone else, just not for my dream. The thing is, that's really great. Dreams don't expire and they don't mature. And one day, I realized something that just totally changed everything. I didn't seize the day. That dream just stayed a wish. That moment, that decision is what birthed Female Entrepreneurs Magazine. Not from perfection, not from having it all figured out. Trust me, every month I find something I want to change. It came from courage and from alignment and from choosing to say, today is the day. I'm going to seize this day. Carpe diem isn't about doing everything all at once. It's about honoring that nudge. It's about taking the step that moves your dream from your heart into the world. And that's why International Women's Day on March 8th feels so truly personal for me, because this isn't just a celebration, it's a reminder, a total reminder that you and I are still rising. We're still building, still claiming space that we know we own and we can seize the day with. I'm beyond excited to be a part of this global movement, standing alongside women who are ready to stop waiting and start positioning themselves for visibility, authority, and impact. If you've ever had a dream that's followed you, if there's something you know you are meant to create, I know there is. We all have something. And if you're tired of watching others live boldly, well, you just stay in the background. It happens. I get it. I've done it. This is your sign. This is your carpe diem moment. I would absolutely love for you to join us for International Women's Day, to step onto a visibility virtual stage designed to elevate your voice and your story. Don't wait another year. Don't wait another moment. Don't keep that dream on the shelf anymore. I want you to seize the day with us. So go ahead and sign up now at app.perfectpublishing.com/Women's Day. Because the dream in your heart, it didn't choose you by accident. So seize that dream, seize that day, and make it happen for you. And we are here to support you 100% and to have you part of International Women's Day. I want to thank you. I want to thank Perfect Publishing for having us be a part of this and to actually just have fun and know that you all can seize the day with the wonderful woman herself as well, Miss Beth Robbins.
Thank you, Angel. And yes, that dream in your heart, it chose you. And now it's yours to seize. Beautiful message. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be able to get to know you today in sharing this experience. You are a seize the day kind of gal. You're in the tribe.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And now it is my honor to bring up a wonderful speaker. I'm so excited to welcome her to this platform. Today, we're going to hear from Lisa Nicole. Lisa Nicole is a consultant and coach who believes life is always inviting us into something more. She empowers people to say yes to living the life that they love now, and to say, and to all that is still to come. Through her yes and philosophy, she helps audiences recognize their inherent value, trust the inner nudge of their soul, and move boldly instead of waiting for someday. Her keynote, awaken courage, clarity, and the confidence to become a fuller expression of who they are meant to be. I welcome you, Lisa Nicole, to the stage. I've been waiting for this day for weeks to share this opportunity with you. And now, my friend, the stage is yours.
Thank you so very much. I'm so grateful to be here, and what an honor. And as someone who once hesitated to step into her power, holding back from fully owning and expressing her authentic self because fear, limiting beliefs, and other people's opinions felt overwhelming, I spent a long time shrinking and very little time seizing the day. I don't look small on the outside, but internally I question myself constantly. Yet I always knew there was more for me, more voice, more purpose, and more expression. But I kept waiting for confidence, for clarity, for certainty, and for permission. And then one day I realized that no one was coming to hand me that permission. I had to decide that I was worthy and to give myself permission to live as my authentic self. Again, I am Lisa Nicole, and I am passionate about empowering people to truly believe in their own value and worth so that they can seize each day and to do it with a smile. Because we all deserve to live lives that we absolutely love, not someday, but now. I've been asked to share how I seize each day with a smile. And for me, it begins with the very small moments. So first, every morning when I notice that I'm waking up, I generate gratitude. It's not a long list, it's simply a decision. Before my mind begins to race, before the to-do list begins to roll around in my head, I choose gratitude because gratitude aligns me with my value and my worth. It reminds me that I am not behind, I am not lacking. I am here on purpose, and that shift changes how I enter the day. Second, I gently repattern the noise. Yes, doubts still show up, but instead of believing every thought, I notice them. And then I ask, is this actually true? Or is it simply just an old story? And then I choose a thought that supports who I am becoming. Life is a beautiful journey of discovery and of becoming. And this is leadership. It's not about eliminating fear, but guiding it. And thirdly, I don't chase my dream, I come from it. Every day I ask, if I were already living in alignment with my purpose, how would I show up today? And then I take one small inspired action from that place, because anytime and every time we ask the question, what can I do today in service of my dream? We do receive an answer. And it doesn't have to be a big step, it just has to be aligned. That is how we become participants in our very own lives and not simply become or remain spectators in our own lives. And that is where the smile comes from. So, if you have been shrinking, overthinking, convincing yourself that staying small is safer, allow this to be your moment. Decide that the noise no longer gets to lead, but you do. You are allowed to take up space. You are allowed to want more. You are allowed to live a life that feels fully expressed. I want to encourage you and empower you to seize each day with a smile, not because everything is perfect, but because you have decided to participate in creating your life, because you are absolutely worthy of living a life that you absolutely love. And if this resonates with you or speaks to you in any way, then I know that I have served my purpose, and that puts the smile on my face. So I want to again encourage you and empower you to seize each day with a smile, to give yourself permission to quiet the noise and to live authentically, because you know what? We are designed to want more. We are grateful right now, right here where we are. We say yes to all of the wonderful things in our lives now, and we say and to all of the beautiful, wonderful things that want to come in, and that your spirit is guiding and nudging you to experience and to create. You are the creator of your life. And so, again, if any of this resonates with you, I would absolutely love to connect. You can follow my Instagram or Facebook. My handles are right there on my background. And just again, thank you so much for this opportunity. You are worthy.
Yes, and you are as well, my friend. And I have one thing to say for you, and so it is.
So it is. Yes,
Yes,
and
and
amen.
yes, yes, and you're speaking my language. We come from the same place, cut from the same cloth. I want to thank you so much for your enthusiasm, and you're just saying yes and leaning into this opportunity. It means the world to me that you chose to do this and that you are seizing this seize the day with a smile movement as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, Beth, so very
I
much.
appreciate you. Thank you. So our next guest today is Dame Dr. Lillian Walker. She is our next speaker, and for the last couple decades, she has built up a following of millions around the world as a direct result of uncommon improvements. She's spoken on the same stage as Dr. Oz, Les Brown, Bruce Lipton, and is the go-to person as a global health expert. Ranked in the top 100 globally, recognized and known for repatterning the brain from physical and emotional trauma using cutting-edge methods. Ignited when her 11-year-old son almost died of Guillain-Barré syndrome. Note, she's not an MD. She has a PhD in metaphysics and is clinically certified in numerous integrative holistic modalities. She's honored of being knighted in the 1100-year-old Order of Hospitallers and is a dame and shares a Luminary Award with Sir Richard Branson. Proud mother of 3 successful adult children, loves to travel, cycle, and paddleboard, awarded a Global Presidential Director Award, the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Award, speaks yearly at the London Power Forum, is featured weekly on radio shows like Hamilton Radio, works closely with the Implants, Truth Survivors Committee, a nonprofit. Who here is serious about your health? A prime practitioner, not a spectator in the game of life. Please help me welcome Dame Lillian Walker.
So I wanted to let you know I'm not Dame Lillian, and I am actually calling her because I think there was a mishap that she was in the attendee area. So we're going to have the other the next speaker come up. I'm going to try and reach her right now so we can get her in. Okay.
So we have Lisa Dugan Van Slyke. Well,
Yes, very good.
Lisa Van Slyke, welcome to the stage. It is my honor to introduce you now. So Lisa is a speaker, author, and trainer, teaching people how to stop the spiral when life blindsides them. Oh my. She's a woman who has rebuilt her life more times than she can count. And today she's here to share how one small moment can change the direction of your entire day. This is Seize the Day. Welcome to the platform. Lisa, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Lisa Van Slyke. I'm also known as the Lisa V. I do teach people how to stop the spiral when life blindsides you, and I do that by using my 3 moves rule. I'm a speaker, a writer, a coach, and a woman who has rebuilt her life more times than I can count. I've juggled long commutes, caregiving of my children, and now my elderly parents. I've dealt with burnout and the pressure of trying to keep everyone else afloat while I was losing myself in the process. I'm also someone who decided that if I'm going to live this life, I'm going to live it on purpose. And that's what brought me here today. I do want to show people that reclaiming your day doesn't require perfection. It just requires one moment of reclaiming your power. For a long time, my days didn't feel like something to seize. They actually rather felt like something that I had to survive. I was running from job to job, managing a whole bunch of chaos, providing care to those who depended on me, and I also found myself starting over and over and over and over again. There were many days where I didn't rise and shine. Instead, I rose and avoided, too deep in survival mode, afraid that if I faced the things that I didn't want to see, that I would actually fall apart. One morning at 5 a.m., when I was sitting in my car in the middle of a breakdown, not wanting to go to work, I caught myself thinking, if this is my life, I need to do something, just something that I can control. And I did something. I took a really deep breath. I told myself that it's always worked out and that it's going to be okay. And then that moment of peace, I actually smiled. It was very simple. I didn't fix anything in that moment, and I didn't feel that much better, but there was a moment of belief in the words that I chose, and I decided that I was going to smile. That moment interrupted my spiral, and that smile became my pattern break. It became the way of telling my nervous system that we're not doing chaos today, that we're going to do clarity. This entire structure became the foundation of my 3 moves rule, which is a system that I implement when life seems to knock me off course. Seizing the day isn't about forcing yourself into a state of positivity. Seizing the day is about reclaiming the driver's seat. Sometimes the bravest, boldest thing you can do is choose to smile, and you can choose to say, I'm still here and I'm steering my day, not the other way around. If this resonated with you, if you want tools that help you stop the spiral, reclaim clarity under pressure, and show up stronger in your everyday life, please connect with me. I would love to stay connected. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook at my handle, The Lisa V, or you can also visit my website with the same name. I'd like to speak to organizations and teams on helping them figure out how to stop the spiral and figure out how to take that deep breath and smile. And if you're someone who's been spiraling lately, please know this. You don't have to fix your whole life to seize the day. You just have to take one small, powerful breath, reclaim your power, and then smile.
Thank you, Lisa, very much for your message of Season a Day. So how can people connect with you?
You can find me on Facebook and Instagram at The Lisa V. You can also go to my website, thelisav.com. And I'm starting a new Substack where you can find me by the same name, The Lisa V, as well.
Seize the Substack, basically. Yes. Well, thank you for being part of Seize the Day. And we look forward to hearing and supporting you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, and our next person is, I think, possibly Beth. Beth, are you joining in the mix? I think we have our final countdown, as Europe would say. So we are at 21 hours and 10 minutes. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. Actually, I can believe it. As you can see, I'm wearing glasses now and a hat. So both my hair and my eyes are a little weary. I
Well,
don't
my
have a
hair,
5 o'clock shadow going though.
my hair was tired, so I let it go.
Yeah, well,
So
yes.
we have some amazing speakers still left to go, and we have I believe Kenny's going to be reading for us soon. We have your book. He's going to be reading a couple more of your books. So what's next though? I know we're
Well,
both
I
in the.
think I would love to welcome Kenny now if he's ready to read
He
for us.
just got back from Boy Scouts, so I know he's changing. So
Okay.
if you'll talk about why you did the books, and let me see if I can get him ready to go. He's going to read probably the third book right now, right?
I
Or
think
the
it's is it the third book or is it
he
the
might
fourth book?
no,
I
it's the
think it's
fourth and
the
fifth, but I think he's going to read the second book again.
Oh,
He
okay.
he didn't
So
show the cover that day, so that
okay.
he hopped and skipped the cover. So I asked him because I want clean videos of each one.
Okay, well, I want to say, don't go changing to try to please me. I could
You know,
sing.
Billy Joel also did that song. You
He
could sue him.
did. Wow. I thought it was mine.
I think it is. That's what I'm trying to say. All right,
Well,
so seize
I
the
would love to
song,
talk about the children's books. Why did I write them? Because Kenny's going to come on
and I'll be back
soon
in 3
to
minutes.
talk about
Yep,
it.
you got it.
Oh, first of all, I wrote them because Dr. Ken said, you know what? I think that you need to write these books for kids. So kind of the theme is when Dr. Smiley says, hey, I have a great idea, you say, all right, I'm in. And I think that I paused for a moment and I remember saying, well, what age group? And he instantly said, fourth grade and up. And I thought, wow, that's exactly perfect because that is that age where the world gets more complicated. And our kids are like in that tween. They're hopefully not on social media yet, but they're just trying to sort out who they are. Where's their tribe? It's kind of like playing dress up. They're trying on different things. Which crowd do I feel most at home with? And there's also shifts in friendships that get kind of weird and wonky. You had your core group in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, and then all of a sudden people start expressing different interests. And it's like, oh wow, you're my besties and you're all going over here, but I really want to be in band. And now you're telling me that's weird. And so I'm like, do I go to band or okay, I'll go with my friends. And I remember asking this, I put it out on social media. Do you remember when you were 13 and the things that you said no to? The reasons that you dimmed your light because you wanted to stay with your crowd, you wanted to fit in, you wanted to not stand out. And that's a time where you kind of mute your clothes, you walk hunch forward sometimes. And I really wanted to have these books as an empowering message that you could read in the privacy of your bedroom and maybe identify with some of these characters. Bullying, girls that are in kind of cliques. We have one girl, Layla, who pretty much grew up overseas, and she's marching into her first day of school at 13 years old in an American school. She has no idea what she's in for. And her culturally was raised differently. And so it was sort of a little bit of a shock. And she put on the armor of seizing the day with kindness, knowing that that would be the key to unlock hearts. And it was a little bit of a journey, but what it ended up doing is she befriended someone who needed encouragement because she needed courage to step out of her friend's circle to do something bold and brave, something that had been tugging on her heart that she'd always wanted to do. And it was Layla coming in, seizing the day with kindness to give that gift to Caitlin to seize her day with courage. And that's how these books are woven. There's 5 in the series so far. So you meet young Kenny that we heard about in book 1, who he's got kind of a rough day ahead. And he catches his glimpse in the mirror, and he's got the toothpaste sort of hanging out, and his hair is all over the place. And he kind of gives himself this little smile. And it's not a hero smile, but it's a smile like, okay, I got this. And he felt better. That smile made him feel better. And intuitively, he began to smile more at school. He smiled at the grumpy bus driver. He smiled at teachers and kind of thinking, well, this smile thing's working. Maybe it'll make the math test easier. And he faces some challenges throughout his day that were planned and unplanned. But it was the smile that got him through the day. And that smile had a ripple effect that landed all the way across the world in Africa. And that's what this is about. It's teaching kids that they have the same choices we do as adults. You know, we can choose to be worried about what's going on at work, or worried about what's going on in our friend circle, or whatever. We can choose that, or we get to choose patience, love, kindness, forgiveness. All of those things are our choices. So we know that as adults, we just kind of bury it. And that's the point of this message for all of us, is that we have that choice. But the books for these kids is, yeah, you have the same choice. You get to seize the day. You get to choose how you're going to greet it. And that's why I wrote the books. I said, you know, it started with you, Dr. Smiley, saying, I think you should do it. And I said, all right. And then we came up with this age group, and I'm sticking to it. I just think this is a really important time in life. And gosh, if we can get a hold of those little hearts and minds, and to remind them that they're still kids, that their imagination and their thought matters, and that they have choices. They have choices about their emotions and their feelings and how they act and react. They don't have to follow the crowd. They can be the leader.
Well, I'm going to get very vulnerable and confess something.
Uh-oh.
I was selfish. I wanted to do the children's books because my son needed them, and I wish that I'd had those books when I was a kid at his age, and I knew what a difference those books would make. And I knew your message about Season of the Day was about leadership and about kindness and smiles. And so that was me requesting and hoping that you understood the request was going to change the world. So I'm glad you did.
Thank you. I did indicate I took a pause, you know, and it wasn't a long pause. It was a minute or two, but it was that it was important, and it became important to me.
It's what Tanisha talked about and a couple other people today, is step back and don't answer the question and let it resonate, whether it's a yes or a no, and how the yes is aligned with you and balanced with you and creating your new future. And I think Kenny's getting close. He wants to get his hair perfect. Unlike me, I don't have to really. And Paul McFadden's going to be up soon. He doesn't have to do a lot of hair. He has to do a lot of polish because he wants it to shine like I do. So we're all there. So I have a little prep for you. Okay. Kenny's had a long day. He's had piano lessons. He has had Boy Scouts. It's 9:30. And here's the request. I would like you to interview him for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes, whatever the time is, about how he sees the day. I'd like him to not go into a presentation mode, but more into a friendly interview mode with you.
Sure.
Okay. And then I'd like him to read Courage and the 5th book, which is
Leadership.
And I wanted to end with leadership because
we've got courage. We've got, yes, courage and leadership.
I want him to read the last 2. And he read Superpower, and I think he missed the cover, which I just wanted him to read it again. So in the video's clean, but he did do a beautiful job reading the Superpower book.
He did a fabulous job. So you would like me to interview Kenny for 9 minutes?
He's in the day.
Or
No, 4 to 9, just somewhere in that range. No time limit. And just I think he's coming in here with a Seize the Day presentation that would be I guess more partnership level than
I
just
gotcha.
slowing it down. Yeah.
And then
So
when
Kenny,
we're through, he's going to read Seize the Day with
and then
Courage, and then right
yeah,
after
so then
that,
we're
Seize the Day with
yeah,
Leadership.
so you'll come in and introduce him. Oh yeah, he's right here, and he's got his. Let's see who smiles first. Let's see who smiles. Are you ready? All right. This is Beth Robbins, and the person who wrote the first book, Seize the Day with a Smile. Let me get you closer to the screen. All right, and she's going to do a 4 to 5 minute interview with you about how you seize the day, and then she's going to exit and allow you to read that book. And you know do that, and then she's going to come back and thank you, and I'll set up the next book while you're doing it. Okay. Go.
Wait, right now?
Right now.
Oh.
Well, right now it's just you and I. And I haven't seen you since we were at the authors conference in Nashville, Tennessee. That was almost a year ago.
Yeah.
And a lot's happened in that year. And you are somebody that so many people admire. I want you to remember, how many books have you written already?
14.
14. Do you have a favorite?
Probably my joke book, because it just, no, I don't, the writing not my favorite, but I just like the experience.
I bet it was fun putting it together.
Yeah.
I will say that your dad shared one of your jokes. It was about the one, why did the chicken cross the road? Do you remember that from your...
Why did the rabbit?
Oh, was it a rabbit? He said it was a chicken because I was having chicken soup.
Oh, was it a chicken?
I don't know which one it was. It was a rabbit. It was a rabbit.
Yeah, it was a rabbit.
Well, why? Why did it cross the road?
Got stuck to a car's wheel.
Yeah. Yeah, that was as I was eating my chicken soup.
Okay.
But speaking of all of that, you're writing, you had piano lessons, you were at Boy Scouts, you have a full life. And I'm just curious at your age. You're a mature young guy. And I'm just curious, what do you do to seize the day? Is there something special that you do when you wake up in the morning, or are you like, let's go? Is there a mindset that you put on in order to seize the day?
It's mostly a mindset. If I seize the day, some days, like when I'm upset, I don't seize the day, but I like do my best to seize the day, and I cheer myself up, and usually just like 30 minutes probably.
Okay.
And try to and then people say that actually I don't know. They just say that my smiles are contagious, like you said in your book.
Yeah. They are. And there's a ripple effect. You don't know, like you could be having a bad day and you choose to smile and then you smile at somebody else. It's a ripple effect and you have no idea. Like they could have been having a really bad day too. And then you smile at them and it changed the whole day. Or maybe you shared a joke, whatever it is. But you know, when you make that choice, it feels different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you ever wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Do you know that expression?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I did. I do.
And if your bed is up against the wall, it hurts.
I never heard that one.
So this is this is the voice coming down from Seize the Day, and I want to say, I'm going to ask a question you may not ask. You wrote the first book, Seize the Day with a Smile, and used Kenny as the character. Tell why you did that, and Kenny, how did you feel about that?
It was the obvious choice. I'm looking for names, and my first character was a boy, and I had met you, and you inspired me. You inspired this character, to be honest. We didn't draw him like you, but you're a happy guy, and you just take life as it comes, and you seize opportunities, and and you're your own person already. It's like, hey, Kenny, would you love to do this? And it's yes or it's no. And you know what it feels like. That was the question I was asking. What does it feel like when you're having a great day or maybe you were having a not so great day and then you made a choice, whether it was to smile or whatever it is you do to pull yourself out of it. You said it takes about 30 minutes. Maybe it's playing the piano and that takes you out of your wonky mindset of today was bad, and then you start jamming on the piano. Oh wow, I feel better. So I was just curious, like those are the things that you do innately. Granted, you have a great role model in your dad, but you choose that. You already know that you don't have to feel bad all day long just because of something that happened. You can say, well, this doesn't feel good at all, and you can change your mindset, which is what you said at the beginning. So you inspired me because of who you are to name the very first character of the Seize the Day with a Smile book series after Kenny. You are the hero of the book. How does that feel?
It feels good. I feel like very appreciated. And I feel grateful. So
So
thank
I
you.
have a curious question. You saw in the back of the book, I put I am statements. Have you ever done that where you have like maybe look at yourself in the mirror, you need a little pep talk for the day and say, I'm good at math or I'm a great piano player or anything like that?
I think about it, and yeah, usually it's not like it. I usually think about my pros and cons of what I am at something.
So what's your strongest pro? Like I am what? What would be your biggest one?
I am independent.
Ooh, that's a good one. How about another? Give me your top three.
Independent, determination, and I'm guessing I don't know what it's called, but being able to know what someone's feeling, wants to do, or what they're thinking.
So we call that empathy.
Okay, empathy.
So when you're an empathetic person, you almost feel somebody else's energy. You know what you kind of know what they're thinking, but you also know what they're feeling. You're very in tune with somebody else's mindset, what their emotions are going through. And that's a big wow to know that about yourself, because that is a great quality in a human being. It's a great quality as a friend, as a son, and down the road, as a husband or a father, all of those things. That empathy is showing compassion. And you can't hide that. You can't stuff it down. If you're an empathetic person, that is a gift. And that you know that already right now. High five to that. Excellent. So we have the IMs, your strongest three. I don't put energy on cons. So I just say, you know what? That was then, this is now. So you said, well, I know there's things that I'm really good at and things that I'm not so good at. Don't put any energy on the things that you feel like you're not so good at. And there's a three-word thing you can put on it is up until now. Like I would say, I'm not great at technology. And then I'd add up until now. Because I'm saying now, okay, well, in the past, I wasn't very good at technology, but now I'm seizing the day to learn it and to embrace it and to start to love it again. So that's something that's a mindset shift for you. That's a hard word to say. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
I don't think you have any weaknesses, Kenny. You've written 14 books. Are you going to write more?
I want to do more like, even though I said I'm independent, I would rather like do collaborations with other people than make my own book.
Okay. So if you were going to collab on a book, what kind of book? Would it be fiction? Would it be a how-to book? What resonates with you?
It would be something that I would really feel like a kid would enjoy reading it, because I know that some of my books, like, they're really like trivia facts, and I know that since I'm a kid, I know that other kids, they wouldn't just spend their time like reading a lot of that. So, but I want to use it as educational. so that they could like learn new things and be the smartest in the room.
That's cool. So your friends, the kids that you hang out with, what kind of books do they read?
Most of them read like hmm. A lot of my friends don't actually read. So
That's
yeah.
Are you the only one who's a reader? And I'm gonna guess you're a really good reader. Like you enjoy books?
It depends what book. I don't know what it's like, but there's like some books that are like my type of book that I like, but I still don't like them. But there's some books every now and then that I actually really like, but it's like varies, and I don't have like a specific type anymore.
So I'm guessing you read Harry Potter.
No, I haven't. I haven't
You
watched any
haven't read Harry
movies
Potter?
or Star
Oh my
Wars
goodness.
or whatever. Like things that a lot of other kids have read.
I think you would love Harry Potter. I don't know about Star Wars, but those books take you to a different place. And I'm curious if you love to use your imagination when you read. Like when you read, do you see yourself as the character? Or do you imagine what the character looks like? So if you're reading a book that doesn't have pictures like mine, do you imagine what that character looks like, or do you put yourself in the situation ever?
I just go through first person, third person perspectives until I understand what's happening, or I just like I don't if I was gonna read Potter, I know that there's like movies, so I just watch part of the movie to figure out what it looks like so I can have a better imagination than that.
Ah, okay. Well, I recommend reading it before you see the movies because the
Yeah.
books are way better. That's really what it says. But I was just curious if you were a fiction guy, science fiction, but or just the funny. Are you a comedy kind of guy, or are you like a how about The Hobbit? Have you been
I never read
introduced
The
to The
Hobbit.
Hobbit?
He
Okay.
does not like comedy. He does not like anything that has to do with being funny.
He doesn't like to laugh, right? His first book is a
So
joke book.
he's not giving an important shout out to two people. He has Susie Pruden,
Oh yeah, Susie
and
Pruden.
he's doing a
Yeah.
book on how 15 steps on how to do your children's book.
Oh
And
my gosh.
what I love about it, most of it's business. It's how to set up your website, how to set up your social channels, how to do all the things that actually make your book into the world, right? And he wrote the book
Okay.
quicker than every adult that was in the he wrote it so quickly. I still haven't finished mine. He finished his.
Okay, well, there you go.
There you go.
Challenge,
Mine's
challenge
not finished.
throwdown.
I'm on chapter 1. He finished all 15 chapters. So the
So,
next
so you've
one,
got one collab. What's the other collab?
uh,
Oh yeah, Jodie Martin, Soldier Mom.
yeah. So it's Soldier Mom. So they tell him the story about the Boy Scout.
So it's a basically a autobiography, like mix, and I really like it because it seemed like something you could I don't know, it's like a very good hmm.
I'll help,
It's
and then
been a
you
while,
tell me.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, help
So
me.
he's a Boy Scout. Jody Martin's a Girl Scout, and they become friends. And then they find out later in life that they both served in the military, and
Oh,
that the journey
cool.
of their Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts caused them to be better leaders, which naturally gave them more patriotism and the ability to serve in a good way. But kind of accurate.
Wow.
That's like it.
That's
So
super
he's got,
cool.
and Jody Martin said, I want to write a book with Kenny. So that'll be her 15th book. And I think maybe his 15th or 16th. Depends on what order they come out in. So,
High five. That's awesome. Well,
so he has a book to read. He has a book to read for you.
I know. I was just getting there, but first I wanted to thank you, Kenny, for already reading the first three of these books. You did a fabulous job, and I was telling someone who came on after you, like it means so much to me as the author because I know how the stories were written in my mind, and when I write the words, and then to hear somebody, a kid, reading them with your inflection, your interpretation, it really it made it come alive for me. So I want to thank you for doing that. That was really special for me. And I know that I believe you are going to now read Seize the Day with Courage. And this, just so you know, is my story when I was 13. So you have that in your head. I
Can you see what
was
shirt he's wearing?
Caitlin.
Okay.
You, by the way, you both win every day when you smile. So he's wearing the shirt that he wore for the smile shirt, for the smile book too.
Awesome.
Okay,
So,
Right.
Kenny, are you queued up? We've got Seize the Day with
queued up.
Courage.
Yep. Once you exit, he's going to cue it and he will read it. And no, don't forget to introduce yourself because it'll be a separate video.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you later.
Okay. Mhm. So I'm Kenneth James Rashawn III. I'm an author of 14 books. I play piano, cello, soccer, and basketball. And this is called Seize the Day with Courage. It's written by Beth Robbins, someone who inspires people every day and changes the world in multiple ways. This is book 4 of the series. Caitlin Wu is 13 years old and already has big dreams for her life. The problem is that it feels like many of her friends don't think out of the box like her. Caitlin wants to have a big career singing in a band. She's a bit shy telling her friends what she wants to do because she's afraid that they will tell her the crazy idea. Maybe they would tell her that no one from their town is doing anything like that at all. Maybe they would tell her that she doesn't have the talent to do something so bold. Maybe they would tell her that she will probably fail. She knows her parents support her dreams, but she holds back for fear of looking ridiculous. So she plays it safe. She keeps it to herself until she meets Layla on the first day of school. Layla just moved here after living all over the world with her family. She had a completely different view on life stuff than anyone Caitlin has ever met. Caitlin had just discovered there's an audition to sing at a special assembly at school when Layla found her sitting under her favorite singing tree. She felt all twisted up because she wanted to audition really bad, but her head was telling her it was ridiculous. If she did it, her friends would find out about this side of herself she had kept hidden, but it would also be her first big chance to see if she could make it. Her head was telling her to play it cool, stay in the safety of not trying. Her heart was something else. It said go for it. She decided to sign up for tryouts. She would only be singing in front of the choir director and a few teachers anyway. Safe enough. She didn't tell any of her friends she was doing it except for her new friend Layla. Layla just seemed to have this energy of knowing it will all work out. When Layla heard about the audition, she gave Caitlin a necklace just like the one her noni gave her. It said Carpe Diem. Layla told her it meant seize the day, but she knew it would mean seize the courage to take to sleep. On the day of the audition, Caitlin stood outside the music room. Her fear said, "What if you're not good enough?" But a stronger voice from her heart said, "What if you are?" And then she remembered something Layla had told her that her noni had shared with her. It was about facing fear. You don't wait to be unafraid. You move with the fear. She touched the necklace, took a deep breath, and turned the handle of the door to enter the audition room. Her hands were shaking, but her choice was strong. The audition went really well, and the teachers were in agreement. She was the one who would sing at the assembly. Wait, what had she done? Now everyone was going to hear her sing. What if she forgot the words? What if her voice cracks? What if she faints on stage from fright? These were all the thoughts bubbling in her head. She could hear Layla's voice inside her head. There are always voices of fear in our heads, but like the fear of failure or what her friends might think. But when you're following a dream deep inside you, they start getting louder. And that means it's go time. And don't give in to that fear. Go for it. Caitlin knew this was her big moment, and she decided to listen to the voice of her intuition to drown out the fierce thoughts with the power of her voice as she rehearsed for the big day. She decided to keep this a secret from her friends, though. The day of the big assembly and Caitlin's debut finally arrived. She had rehearsed for a few weeks with her choir teacher and knew deep down she was ready, but she was definitely nervous. Her heart raced just thinking about singing in front of a crowd. The choir director, picking up on her nerves, reminded her, "Courage doesn't mean you're not scared. It means that you do it anyway, even if your voice trembles." Caitlin stood backstage with wobbly knees and a stomach full of butterflies. Her heart was pounding so hard she was sure everyone would hear it through the microphone. "You don't have to be the best," she whispered to herself. "You just have to be brave." Some of the kids in her grade were assigned backstage duties to make sure the assembly ran well. Caitlin was grateful she didn't know any of them. As she paced a bit to keep busy before it was time to go on, she accidentally knocked over a stool, and she didn't notice. In a swoosh, this guy from her class swooped in right to right the stool. "Whoa, where did that come from?" she thought. "Hey, I'm Noah, kinda new to the theater scene. I hope I didn't startle you. That was my bad. I put the stool right in the way of your pacing," he said jokingly. "You might be a little nervous. Heck, I would be too. But I know this to be true. You were chosen to sing this song. That means it's yours to sing with all of your heart. Now go do your thing." With that, Caitlin heard the introduction. It was time to step out onto that stage. The spotlight felt warm on her face as she looked into the crowd. She couldn't really make out any faces, and that was a good thing. It was so quiet, airily so. It was as if everyone was just so shocked to see that she was the surprise singer. They didn't know whether to gasp, laugh, or clap. Well, that's how it felt anyway. Her friends were completely blown away. Most of them couldn't even and didn't know that she could sing. Everyone was amazed and even excited to see her walk across the stage and take the mic in hand. Thankfully, the silence was broken as her choir teacher began to play the introduction to the song on piano. Caitlin took in a deep breath, closed her eyes, and envisioned herself on a big stage with her band getting ready to perform in front of 50,000 souls. It gave her confidence and goosebumps all at the same time. Ready, set, go. She looked across the stage and into the crowd. This was it. It was her moment to step into her spotlight, to seize her moment, to seize her day. As the music began to play, she closed her eyes. She took in another deep breath. This one felt powerful. She felt strong. She felt completely at home on that stage. Caitlin knew right then that this was going to be the first performance of a long and wonderful career as a professional singer. This was a pivotal moment for the rest of her life, one that she would never forget or regret. She set aside her fear that her friends would laugh. She took her shot. She didn't wait until she was an adult. She seized her day and the opportunity of a lifetime. Caitlin realized that this was way more important than what her friends thought. Her destiny was knocking on the door, and she answered it. Courage is more exhilarating than fear, and in the long run, it's easier. We do not have to become heroes overnight. Just one step at a time, meeting each other that comes up, seeing it is not as dreadful as it appeared, discovering that we have the strength to stare it down. Eleanor Roosevelt. And then here's tips to train your mindset. And that's the end of the 4th book of the Carpe Diem series. So and you could contact us at bookdrsmiley@gmail.com to contact my dad, Dr. Smiley, Ken Roshan. And yeah, thank you for listening.
And Beth will come back in a second.
Okay.
And what did you think of the book?
I thought it was good, yeah, especially since Beth told me that it was like her.
Do you ever
thought it was
do
cool.
you ever have fear?
Yeah.
So how's courage playing? I know Beth's gonna ask you some questions.
Okay.
Well, I was just, yeah, your honest review. You read that out loud, and can you identify with having that number one, fear of what your friends are going to say that you make such a bold choice. And then now you made the choice. Uh-oh, I got to show up and I got to get on stage. You probably have piano recitals. Do you resonate with any of that?
Yes, my first piano recital, I was very nervous, but on my second one, I wasn't so nervous at all, even though I didn't master the song. But this year, it felt different. I wasn't nervous, but my face like turned like a strawberry. I wasn't nervous. I knew I was gonna do good, and I did do. I believe I did like good, but I don't know why. But I just felt. Dad, you saw that, right? I was like very.
Amazing.
I know,
A
but I was like,
strawberry.
Yes, he was
yeah.
a strawberry.
Well,
And I
you know
was
what?
happy for Hannah.
You had adrenaline rushing because I'm going to tell you a secret. When you're nervous and those butterfly feelings, it's the same frequency, the same energy field as excitement. So you could say you were excited because you were prepared, right? You went in and you've done this before. You're a pro. You're a pro piano concertina maestros. And so you got this. So you turned into a strawberry because you were excited, right? And it's okay to be nervous too. I still get nervous.
So Beth, this is the heavens speaking down and just hearing that Kenny is going to be seizing the night with a pillow soon. And can you read leadership before you go to bed? You'll read leadership?
Yeah, I have a quiz tomorrow though.
I know he has a quiz. So he's going to read a 10-minute version of leadership, which will be a culminating piece for why he's in Boy Scouts. And why is leadership important to you?
I think, and not just to me, I think it's important for everybody because without leadership, the world wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have communities. We wouldn't have organization or civilization. Everything would be chaos. So that's why I think leadership is important.
You want to cue this?
Love that. All right.
Wait, hold.
So he's going to take a minute to cue that. I think it's when we're up. There it is.
Yeah, okay.
The fifth book. So he's
All
going to get
right.
ready, and then
I
you're
love
going
it.
to.
And it's a cold reading of Seize the Day with Leadership. We met our hero at the end of book 4. And I'm excited to hear you read this, Kenny.
Okay.
And thank all the speakers that are waiting for Kenny to finish this. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers, for waiting.
Okay.
Thank you, voice of Carpe Diem.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right. I'll leave the stage, Kenny. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, I'm Kenneth James Roshan the third. I'm an author of 14 books. I play piano, cello, I play soccer and basketball. This is part of the Carpe Diem series. It's the 5th book of it, and it's written by Beth Robbins, someone who changes the day. And if you'd like to contact us, it would be my dad, Dr. Smiley, Ken Roshan, at bookdrsmiley@gmail.com. So here it is, Seize the Day with Leadership. Noah stepped into 8th grade looking like he owned the school. He had grown to be almost a foot taller than his buddies. He had also done a lot of growing on the inside. He spent the summer at choir camp and met a whole new set of friends. He really liked getting to know kids who he normally wouldn't have met. It was that cute girl he met backstage at the all school assembly who talked him into giving it a try. Caitlin was her name. What a voice. She was really scared when they met, as she was going to go on stage and sing in front of the whole school. Even though her hands trembled, she had the sense about her that she had made this decision to go for it, to seize her moment, even doing it afraid. They talked after her performance, and she told him about the camp. Something about trying new and out of the box things that summer gave him a new perspective on seizing opportunities and not really caring about what his friends would think. They were all busy with their summer stuff anyways. He found out he really liked singing. He also came to understand that these choir kids were funny, smart, and fun. He always assumed that they were super weird and artsy, the kind of kids his friends would make fun of behind their backs. Track practice is wrapping up for the day, and Noah is relieved. The sun is setting, sweat dripping, and whistles blowing, signaling the end. Noah likes track, especially because most of his friends are on the team. However, even though he's winning sprints, he doesn't feel like a winner. That growth spurt made him feel like his legs aren't his own, sort of like a giraffe in gym shorts. As the kids are running back to the lockers, a few of his friends start teasing one of the new guys. His name is Samir. He's a quiet kid Noah knows from math class who walks with his head down and a hoodie pulled tight, almost like he's hiding. Some of the other kids join in on the teasing. Someone mocks his hoodie and pulls the strings really tight around his nose. Everyone laughs. Noah stays silent. His gut twists. He hates this part of the team culture. Noah wants to say something. He almost does. The words get stuck in his throat. He walks into the locker room with the rest of the guys, pretending not to notice how Samir stays behind, slowly gathering his things alone. That night, Noah lies awake thinking about it. He hears Caitlin's voice in his mind saying, "Sometimes you have to do it afraid." He remembers how nervous she was to sing and how brave she had been anyway. The next day at lunch, Noah sees Samir sitting at a table by himself. His usual table is loud with laughter and sports talk, but it feels different now. He walks past his friends and put his tray down to Samir. "Mind if I sit here?" Samir looks up, surprised. "Sure," he said quietly. They talk about math class and then about track. Turns out Samir used to run at his old school. He's fast. He just hadn't had the chance to show it yet. Noah listens, and for the first time, really sees him. Not as the quiet kid in the hoodie, but as someone worth knowing. After school at track practice, the teasing starts again, but this time, Noah steps forward. "Hey," he says, steady and clear, "that's not cool, knock it off." The laughter fades. A few of the kids look surprised. One kid shrugs and walks off. Noah turns to Samir. "You good?" Samir nods. "Yeah, thanks." That moment felt like a sprint. Heart pounding, legs shaky, but this time Noah felt like a real winner. It wasn't about being the fastest runner or the tallest guy in class. It was about choosing to lead even when it felt awkward or uncomfortable. Seizing the day doesn't always come with applause. Sometimes it's just a quiet moment of courage that changes everything for you and for someone else. That evening, Noah tells his mom what happened. She listens carefully and nods. "That takes guts," she says. "Real leadership isn't about being the loudest. It's about being brave when it counts." Noah smiles a little. It feels good to hear, but more than that, it feels right. The next day, Noah's friends ask why he sat with Samir. "He's actually pretty cool," Noah shrugs. "You'd know that if you talked to him." There was a long silence as no one seemed to know what to say. A couple of friends roll their eyes, but no one pushes it. One of them even mumbles whatever and changes the subject. Later that week, when their teacher announces a group project for social studies, Noah and Samir are partnered up, along with another boy who usually doesn't say much, named Mateo. At first, it's awkward, but when they start talking about ideas, Noah realizes something, that they make a good team. Samir is creative, Mateo is organized, and Noah, he's learning how to lead. They decided to make a presentation on heroes who changed the world by doing the right thing. They talk about people who stood up when it was risky, like Malala, Martin Luther King Jr., and even Greta Thunberg. As they work, Noah starts to feel proud, not just of the project, but of himself. When they present it to the class, Samir does the introduction. His voice shakes at first, but by the end, he's smiling. Mateo handles the timeline. Noah wraps it up. The class claps, and even a few of his old friends nod in approval. Afterward, Samir says quietly, "Thanks for including me. I've never done something like that before." "You were awesome," Noah says, seriously. That weekend, they all meet up at the park to run. It's not a team thing, it's just something they decided to do. For the first time in a while, Noah feels like he's in the right place with the right people. He glances at Samir, sprinting ahead, and smiles. Leadership, he's learning, isn't about being the best. It's about lifting others up so they can shine too. Monday morning, Noah walks into school feeling even taller, not from another growth spurt, but rather stronger from the inside out. He notices Samir talking to Mateo by their lockers. They're laughing. It's not just that Samir is standing taller now, it's that he belongs. Something inside Noah shifts, and this is what leadership feels like. Real, messy, and brave. And making space for others to shine. And here are ways to train your mindset. And again, if you, this is the book 5 of Seize the Day, written by Beth Robbins, and you can contact us at Book Dr. Smiley, my dad, and his name is Ken Rashan. Thank you for listening. Okay.
Thank you, Kenny. Meant the world to me. Now you have to go study for that quiz.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So say thank you.
Thank you.
So Beth, that was so beautiful to see my son read a book that actually is everything I want to teach him. So thank you.
Well, I read
salute
along
you.
with him.
I salute you with wearing this as well.
Thank you,
it's
sir.
it's so cool to hear the story that he lives. I mean, you wrote it, and just for the audience to hear, this is not a small task to write a series. It's quite a commitment, and this is half of her books at this point. And the more she gets supported, the more she's going to write the next 5. But she got one of the best artists in the world to do this book, and that artist believed in her so much. I won't even say, just it's a very valuable investment to make a book series this powerful.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sam Welty.
Yes. So how's it feel?
It feels like a breath of fresh air.
You
It
know,
feels, I was following along when Kenny was reading that. I was like, I've said it, I said it to him before. It rings differently when I hear a child read it. Like I felt like he was getting it, what I was saying, just the way that he read it. So it felt
yeah,
very,
he
very
got it
awesome.
before he read it, and then when he read it, he was sharing that feeling of experience.
Yeah, like I
And,
get this.
the craziest thing is that he's living what your books are portraying. He doesn't feel comfortable saying he's an author because he could be bullied, or he's an outcast, or he's not cool anymore. And it's funny, but the coolest kids don't care what you think about them. That's the
Right.
weirdest thing of all.
Yeah. And that's hard to embrace when you're 12, 13, 14 years old.
And the other one is that the ones at the bottom of the bully chain are the ones who typically rule the world.
One day, yeah.
So
They take that as strength to rise.
and ironically, it's because they seize the day. That's the irony of the entire thing. The nerd, and I say this with praise, not a categorization, but it is that they care about how they live every day, that they learn, that they live, that they are understanding, that they're connecting to what could make a difference. It's a very great, and it's a neat shift that if they weren't bullied, the people that bully wouldn't be humbled later, and they don't understand humility later when they get so powerful. It's a very interesting influx.
Yeah. Well, I'm so grateful for both of my Kens for seizing the day, for urging me to write the books, and believing in me and the power that these books contain, and giving me this platform to share them, to connect with people, to buy the books and buy them for your friends and kids, because they're important books. They really are.
Well, I know you have your share of legacies. You have your kids, you have now your grandma. And I just want to say, I can feel, because in wanting you to do this, I feel like I'm the godfather of this amazing series. And so
You are the godfather.
I'm very proud of this. I mean, this is quite an undertaking. Remember, I think you recall, I called you, I said, I didn't know I was going to spend about 40 plus hours finding this artist, but I found the right one. And it was because it was worth it. It was worth it to find that right one. So
yeah.
So we have some great speakers. We're at hour 22 out of 24.
22. We have a great speaker lined up.
Yeah, and the reason I'm wearing this hat is because I need to shave my head because it's getting really long up here.
Well, go take care of that. My hair is tired, so I'm wearing my hat. It's my fourth costume for seizing the night again, or I forget what we're
Twilight.
calling
The
this. Seizing
Twilight.
the twilight. Yes, I'm in the twilight of this 24-hour mega showcase, and
I
man,
do
we're
want
gonna
to. I know we're
finish
going to do this.
strong.
I know we're going to do this in 2 hours, but I just want to take 1 minute, only 1 minute, just to say, what a day! What a
What a
day at
day!
20. Amazing speakers, amazing hearts. My favorite thing was that I wanted to contact some people that said they got the wrong link or they needed some help, and I was like, they're not on my phone. Like I have so many new friends. I have
You have
so
new
many,
friends now.
and that's the weird thing about it is, are you looking for what is good all the time? Because if you are, you're seizing the day. So
There's
I'm
always
exiting.
something good.
I'm
Yes.
so glad that Kenny got to finish the series all five. That's
Me
amazing.
too. I hope he gets some good rest and aces his quiz tomorrow.
You probably will. So I'm going to exit so you can bring the next guest on.
All right. Well, I know my next guest is ready and eager backstage. It is my honor and privilege to welcome Paul E. McFadden, the founder and CEO of Evolve Human Potential and creator of the Alignment Codex, a U.S. Navy Reserve veteran and internationally recognized speaker. Paul works at the intersection of neuroscience, leadership, and conscious evolution. His work helps executives and world changers recalibrate clarity, energy, and legacy so success is not only visible, but aligned. Welcome to the Seize the Day with a Smile platform. Paul, the stage is yours.
Awesome. Amazing. Thank you, Beth, for that introduction. Happy to be here. And I want to share a message about seizing the day before the day seizes you. And so, as you heard, my name is Paul McFadden, and I work with executives and leaders who appear successful on the outside, but feel misaligned on the inside. I'm a U.S. Navy veteran, executive advisor, and founder of a leadership framework called the Alignment Codex. And for nearly 3 decades through my work, I've studied one question: why do people who are capable experience drift? And what I've learned is simple. Most people don't lose their lives in a single dramatic moment. They lose them in small, unconscious ones. The snoozed alarm, the unspoken truth, the postponed dreams, the quiet compromise, the dream killers, if you will. And one day they wake up successful, but unfulfilled. So Carpe Diem is not about intensity. It's really about intentionality. And to seize the day, you must first seize your state. There's much research from the field of cognitive and affective neuroscience that kind of informs us that your nervous system determines your perception. And then your perception determines your decisions. And then your decisions determine your destiny. You see, most people are not living by choice, they're living by conditioning. Conditioning of behavior, conditioning of thinking, and conditioning of emotionally responding. So I want to share a simple practice to help you seize today. And just before you move on and move into your day, I want you to take a moment and just pause. Take one single deep breath. And after you exhale from that breath, ask yourself the question: who do I choose to be in this moment? Not what do I need to do, or not what do they expect me to do. Who do I choose to be? That very question shifts you from reaction to authorship. And authors don't drift, they design. Now, I'd like to also share a simple truth about the smile. A smile isn't denial. A smile is regulation. And when you smile, even intentionally, you signal the nervous system to be in a state of safety. Safety restores clarity. Clarity restores power. So a smile is not weakness. It's really something that we call neurological leverage. So we seize today not by doing more, but by coming more intentional. Because today will move with or without you. So the only question we need to answer is, will you drift through the day or will you design it? My name is Paul McFadden, and I can be found on all the social media platforms. I am Paul.McFadden, or I am Paul McFadden, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. My website is www.evolvehumanpotential.co, not .com, .co. And I'm just happy to be able to share this message with you. Thank you very much.
You know, we might have to have this changed up a little bit for the next year. It's going to be ain't no stopping, seizing the day.
That's right. I love it.
And I'm always loving McFadden. You know, I mean, you got the bald, you got the smile, you got the McFadden and Whitehead. Ain't no stopping us now. So
ain't no stopping us now. That's right.
I mean, that's actually, you seem to embody that from a seize the day approach. Is that McFadden Whitehead did the song in like 1980, Ain't No Stopping Us Now. And it was a great dance song, but that's actually what Seize the Day is about.
Right. Right. And it you know, some people would say it's a mindset. And I say it's really just embodiment. You know, it's you know, because we can have a certain mindset and we can follow through sometimes, and then behind the closed doors, we don't do it. Right. And so, but embodiment, you know, allows us to be our true authentic selves in that space and to hold ourselves accountable. Right. So there's an accountability piece to it as well.
So I want to applaud you on really a lot of levels. Like, one is that you have become a great friend. And even though we've never met, I feel like I would do whatever I could for you. You are an amazing person. Your voice resonates the truth you are and the truth you are for others. And I just want to say that is a seize the day hint. Like, if you hear somebody who actually has tonality of conviction, commitment, and truth, seize them because that's a friend. And you were referred because of all things, a baldathon. Jose Escobar said, yeah, I got some people nominated, and you were like one of 10 people he nominated. And so layer one is just who you are with your voice and your heart and your voice and your message. The second part is you are consistent. Every time I've talked to you, you go, what's next? What's the next opportunity to have my voice, my message show up in the world? And the third is you nominate and refer and you host. You say, how can I serve? You just jump into those places. And Beth, the crazy person that she is, has hosted out of 22 hours, probably, honestly, around 20. and so we didn't focus on it because she was so willing. She says, I'm so excited about this day and season today. I actually want to be the touch and the voice and the connection of personally bringing them in. But you know, a 24-hour journey in a day, that's supposed to include rest, is my point. And she has been all seize the day. So when you saw this invitation and you saw that you could speak, because I know you so well, I feel like this is a great question to ask you. What did you think about this opportunity to speak about seize the day? Because you've spoken about bald smiles, all these other things. What was this one about?
This one was really about, you know, living the truth. And you know, and I tend to say yes, right? So it's like, here's the opportunity. What are you gonna do? You're gonna seize this moment, or you're gonna let it pass by. And it was by any means necessary,
right,
to make it happen. And I looked at the times. I said 9:30 is available. Okay, here we go.
And that's the no excuse approach. Like, if I want this to be part of my journey, and the people I'll meet are my kind. They're my heart, they're my mind, they're my friends, they're my possible potential future partners. You had me have an epiphany right now, is that ironically, a smile is about accepting the world, accepting humanity. That was a smile. Bald, ironically, had nothing to do with hair. It had to do with leadership. But season of the day has to do with time. And I'm starting to see that this is God's answer or download to me of, we're creating the priorities. Are you listening?
Right.
Yeah.
We're getting shown signs every single day.
Yes. And if you're paying attention, they'll navigate you to the best life you could have. Where are you out of, Paul?
I'm in Tampa, Florida.
So I have yet to meet you. And the only problem with this channel is I'm meeting wonderful people like you, and it's cost me more flights I got to get. But you know what?
Exactly.
But change the word from cost in C's to invest in futures.
Exactly.
And that's what C's is about. Like, what do you don't see something because it's worth nothing. You see something because it's valuable. So I seize a flight to actually meet you as a friend.
Yes, I love it. Absolutely. You're always welcome here.
Well, tell people how they can connect with you.
Yep. Again, you can connect to me on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. I am Paul.McFadden, or I am Paul McFadden. Either one of those will get to me. And my website is www.evolvehumanpotential.co.
And what is your out message of why Season Day is so important?
Season and day is the difference between those who experience life and those who allow it to pass them by.
And by the way, I never would have asked that question, but you caused the inspiration of that. And that is actually the culmination of what today is. Are you living life, or are you watching it go by? God bless you, brother. God bless you. So I'm bringing Beth back. And by the way, isn't it amazing that she was, I don't know, you may not know the story, but she did 7 books last year. One is an adult, one is a tribute to her mom. Then the next one was a tribute to what it is to actually be on a stage and give people the answers to seize the day, to capitalize on their life. And then the 5 are, you heard my son speak to read.
Yep. Yeah, that was beautiful.
Do you have a child that would like to read a book?
Do I have a child? All my children are older. They're adults.
Okay. But do you have a child? Meaning, do you have a grandchild? Do you have a child that?
Oh yeah. I have a 6-year-old grandson and an 11-year-old grandson who both live in Maryland.
11.
But I think
in Maryland.
In Maryland, yeah.
Okay.
Hand deliver.
I will hand deliver. They need to come to my office. You need to connect them. I will get a keep smiling shot of them before I get one of you, it sounds like. But I will give them personally a book. And if they want to practice, they can read. And Beth is actually having a contest of who can actually embody the message of what it is to seize the day with smile, kindness, leadership, superpower, etc. And courage. And, it's interesting. My son, at age 3, was taught to problem solve. And then within a couple of years of that, he was taught to actually just be on a camera that he hated to be on. But it was that he learned that through the pandemic of all things, that he couldn't sell a book if he didn't show up. And Beth, come on. I mean, you're hearing this. He did a joke book and he would never be on a camera, zero, like delete. And here he is. You saw him. It's not that he's as vivacious as maybe I would like him to be, but he is alive there. He is contemplating, he's present, and he's caring about the words. So Beth,
He did a great job.
Beth, I want you to meet Paul. Paul, I want you to meet Beth. You guys are both just so incredible. And this is your spotlight, Paul. That's why I told Beth I wanted to go up and just exit you out and just say, thank you. Thank you very much for season today.
And I want to thank you. I feel like we've met prior, maybe on another one of these showcases.
I think, yeah, it was the Baldathon, if I recall.
I don't think I was on the Baldathon. I don't know. I got cut from the application link.
You know how many people are shaving their head and actually wearing the bald caps for the next one? It is crazy how many people, I don't know if it's true, but so many people told me I'm hitting Amazon for the bald cap. And we had 2 people shave their head. But the thing I
Wow.
wanted to, before Paul leaves, I wanted you to have Beth respond to something I know she wants to, and I'm going to just say it. Beth, his summary, his summation of what is the seeds of the day about living. Do you want to just comment on what you heard?
Well, from what I heard, Paul, first of all, the way that you speak is captivating, and you embody everything that I believe as well. We speak the same language of what seizing the day is, and I think that resonated throughout the day was its choice. You know, we all are given certain lots in life, and it's what do you choose to do with what you have, and also choosing to dig through the weeds and find out what your purpose is, what your heart is, and realize that the gift in that, and choosing to that's what seize the day is. Seize the gift, seize what God gave you, and the way you delivered your message, it was very captivating, and I am beyond honored that you chose to seize this day to come on and share your voice at this late hour. You're in Florida, so
Yeah.
it's pretty
Well,
late there.
I'd like him to say the words again, but I'd like to translate them before he does. So the translation I got that I would actually potentially put in a GIF is, are you seizing the day, or is the day seizing you? And so you said it differently, and Paul, and I like the way you said it better. That was my version of it. But Paul, share what you said live one more time.
I said season a day is about either, having the experience of life or experiencing life or watching it pass you by.
Right.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah. When I see you in Tampa, it's going to be like, Ken, a minute hug is enough. That's it. Okay.
Come on down.
Come on. So it's so good to see you. I'm so happy you're part of this day.
Yeah,
and
thank
you
you
make
for
the
the
day more
invitation.
complete. That's for sure.
I really appreciate that, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity. Like I said, all you have to do is ask, and I'm here for you.
I know you do. So he's our host next year because he's got the voice, he's got the love, he's got the care, and he's been amazing every single show he's been on, whether he's been a host or a guest. So thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
All right, so who is our next guest?
I believe we're going to have a video coming up next.
These videos are actually they're seizing the day for preparation for those gaps. And we have some amazing speakers still coming up, but 24 hours. I just want to commend you again. I think I've done it a couple times, but this is really crazy. No one says, and I've had no one say, except for you, you're the only one, would you like to do 24 hours because it's a day? And they say, can I do 8 hours, or can I do 12 hours?
I think I tried to weasel it down to 12, and you're like, okay, I thought you were telling me you were playing bold. And I was like, ooh, okay, touche. I remember I was in the gym, I was doing my bicep curls. I'm going, 12 feels doable. And you're like, 24.
Well, just so the audience knows, we did a double whammy on Beth, and it wasn't intentional. It was just because we believe in her so much. And the one whammy is, can you fill 24 hours with qualified speakers that can really deliver the message? But then the other one is, anyone that wants to speak just to speak gets only 4 minutes. So it's a lot more people that have to be on to just speak, just to speak. And so that's a double whammy. But you carried it well, and we had amazing speakers, and it just worked out just like it always does. And for the audience to know, yesterday before it started, I said, how do you feel? And you said, and I'll repeat, I'm excited. It's going to be a great day. And it has been. That's how it always creates it.
Yeah, it's been a great day.
And we always prove ourselves right. So you say, I'm not going to seize the day because it's going to be a really crappy day. You will find the way to prove it. And then you're going to say, I knew it. I knew it.
I knew it was going to be. No, I was excited about this day because I saw the lineup of speakers, people that I knew or have met or have been in masterminds with, that I positioned the opportunity, and they said, absolutely, I'm all in. Let's go. And they did. And I'm just like, oh man, that meant so much to me that that they came on board, that they took a chance. And I was excited because I knew the team that you have at Perfect Publishing is that this isn't their first rodeo, and it's been a long day for everyone. And I just hope everybody feels the love from the bottom of my heart for showing up the way that you did today. And I threw a million missiles at you. Where's this? What about that? Blah, blah, blah. And everybody was just like, we got this. We got this. So, and I love the energy that people showed up, even if they might have been a little bit nervous, that they realized that that's not who we are, and that this is not about you and I. This is about the message. And that's really all that matters. Who delivers it, how they deliver it, people hear it, people resonate differently from the different messages. And that was the point of this show. It can't just be me, it can't just be you. It's all of us collectively, all these voices from around the world. Literally, I said we had Australia, New Zealand, we had Africa, Europe,
Yeah.
Philippines,
This is the
Mexico,
biggest, this is the biggest day
the
for the Smile Channel.
Bahamas. Right. I
Yes.
mean, we hit the globe literally, and
And by the way, the
that's like
Bahamas is the only country that has the in front of it.
the.
The Bahamas. I mean, it's
I
crazy.
mean, I'm a little bummed we couldn't get the penguins down in Antarctica to raise a little flipper and seize the day and do something. But maybe there's a scientist in a cave in there that could have crawled out. But I mean, we hit every flipping continent.
Watch the language. There are children watching. Okay.
Flipping. Well, I got into the flipper with the
So emotionally, vulnerably, sincerely telling you this, I've been doing this road called How Do I Make a
life.
Difference? No, more than that. I mean, how do I make a difference? That's a big statement. And I'm telling you, honestly, Beth, my mom died, and I went on a 7-year journey just to get a card that said keep smiling. But this is the first day that I've seen something that competes with the smile movement, that it brings all relationships together. It brings all voices together. It brings all partners together to say, I mean, Angel brought people, Michelle brought people, Dr. Mraz, you brought people, Tanisha, the CRM, myself, countless others that said, let me pay it forward. This day is the reflection of why I can't get a hold of most people, because they're not in my phone yet. I have new friends. I have new friends that are like me and like you.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what the smile movement's about. I'm not jumping on this. I'm saying I'm so pleased that it's duplicating what a movement can be. And my favorite part of the day it would be when Grandma Sparky said, I'm reaching 1 billion and I'm here because I believe in this.
Yeah, she's my inspiration now. And we're going to get together for coffee now that I realize the girlfriend lives down the street.
I'm moving. No, you
I
can
can't
tell.
wait.
I love her. I adopted her as my daughter, and it was a very, very big process. But I'm happy she's now my daughter.
A lot of paperwork, I imagine.
What I mean, the reason I'm doing this is because, later when we have a couple people show up late or they come in and we don't have the time to actually divulge some of this, I just want to say, not just what a day and not what a movement, not what a message, but what an experience.
Yeah. It's been an experience. And I mean, from soup to nuts, we have covered it all. And I remember just thinking, wow, I'm gonna be doing this all day. And I would look at the clock going, oh my gosh, it's 10 hours already. It's 12 hours. It's like for me, the
Whether
time
it's
has flown
fitting,
by.
it is fun. But you
We're
didn't
pretty
ask.
busy backstage, but yeah, it's
And
been.
behind the scenes, I did not want Beth to feel overwhelmed. So I said, when you need but she never did. And so here I am just saying, that's the real deal. That's the real Seize the Day deal, is I want to be part of every touch and every voice and every thank you and every gratitude that you're here part of this message.
Well, we couldn't have done any of this without you and your team.
So we have some videos to roll. I just wanted to make sure you knew this is a very, very big experience for the Smile Channel and just the culmination of what I'm trying to do in my life. So thank you.
Thank you.
Video time.
Let's play some videos.
thing for you and for someone else. That evening, Noah tells his mom what happened. She carefully listens and nods. That takes guts, she says. Real leadership isn't about being the loudest. It's about being brave when it counts. Noah smiles a little. It feels good to hear, but more than that, it feels right. The next day, Noah's friends ask why he sat with Samir. He's actually pretty cool, Noah shrugs. You know that if you talk to him. There was a long silence as no one seemed to know what to say. A couple of friends rolled their eyes, but no one pushes it. One of them mumbles whatever and changes the subject. Later that week, their teacher announces a group project for social studies. Noah and Samir are partnered up along with another boy who usually doesn't say much named Mateo. At first, it's awkward, but when they start talking about ideas, Noah realizes something. They make a good team. Samir is creative, Mateo is organized, and Noah, he's learning how to lead. They decide to make a presentation on heroes who changed the world by doing the right thing. They talked about people who stood up when it was risky, like Malala, Martin Luther King Jr., and even Greta Thunberg. As they work, Noah starts to feel proud, not just of the project, but of himself. When they present it to the class, Samir does the introduction. His voice shakes at first, but by the end, he's smiling. Mateo handles the timeline, and Noah wraps it up. The class claps, and even a few of his old buddies nod in approval. Afterward, Samir says quietly, "Thank you for including me. I've never done something like that before." You were awesome. You were awesome, Noah says. Seriously. That weekend, they all meet up at the park to run. It's not a team thing, it's just something they decide to do. For the first time in a while, Noah feels like he's in the right place with the right people. He glances at Samir sprinting ahead and smiles. Leadership, he's learning, isn't about being the best. It's about lifting others up so they can shine too. Monday morning, Noah walks into school feeling even taller. Not from the growth spurt, but rather from stronger from the inside. He notices Samir talking to Mateo by the lockers. They're laughing. It's not just that Samir is standing taller now. It's that he belongs. Something inside Noah shifts. This is what leadership feels like. Real, messy, and brave. Making space for others to shine. Try these on. Pick a few of these to recite every morning as you start your day. Notice that you are in charge of your mood today. Pro tip, choose integrity, standing up for others, and using your voice. I am a leader. I am someone who does what's right. I am a voice for kindness and fairness. I am someone who includes others. I am respectful even when others are not. I am confident in who I am. I am a leader in my own unique way. I am someone others can count on. I am a person of integrity. I am proud to be me. Words to strengthen your seize the day muscles. Endurance. The ability to keep going over time. Bravery. Showing courage even when you're scared. Conviction. A strong belief in what's right. Proactive. Taking charge before problems happen. Loyalty. Standing by your friends and beliefs. Leadership. Inspiring others through your actions. Accountability. Taking responsibility for your choices. Integrity. Doing the right thing even when no one else is watching. Persevere. To keep going even when it's hard. Initiative. Taking action without being told.
Hello, my name is Caleb Gray, and I'll be reading Seize the Day with Courage. You might have heard someone say CARPE DIEM in a movie or maybe in class. It sounds fancy, right? That's because it comes from a really old language called Latin. Carpe diem means seize the day. To seize the day means to make the most of right now. It means don't wait around hoping for the perfect moment. Instead, jump in and leave fully, even if things aren't perfect, because guess what? Life rarely is. It means doing things that might scare you a little bit. Not crazy things. Just getting out there and trying out for the school player, reading your poems out loud or sitting next to someone new. Have you ever heard the saying, I'll do it tomorrow? Maybe you want to try out for a new school choir, or start writing a comic book, invent a video game, or talk to someone you had a crush on. But then you waited and maybe never did it. Yeah. Fear has a way of shutting us down. This is not the fear of being afraid of roller coasters, creepy spiders. This is the kind of fear that our crazy thoughts actually created. Think about it. Sometimes we're actually afraid of people laughing at us or thinking we're weird. Let's face it, no one wants that. However, none of that matters when it comes to doing what you love to do. Let them laugh. Who cares anyway? Deep down, they actually wish they had the courage to step on in front of the zone too. Had the courage to step out of their comfort zone too. A comfort zone is just doing the same old stuff every day without trying new stuff. Carpe diem is the opposite of that. It's like a little voice inside you saying, let's go, you've got this. Even if it's scary, even if you're not 100% sure how it'll go, that's the part of adventure. If you knew that everyone else was battling these same fears, would it inspire you to take the lead and do it anyway? This is seizing the day. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Kate Tilane Wu is 13 years old and already has big dreams for her life. The problem is that it feels like many of her friends don't think out the box like her. Caitlin wants to have a big career singing in a band. She's a bit shy telling her friends what she wants to do because she's afraid that they'll tell her that it's a crazy idea. Maybe they would tell her that no one from their town is doing anything like that at all. Maybe they would tell her she doesn't have the talent to do something so bold. Maybe they would tell her she will probably fail. She knows her parents support her dreams, but she holds back up for fear of looking ridiculous. So she plays it safe, she keeps it to herself. Until she meets Layla on the first day of school. Layla just moved here. After living all over the world with her family, she had a completely different life. She had a completely different view of life. Stuff than anyone Caitlin had ever met. Caitlin had just discovered there's an audition to sing at a special assembly at school when Layla found her sitting under her favorite thinking tree. She felt all twisted up because she wanted to audition really bad, but her head was telling her it was ridiculous. If she did it, her friends would find out about this side of her she had kept hidden. But it will also be her first time making a big chance to see if she could make it. Her head was telling her to play it cool, stay safe, stay in the safety of not trying. her heart saying something else. It said, go for it. She decided to sign up for tryouts. She will only sing in front of the choir director and a few teachers anyway. She didn't tell any of her friends she was doing it except her new friend Leia. Leia just seemed to have this energy of knowing it will all work out. When Leia heard about the audition, she gave Caitlin a necklace just like the one you had given her. It said CARPE DIEM. Layla told her what it meant, seize the day, but she knew we seize the courage to take this leap. On the day of the audition, Caitlin stood outside of the music room. Her fear said, what if you're not good enough? But the stronger voice from her heart said, what if you are? Then she remembered something Layla had told her. Nani had shared with her. It was about facing fear. You don't wait to be unafraid. You move with the fear. She touched the necklace, took a deep breath, and turned the handle of the door to enter the audition room. Her hands were shaking, but her choice was strong. The audition went really well, and the teachers were in agreement. She was the one who would sing the assembly. Wait, what has she done? Now everyone's going to hear her sing. What if she forgot the words? What if her voice cracks? What if she faints on the stage, like from fright? These were all thoughts bubbling in her head. She could hear Liz' voice in her head. There are always voices of fear in our heads, like the fear of failure, or what our friends might think. But when you're following a dream, deep inside you, they start getting louder, and that means it's time to go. And that means it's go time. Don't give in to that fear. Go for it. Caitlin knew that it was her big moment, so she decided to listen to the voice of her intuition, to draw out the fear thoughts with the power of the voice as she rehearsed for the big day. She decided to keep this a secret from her friends, though. The day of the big assembly, and Caitlin Deba finally arrived. She had rehearsed for a few weeks with the choir, teachers, and the teachers knew deep down she was ready, but she was definitely nervous. Her heart raced just by thinking about singing in front of a crowd. The choir director, picking up her nerves, reminded her, courage doesn't mean you're not scared. It means you do it anyway, even if your voice trembles. Caitlin stood on the backstage with hot, wobbly knees and a stomach full of butterflies. Her heart was pounding so hard. She was sure everybody would hear it, though. Hear it through the microphone. You don't have to be the best, she whispered to herself. You just have to be brave. Some of the kids in her grade were assigned backstage duties to make sure the assembly ran well. Caitlin was grateful she didn't know any of them. As she paced a bit to keep busy before it was time to go on, she accidentally knocked over a stool she didn't notice. In a swoosh, this guy from her class swooped in to the right of the stool. Whoa, where did you come from, she thought. Hey, I'm Noah, kinda new to this theater scene. I hope I didn't startle you. That was my bad. I put that stool right there in the way of your pacing, he said jokingly. You might be a little nervous. Heck, I would too. But I I would know this to be true. This to be true. You were chosen to sing this song. That means it's yours to sing with all your heart. Now go do your thing. With that, Caitlin heard the introduction. It was time to step out onto the stage. The spotlight felt warm. Her face, as she looked into the crowd, she couldn't really make any faces, and that was a good thing. It was so quiet, eerily. So it was as if everyone was just so shocked to see that she was the surprise singer. They didn't know whatever to gasp, laugh, or clap. Well, that's how it felt anyway. Her friends were completely blown away. Most of them never even knew she could sing. Everyone was amazed, and even to see her walk across the stage and take the mic in her hand. Thankfully, the silence was broken as the choir teacher began to play the introduction to the song on the piano. Caitlin took a deep breath and closed her eyes and envisioned herself on the big stage with her band, getting ready to perform in 50,000 souls. It gave her confidence and the goosebumps all at the same time. Ready, set, go. She looked out across the stage and into the crowd. This was it. She was in her moment to step into the spotlight, to seize her moment, to seize her day. As the music began to play, she closed her eyes and took in another deep breath. This one felt powerful. She felt strong. She completely felt at home on that stage. Caitlin knew that. Right then, that this was going to be the first performance of a long and wonderful career of a professional singer. This was a pivotal moment of her life, moment of the rest of her life, one that she would never forget or regret. She set aside her fear that her friends would laugh. She took her shot. She didn't wait until she was an adult. She seized her day and the opportunity of a lifetime. Caitlin realized this was way more important than what her friends thought. Her destiny was knocking on the door, and she answered it. Courage is more exalting than fear. And in the long run, it is easier. We do not have to become heroes overnight. Just one step at a time, beating each thing that comes up, saying it is not as dreadful as it appears. Discovering we have strength to stare it down. Eleanor Roosevelt.
Well, we want to just thank Ariana and Caleb Gray for sharing two books written by our esteemed host, Beth Robbins. Seize the Day with Courage and Seize the Day with Leadership. I think we've heard courage 2 times today. Might be something important. So we are heading into a few more guest speakers. So I want to ask, I think, Frank to come to the stage.
Hello, hello, hello again.
Hi.
Well, I am back and ready to introduce our next guest.
Awesome.
We have Dr. Kimberly Hubinet, the anti-aging dentist, widow, author, and inspirational coach, as she is going to guide you through the path of relearning to live, love, survive, and ultimately thrive. Dr. Kimberly Hubinet shares her remarkable insights and experiences, drawing from her own journey of overcoming challenges and finding purpose after her husband passed away. Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Kimberly Hubinet. And there you are. Welcome to the stage. I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you. I'm Kimberly Hubinet, and I seize the day every day by coming on and walking my dog. We just run outside and we just love the day. We say hi to the day. 3 years ago, I lost my husband to cystic fibrosis, and I live life to the fullest. I do not stop and wait for anybody anymore. I just love to keep on moving. I'm a general dentist in Sonoma, and I just love to help people. I help people with their teeth. I help people transform their lives with their teeth. And I also am an author now because I decided to help my family and my husband's family, uh, help them learn about cystic fibrosis and talk about the way that we live life to the fullest. When I started dating him, he had a double lung transplant, and I knew I was going to be the only one living after a while. So basically, I am loving life now, and I help everybody that I meet try to transform their lives. I've written a book called Grid, and I'm also talking to a lot of people in the world of transforming and going to hikes. I've done a lot of hiking in Yosemite now. I caught a huge wahoo fish in Mexico, and I'm trying to live life to the fullest. Um, the way that you can see the day and seize the day is always to get out there and live life to the fullest. I have a podcast called Live, Love, Survive, and Thrive. And what I do is I am trying to help people think about the ways that they love to live, love, survive, thrive, because you do have a purpose in life, and I'm a constant and never-ending improvement type of gal. So that's the can I mentality. So I hope that everybody here seizes the day and they love life to the fullest, because I know I am, and I am taking every moment to just be alive and help people pay it forward, taking actions, and never losing sense of my well-being. So you can see that we have a lot of fun every day. I am an author now, and I'm also going to be helping a lot of the people in my dental field with their gums and their teeth. We are doing a special program with gum building, and I'm learning how to train people to do dermal fillers in their gums and their teeth so that they don't have any more black triangles. And so, you know what? Sometimes I love to help them do that, and just love to live life to the fullest and have a constant and never-ending improvement in life. So you can reach me at author.drkimberlyhubinet.com, or you can see me on my podcast at Live, Love, Survive, and Thrive. Lots of things are happening in our area of the world.
Well, thank you, Kimberly. And thank you for seizing the day and sharing your presentation. How do people reach you?
Oh, they can reach me at drkimberlyhubinet.com.
And where are you out of? What area of the world are you?
We're in Sonoma, California.
That's beautiful. You know, there's some wine there.
Yeah, there's a lot of wine. But you know what? There's Napa and Sonoma, and I think that Sonoma has better wine.
I think there's a lot of people that agree with you. And I want to
Yeah.
say, we've had a lot of talk in the backstage, and we think that it should be Seize the Sonoma.
Oh, that sounds
I mean,
good.
I think it is a great idea. And I can't take credit for it. It's Tanisha. Tanisha's like, seize the Sonoma, seize the Sonoma. And so I was like, we got to do this dance. So it's awesome. So thank you,
There you
Tanisha.
go.
All right. So we have Frank Perman. Frank Perman is here. He is one of the wackiest Seize the Day speakers of the day. So Kimberly, thank you so much. I really
Thank
appreciate
you.
you being here. And we look forward to actually having you in many more events and supporting you.
Thanks.
So Frank Perman is a perfect publishing author. He is got a real zest for life. In fact, he's got a real zest for death too. He understands that life is to be lived and death is to be celebrated with the celebration of life. So Frank, come on up and seize the stage. Frank, don't be scared. I know this is a big step for you to be on stage. How are you, buddy?
I'm
I
all
think we
right.
have.
How
So, did you seize the light socket because your hair is really looking like you had some fun today?
Well, I just got back from the Penguin game, first NHL game since the Olympics. So I wasn't sure I was even going to make it on time, but here I am, and I'm glad I'm here.
I'm glad you're here too, and I want to say a couple things to you personally, vulnerably, and also to the audience hearing me say this to you, which is one, you are a person that seizes sensitivity. You are a person that seizes communication and the presence of someone that cares about life. And I just want to acknowledge you for that, because you and I became very fast friends, I should say, at least on my part. I just fell in love with who you were as a spirit, a soul, and a leader. And I was so excited that you were going to be part of this message, because you have the other side of it, is that people that don't seize the day, sometimes the funeral home might be empty, or sometimes when they seize the day so big, there's not enough room in the funeral home, because the people celebrate that life that they cause so many other people to feel and live. So I think you're a great culminating presentation. We're at 11 o'clock, which is literally the 23rd hour of this marathon of Season a Day. But I really love you, Frank. I think you're one of the coolest guys. You've invited my son to be at the biggest pinnacle Boy Scout experience. So, unlike some of the speakers that have very finite amounts of time, I'd like you to take an extra minute, 2, 3, 4, 5, no more than that, but up to 9 minutes to share, one, why Season a Day is so important. Two, why, believe it or not, Boy Scouts is about having a life like you give it from the part of youth, but you also give it from the part of an adult mentoring, and then also how to celebrate life that for people who have seized the day. I think it's a nice culminating like 5 to 9 minute presentation. I am going to exit, but I just want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for trusting me, and I can't wait for your book to come out. It is going to be one of my favorite books that comes out, because it is the celebration of life and what did you do with it. So thank you.
Very good. You're welcome. Glad to be here. Hi, everybody. Frank Perman, and oh my goodness, my hair is a mess, isn't it? Unlike Ken, I can still grow my hair, and that makes me happy. I'm Frank Perman, and I am a licensed funeral director. I have been for the last 36 years. And the whole idea behind Seizing the Day is trying to get through life, do a step at a time to advance yourself, advance your family, advance your faith, advance your belief, advance your community. Throw the rock into the water and create the ripples. That's one of the things I'm working on now. Yeah. Hold on as I take a sip from my Pittsburgh Penguin cup, because I just did come from the Penguin game tonight against the New Jersey Devils, and Jack Hughes did not score the overtime goal. Penguins won 4-1, so that was lovely. Thank you. I've been doing a lot of things in my life. It's not just about seizing the day. It's not about carpe diem. It's also carpe nocturne. Seize the night. Do things. Advance yourself. Advance the people around you. Advance your employees. If you have employees, advance your coworkers. And one of the ways I'm giving back is I'm on the national staff of the Scouting America Jamboree, which will be in July in West Virginia at the Summit Bechtel Reserve in Glen Jean, West Virginia. Population of about 186 people, but the summit is about 40,000 acres of beautiful land that is right next to the New River Gorge National Forest and the New River whitewater rafting experience. There's things that life is about advancing not just yourself, but people you meet, people you have contact with. I am starting an area that's brand new to the Jamboree. It's called the Biz Hive, and I'm bringing in speakers and presenters from all over the country. And actually, one of my speakers is from Canada. We're going to be doing American business, salesmanship, entrepreneurship, law, merit badge with an emphasis on intellectual property. And we're also doing the personal management merit badge. We don't expect the scouts to finish it, but we're bringing people in who can teach different things. And if a kid has a question, we want to be able to answer it, whether they're interested in business, whether they're interested in entrepreneurship, starting it from scratch, buying a new one. And this is exciting because I have no book. There's no game plan. We're doing this on the fly. So far it's been fun. It's been frustrating. With no manual, you can create the book. And speaking of a book, my book's actually right here. I finished my book. It's called Life Lessons Learned in the Business of Death. And it's a book about things that people have always said through my career. Boy, I bet you've seen a lot of things. Why don't you write a book? And first draft is finished. I'm in the process of re-editing it now. Not only am I writing, this will be my third book finished. I wrote a planning guide for funerals. For scouts, I wrote a memorial guide. If a scout or scouter dies, how do you honor that person with keeping in mind the scout oath and the scout law, and honoring people who deserve it. My next thing is I've also done stand-up comedy for the last 15 years. I performed on stages, boy, pretty much all over the place. My favorite gig was actually in 2020. I opened up for Gallagher in his last comedy show before COVID. And that was an honor. And for those of you who remember Gallagher and for how long he was on stage, I actually own Sledge-O-Matic. I have it from his performance as he smashed watermelon and a Boston cream pie and apples, and it was a lot of fun. And another thing that I've done is I've been in two movies now. One was my daughter got me involved, and I shot a SAG-AFTRA, very small budget film here in Pittsburgh, and it was a lot of fun. People think that film is exciting. It's actually very, very time consuming, and at times it can be really boring. But when you see what is created at the end and they edit and they put it all together, it's a lot of fun. So I guess the thing that I want to tell you is experience life. We are given our time. Have fun, be happy, live, learn, love. Be gentle to yourself, be gentle to other people, be kind. And I'll finish with this. The Scout law is this: a Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, cheerful, obedient, thrifty, clean, brave, and reverent. So when you think about those things and how scouting brings that to children, these are the kids that become leaders and doers. So I try to live the Scout Oath and the Scout Law every day. And I hope that you would live life, have fun, and again, be gentle to yourself. I'm Frank Perman. Ken, thank you so much for letting me be on here. That was just a great honor. Thank you.
It is my honor to have you here and to hear your story and to just start to get to know little bits about you. You graced the stage, you seized the day, and I am thanking you from the bottom of my heart as the Carpe Diem gal. Thank you, Frank, for being here and sharing your heart, your message, your voice to all the people listening tonight.
You're most welcome, Beth. Thank you.
Thank you. So we bring us now to our next speaker. And I want to tell you that some leaders build companies, others build people. Scott G.T. Sloan does both. Scott is a leadership developer, strategist, keynote speaker, and eternal student who equips people and organizations to thrive in a world of constant change. From communication and soft skills mastery to operational excellence and AI readiness, he helps leaders align personal growth with professional performance because success doesn't happen by accident. It happens when people and systems rise together. Scott's philosophy is simple and powerful. We learn so we can teach. We grow so we can empower others to grow. With a background ranging from the front line to the executive table, he has strengthened workplace culture, increased engagement and retention, and helped organizations lead with clarity, confidence, and empathy. His speaking style is human-centered, engaging, and grounded in real-world experience, the kind audiences remember and immediately apply. Scott is the founder of Magnum Opus Enterprises, a leadership and organizational development firm. He is dedicated to helping individuals and organizations, teams create their best work through their best selves. Guided by faith and fueled by curiosity, he believes that through education is one of the greatest ways we serve the world. Not by today's standards and educational standards, but by the Latin word educo, which means I draw out. In his world, education is not just filling a mind, but drawing out a person's God-given potential. When he's not inspiring leaders, Scott can often be found immersed in listening to music, enjoying movies, studying martial arts, exploring innovative technology, or diving into a great book. Because the best teachers never stop being great students. His stories and lessons frequently come from pop culture, film, and the soundtracks of life, making his messages relatable and memorable. He is married to his designer wife, Linda, the creative force behind the polished aesthetics of his brand. Together, they have an incredible family, one son plus 2 nephews and a niece who are every bit their own. To Scott, family is defined not by DNA, but by the people you commit to grow with and love deeply. Today, he's here to elevate our thinking, challenge our assumptions, and unlock the potential within every one of us. Please join me in welcoming Scott G.T. Sloan. Welcome to the show, Scott. The
Thank you
stage
for
is
having
yours.
me. Well, I'm so excited to be here. And I love the topic, Carpe Diem, amazing. Seize the day. See, some people wake up and they check their phones and they're scrambling on their phones. But I wake up and I say, thank you. You know, my philosophy is this: if I open my eyes, then I still got purpose attached to my life. There's something worth living. To me, Carpe Diem, it's not a hustle culture. It's an authentic experience. Let me explain. Seizing the day means, for me, waking up thanking God for what He's already done. And then I walk through the day expecting goodness. I believe we become what we think about. So when we focus on what we're grateful for, then that empowers us to get a hold of what we can expect going forward. And then at night, before I go to bed, I thank God for what He's done for the day, but more importantly, I thank Him for what He's going to do tomorrow, because my philosophy is begin with the end in mind. So I've already got the next day planned out in my mind and in my spirit. So I don't chase the day, oh, I got to do this, I got to do that. I try to put myself in a position where I can align with it. One of the coolest things I've discovered, and as I've taught people time and time again, whether it be through church or even the leadership development, is that God wired us in such a way where we can't be emotionally turbulent and wonderfully jubilant at the same time. We're not wired that way. So I can't be deeply anxious and deeply grateful for something at the very same time. So what does that mean? It means we have the power to replace fear with a smile. So when I smile, my posture changes, right? My breathing changes, my chemistry changes, my expectation changes as well. So my smile is not a denial, it's a declaration. I set a mode for what people can expect from me and what I expect from the day. So before my feet hit the floor in the morning, I go ahead and I give gratitude and I say thank you. And then before that hard meeting, I put a smile on my face. So before you let fear talk to you and tell you what all can't happen and what all negative is going to happen to you, replace that thought, replace that fear, replace that anxiety with a smile, because a smile, it also changes your posture, but it changes your physiology, because when you smile, you often find something to smile about. So Carpe Diem doesn't mean squeezing life out of the day. It means receive the life that's already placed inside of it. A buddy of mine just told me today, he said, it's not about finding the opportunity of a lifetime. It's more about finding the lifetime in your opportunity. To me, that's Carpe Diem. So go ahead and seize the day. Go ahead and find your reason to smile. It reminds me of a moment where the doctor came in after some tests because I was feeling kind of off. And then he said, well, Mr. Sloan, I've got some interesting news. I'm like, what's that? He said, well, both your kidney failed. I literally laughed at him because I was in the best shape of my life, the best health of my life. So I didn't seem affirmation. I smiled about it. And I said, Lord, you've brought me through too much. You've brought me through so many things that I've overcome and conquered. This isn't going to take me out. And in that moment, I found a reason to smile. Long story short, I told the doctor, look here, man, I've got a fitness class that I've got to teach tomorrow night. So you want me to go the next night or the next night? He said, you have a hospital bed now. You're going to the hospital. So I guess I'm going. So I called my pastor, not to pray for me, but for agreement. Because like I said, I laughed when he told me the diagnosis because I thought this just couldn't be my life. It couldn't be my declaration. It couldn't be my definition. So my pastor agreed. I said, look here, man, I'm walking out of this hospital, everything working in order like it's supposed to. So pastor said, well, how you getting there? You need somebody to drive? I'm like, no, I'm driving myself, just like I'm going to drive myself home. And that's exactly what I did. So I'm in the hospital and they said, well, Mrs. Sloan, we're going to work through this thing like every doctor tells you and promises you. But, I had a belief and I had a confidence. Lord, you've brought me out of so many things before. This is going to be no different for me. And this is a story I can tell jubilantly because I've not only lived it, but I lived it before I got here. See, folks, my belief is that whenever a problem shows up, the cool thing is the solution's already in place. One can't exist without the other. That's part of what I call seizing the day, knowing, having that expectation that your solution showed up even before your problem did. So fast forward. I'm in the hospital and a good friend of mine called me. He was the chief of staff at another hospital. He said, Scott, we're going to walk through this thing together. And I'm like, well, cool, let's walk it out, Doc. He said, you good? I said, I'm good because I'd already declared what my outcome was. I had seized not just my day, I seized my entire life. Whew. So I'm in the hospital, day 1, day 2. Day 3 comes and they said, Mr. Sloan, we have some very interesting news for you. I'm like, well, I can use some interesting news because this hospital food sucks. He said, well, it appears that something very unusual has occurred. Both of your kidneys are beginning to show functionality, which is highly unusual. Usually one will come or the other will come, but for both of them to come at the same time, we've never seen anything like that before. Folks, by day 5, I walked out of that hospital fully recovered. Now, do I consider myself a special case? No. But do I consider myself one who identified knew to seize the day? See, seize the day starts with what I said earlier, beginning with the end in mind. See, you know what you know. We all have these dreams, these goals, and these things that we focus on and give our attention to. Sure, we all do. But how many of us really lock in and really expect that thing to occur? See, that's what Carpe Diem is. When you seize the day, you seize tomorrow and the day after it, you seize the year. But we take the day one day at a time and you string enough days together and that strings a year. You put up enough years together, that strings a life. So I just hope this message encourages someone and lets them know that, well, life is not lost. It is what you make it. I tell people all the time, you can't have what you can't see. And part of Carpe Diem is seeing that end in mind that you want, and then reverse engineering it, walking it step by step backwards till you get to the day, and then walking that path out. So if that makes any sense to any of you, great. I hope you can pass this message on to somebody because me and all the other speakers ahead of me have given this same message. And it's like there is light at the end of the tunnel. And guess what? It's not a freight train, It's a light saying, come on, the water's fine, jump on in because there's a greater life that's been placed inside of you. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, even before I put my feet on the ground, I'm thanking God for that life. And don't you know, I don't know about you, but I believe God's the kind of God that says, you know what? I love all my children, but I kind of love those a little more who show gratitude for what's already been given to them. So I just want to be that cool kid that God says, yeah, let me share a little bit more. But the more gratitude that I share, the more gifts come to me unexpectedly. Even this call, I met Dr. Ken AI conference, and he said to me, "Hey, I'm going to have Scott on. I'm going to have you on my show." I'm like, "Great, sure you are." But for me to be here and for me to be sharing this platform with so many other wonderful people, I just have to say thank you for the opportunity. And even for you listening, thank you for listening, because this message, it'll change your life if you let it. And I hope you let it. So I thought I had 3 minutes. That was a long 3 minutes, but I'm very gracious to be here. And Dr. Beth, I just want to thank you for the privilege and the platform.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can call me doctor. I think I've earned my PhD today.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
I want to tell you, I'm going to tell you something. Drop the mic, my friend. I'm so honored that you came and shared this message, because I've said this a few times today. You were speaking my language, and to say that we start with the beginning, with the end in mind, and reverse engineer it, and knowing that the solution shows up long before the challenge. I don't say
That's it.
problem, say the challenge. And the whole story about your kidneys is the story of my mentor, Mary Morrissey, who at 17 had a really rotten kidney and the other one was almost rotten. And a woman, a chaplain, came to her bedside and taught her the power of her imagination and
Yes.
her thoughts. And because she had had a child, she got pregnant when she was a junior in high school. And back then, shame on you, you're a bad girl. And that shame and that guilt and feeling like she'd let her family down and her own life down, she poured all that negativity went into the kidney, and it made her sick. And so this chaplain just said, okay, all of that shame and everything is going to go in the rotten kidney that we're going to remove tomorrow.
Wow.
And then we're going to pour love and light into the one that's remaining. And that woman not only healed, she just celebrated her 76th birthday. She worked with Mahatma
love it.
Gandhi. She's Martin Luther King Jr. family, and she's the leader of the Brave Thinking Institute. And here today on this Seize the Day challenge, or we have our next speaker is also from the Brave Thinking Institute, all using the teachings of Mary Morrissey, because she survived this kidney experience. She used the power of her imagination to heal.
Yes.
So I love that you brought that on, as we're bringing this entire showcase to a close. That was a powerful message. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you for the privilege and the opportunity to share. I greatly appreciate it. I'm humbled, and I wish you much success in your book, even more.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, here we have our next speaker, Rosemary Putty. She is coming in from Johannesburg, Africa, and South Africa. My pleasure to welcome you. Rosemary is a Life Mastery Consultant with the Brave Thinking Institute, specializing in helping people build their dreams, accelerate their results, and create richer, more fulfilling lives. With over 10 years of experience in transformational success principles, Rosemary is a sought-after speaker, trainer, and certified coach. She holds a BSc Hons in Business Information Systems and has over 25 years of experience in the financial industry, along with various IT and project management qualifications. Rosemary has also established several successful businesses over the last 10 years. She has traveled extensively across Europe, Southeast Asia, India, and the USA. Welcome to the stage, Rosemary. Thank you for seizing the day. The platform is yours to please share your message of Carpe Diem, seize the day with a smile.
Thank you, Beth. Hello, Seize the Day community. I am deeply honored to be with you all, amazing souls, today. As a life coach, I'm devoted to helping people realize that power within themselves to create lives they truly love by connecting to their vision and stepping boldly into the life they're meant to be. But honestly, I show up here today not just as a coach, but as a fellow traveler, someone who's had to seize the day even when giants stood in my way. My deepest wish is that something I share today will equip you to face your own giants, Step forward and make the most of every sacred moment you're gifted. So let's seize the day together. There are days when life hands us a Goliath, a challenge so big it can make us feel small or powerless. I know these moments all too well. For years, when I faced tough decisions, anxiety, self doubt, or was thrust outside my comfort zone, I would wonder, how am I to believe I can achieve this greater vision? That's when I remember the story of David and Goliath. David didn't conquer Goliath with size or armor. He triumphed with vision and faith. He chose to focus on his calling, not his limitations. It wasn't that David never felt fear, it's that he kept his gaze on what he believed was possible, and he remembered who he was. So, one of my own Goliath moments was going through a tough divorce. And I made the difficult decision to leave everything behind, start from scratch, and pour myself into my children's future. And honestly, at that point, I didn't know how I was going to do it. But I was guided by a spiritual coach who reminded me of my true identity as a beloved child of God. That journey, though challenging, became a beautiful unfolding of who I was becoming. And looking back now, those two children, those little boys, I focused my vision and love on, are today thriving, well rounded young men. That is the real miracle of holding a vision and seizing the day one step at a time. So, to seize the day, to truly seize it, I often return to my vision, not the giants or the doubts. So every morning I ask myself, who is the woman in my vision? How does she speak? How does she love? How does she face her challenges? And throughout the day, whenever resistance appears, I gently remind myself to act as her, to be her, the woman in my vision, even before I feel fully ready. And sometimes that simply means pausing, smiling at myself in the mirror and saying, right now, I choose to be her. These small moments of choosing shift everything. So, my invitation to you is this: when your inner Goliath appears, remember you carry a David inside you too. Anchor yourself in your vision. Choose moment by moment to become the person you are truly called to be. And don't forget to smile, because every step you take as that highest version of yourself is how you truly seize the day. Thank you. I thank you for this space, for your smiles, and for letting your light shine.
Thank you. And we could hold up our towel, dream achieved moment. I am so honored and grateful and happy that you came on here with me tonight. Dream achieved. It's a dream achieved moment for me, and to have a global representation here all day for 24 hours. And you brought it in with representing Africa. And thank you. Thank you so much. That your message, beautiful. You are a sought after speaker, and I am honored that you chose to seize the day and be on this platform today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to welcome my very favorite, I think it's my only co-host, Dr. Ken, Dr. Smiley, to come on, because we have a very important thing that we need to take care of.
Yes, we
We
do.
have been doing Seize the
Smile.
Oh, good. I'm glad you got your lines.
Shows. Yes. And we
Seize
got
the
all the way
smile
up to Q.
shows.
We got up to Q, and all our travel and all our pickleballs and all the AIs and all this stuff that happened caused us to not complete the 26 we wanted to complete before, but today is the day to seize the R.
We are seizing the R, and in traditional fashion, what we do is we find the things that we're going to drop, that begin with a letter and things that we're going to add. So I kind of threw this at you and said, this is what we're doing. So I didn't give you any time to prep for the show. We're going for it. And you and I are slap happy silly at 23 hours in. So I'm kind of excited to see what we come up with. Because while I'm sitting here going blah, 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 I already came up with my two. So I'm going to let you start. What would you drop that begins with an R and don't take mine?
Do not take yours.
No.
Ranting.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
Ranting.
ranting is a waste of time because you're just spewing hate and it's not going to be healthy.
I love that. Okay, ranting. So, all right, we're going to drop ranting. I'm not sure I'm a big ranter. I might have been back in the
No, I'm
day.
not either. I mean, back in the day, I would associate with anger, just like not being in control. A rant is
Yeah. There's those people you say they go on a rant. You know, they got to have something to complain about. And if they could only like hear themselves talk, it's like, really?
well,
Like this is
well, I
this
have
is
a
what you have to
synonym
rant.
for rant that is an R.
Okay.
Rage and rant. Like just there's nothing good about it.
Rant from rage. Yeah. So, okay, so we're going to get rid of ranting. What are we going to drop in?
Well, it's kind of borrowing other letters, but I think just reflecting on what is good, reflecting on gratitude, reflecting on a beautiful day like today. You cannot rant and rave. You cannot be sad when you're happy and vice versa. So just reflect on what's good, and you can't let those two take you down.
I love that. Yep. Reflection. So, okay, I'm going to drop regret.
Oh, that's man. I wish I well, then I'm glad I didn't.
No, because then I would have been ranting from rage that you stole my regret. Regret. Seriously, there is no regret. I said it about 11 or 12 hours ago that, I took my own sweet time getting to this place in my life where I'm accepting life boldly. And I made a point of saying no regrets because there were life lessons. I had to go in my sweet time. There's no rush. I'm on a journey, and I don't need to take the freight train to the finish line. I want to enjoy this journey, all the little bits and pieces of it, the challenges, the me spinning my wheels, me staying stuck, all of that, because now I'm on the other side. You remember those merry-go-rounds where your friends would spin you around so fast and then somebody would go flying and there wasn't a parent for miles and nobody knew and we probably broke an arm or something.
Yeah,
You remember those? It's
I
sort
do.
of like that flinging, like I was on that merry-go-round and then finally I couldn't hold on any longer and I went flying off and said, okay, I'm going to answer the whisper. I'm going to answer the call. So I have no regrets of the time that it took me to get here. So I'm dropping regret and I am
And I applaud you for
in.
that, by the way. I want to
Thank
applaud you
you.
because regrets are not the way to live.
No, and so we have to replace it with something juicy,
And
good.
you're
And
using R for replace. Nice.
I'm going to replace with resilience.
Yes.
Yeah.
Boy, in a chess game right now, people would wonder how I could even continue to play the game with you. You know, but
Well, here's what happens. I always know when we're like coming to a close, all of a sudden you go riff on R words or whatever the letter is that like I'm sitting there, he's cheating. He's like on his chat GPT going, give me some R
I'm
words.
not. I promise you, I'm not. But I will tell you that I do contemplate with a Google search of what is a powerful R word, so it gives me some thought provoking. So I don't use ChatGPT, but Google is like using ChatGPT on some level. But I didn't want to have it tell me. I want me to think.
Okay. You
All
wanted to
right.
come
So
up with it on your own.
yeah. So reflecting is, if you were to look at if you look at my bio, the most proud word I have in my bio is Renaissance.
Ooh, okay.
and
Renaissance
and
man.
it's yes, it's creating a new art and science to life, and really embracing creativity. And so your word and your queen moves on the chessboard, like I tout that you are awesome, but the Renaissance for me is living wonder in in the mind of art and science, and actually celebrating it.
Mm.
And ChatGPT did not give me that, I promise you.
No, that sounds like that's been with you for a while. That came from a
forever.
deep place.
Yeah, forever. I studied Da Vinci when I was 6. It just blew me away that he could
Wow.
actually, yeah. I just wanted to learn how to draw, and when I didn't Google because there was no computers back then, but when you saw Britannica and stuff, you saw the drawings of Da Vinci. I was like, wow, this guy has it. And then I find out he draws helicopters and he draws inventions. And I said, and I was ambidextrous. So both my brain was being stimulated at the same time. So I love the Renaissance and the
Wow.
Renaissance mindset.
That's really cool. I came up with something just now and I guess it's a negative. It's a redundancy. I'm not really sure how I want to put it in there because for me, it means if I'm being redundant, I'm not being clear and precise.
Right.
So, speaking in circles, I'm being redundant. I'm beating a dead horse with a stick. It's like, okay, let's move on. And because that's another thing that keeps people stuck.
Well, I have another R word that goes with that. It's repeat. So, and I love this joke. It's I've told you 3.7 trillion times never to repeat or be redundant.
See, now you're pulling out. Yeah. That's
I have one. I guess it's, to me, a compliment of the Renaissance. It's the rhapsody. It's the music, the flow, and that's the energy that you should be feeling when you're not just seizing the day, but when you're actually in the flow of joy. And
that's a rhythm.
Yes, it really. Oh man, you brought it, didn't you?
I don't know where it's coming from.
and always ruminate in the beautiful rhymes and rhythms of the music.
Rhyme, rhythm, rap.
Yes, and don't rush to the point that you don't enjoy the moment.
No rushing, or going to Russia right now.
Right. Oh my
I
goodness.
won't be rushing to Russia. I'm
So-
really I'm trying to get my teeth around a really juicy R thing that I want to add or maintain besides resilience.
Well, I have an R that I've almost never said in my life. Yeah, I don't think I have. This is live, and I've never said it not live. This is crazy. But don't be rapacious. I mean, it's obviously aggressively greedy and graspy. I mean, don't be that person.
Rapacious. Okay, I've never heard that word. Did you just make it up?
I didn't. I wish I could say I did, but it was the 20th word that came up as a powerful R. I have no idea why it's considered a powerful R, but I had to say the word just even say, wow, I said a word while I'm alive that is a word I never knew, rapacious.
And you know the meaning. Okay.
Well, I only know the meaning because it was associated with the word search. So
I'm going to say it's ridiculous that you came up with that word.
Well, I'm going to be rebellious and say, why not say a word that you don't know? And that could be the ridiculous.
You are rebelliously ridiculous.
Every single entrepreneur has to have a degree of rebellion in them, that they are not going to work for the man. They're not going to settle for the status quo. They're not going to accept mediocrity, and they're not going to say life is not a chance. I think that's a really big piece. And so weird. Rebellious has a negative connotation that's really, really bad, and has a really wonderful connotation that you are going to probably change the world.
So my favorite rebellion musical from my past is, you have to guess. What's a great
Rent.
No. Well, you're right. But it wasn't really rebellious. But this does not begin with the letter R. But my favorite rebellion musical is Les Miserables.
Les Miserables.
Les Miserables.
So I have, I guess, kind of a reflect, but more in a Francais. I guess enjoying the elements of food and dining and wine. It's ruminate.
Ooh. So, okay, so you think ruminate with food and
Well, and it's
wine.
also thinking deep. Yeah,
Deep
it's
thinking.
yeah, it is. But when you're having wine and you're having great food and great company, it allows you kind of that escape of getting deep.
Yeah. That's where the good thoughts hang out.
Yes, they do.
In the ruminations, in the recesses of our minds.
So what else? Do you have anything else?
I think I'm out of ours, considering we just put this together for our
Okay.
day.
Well, I feel like we have to end with something funny. So let's seize the day and be rad. Let's see. Let's okay. Enjoy the beauty of a rainbow. That's a gift from God. And by the way, I was in Iceland, and one of the most beautiful things I've ever saw was the waterfall going down and it causing the reflection of a rainbow. And if you don't reflect and ruminate on that, you are missing big time.
I have to ask, were you in Reykjavik?
I was close to it. Yes, that was beautiful. And without rambling, it was actually a moment I just stood still with my camera and said, I don't need to really take a lot of pictures, just be here.
Yeah. That's the thing about, when you travel like that and you experience that and it's you're so busy trying to get the picture and it's like you show it to friends a few days later, a week later, and then it just goes into storage in your phone. And if you could just take it in and take a picture with your mind, that lasts forever. You'll never forget it. You're talking about it now. You'll never forget that, which is beautiful. And it brings me to ask you at 11:43 p.m., do you know the colors of the rainbow?
Roy G. Biv, yes.
Dagnabbit.
And Roy G. Biv starts with an R.
Rats.
Yes, rats.
Rats.
I
That's
want to
something I could get rid of.
I'll give you two R's that are really related to today. Related, okay, is relationships. The relationships we have cause this day to happen. If you and I had no relationships that had rapport, I would say this would have been a very quiet day, a very long day, and all of them spreading the word made us very relevant. And yeah, I'm really.
You're getting a second win there, mister.
I did. Well, I'm not trying to rationalize it. This is the. No, but we're in the Republic. We're in the Republic of Freedom. And to speak our freedom is to really rejoice,
There you go. Now you're cooking.
And by the way, none of this is coming from any of that stuff. I am actually cooking right now.
This is what happens. I've done a few
of
these
with
shows.
radishes. I'm cooking with radishes.
Right. I want to go back to relationships because that is how today was built. We talked about in the beginning, my relationship with Jim Britt, my relationship with Les Brown, who got me to write the first book, and then get back with Jim Britt so I could meet you and develop this super fun, extraordinary relationship. And I look back, 2 years ago, I didn't know who you were. I didn't even know who I was. If I'm going to be perfectly honest, I knew that I was a little mouse squeakily going, I think I want to do this and I want to do that. And I kind of want to do that. I have no idea how it's all going to come together. And thankfully, I got a really good coaching that says the how of that is none of your business. Focus on the what. And as I focused on it, it was like the little engine that could, and it got bigger and bolder. And saying, all right, all aboard. We're gonna take this railroad.
I've never this thing of letters and coming up with words and the dance. You'll never hear me say something this ridiculous. I mean, this is going back to your word ridiculous, but I was like the little roach that became the rooster.
So tell me how a roach becomes a rooster.
Well, I think to your point of you saying that you didn't know who you were and you were just a little thing, is that I was just crawling around trying to find out where's my purpose was. And I wanted to. And the rooster's like you're bellowing out that I want to be heard. I'm ready to be heard. And there's a seize the day like double R. And I'm really amazed that you came up with let's just do R. And it was supposed to be today because these two R's are really beautiful together. Are you ready to get
I'm
sentimental?
ready. I'm ready.
That's it. Are you ready?
Oh,
And then the second part, are you ready to reach? Are you ready to raise up the ones you love? Raise. I mean, it's really cool. Are you ready to raise and reach for the stars? And I wish the stars started with an R. I mean, that's the only thing that's missing there.
the radiant
Well, you could say the
sparkles that
rings
we
of
see in the sky.
Saturn. You could say the rings of Saturn.
There we go. Well, I have
Yes.
some wonderful news. We have our final guest to close out the show tonight, and it is my pleasure and honor that I would love to introduce her to the stage.
Yes. Well, the realization obviously is that she is here.
That is a great realization, and I'm excited and to welcome her to the stage with welcome open arms. So
And you gave
if
a beautiful introduction earlier, and it's almost like she's being resurrected into.
I'm yes, and I'm going to do this introduction again.
Okay,
So
so I'm gonna leave so that you can give a beautiful introduction.
okay.
So, gosh, I wish I could say something goodbye with an R, but
Au revoir.
I know I was looking at that too. You have to take out the A and the U, right? So, au revoir.
Hey, au revoir. Well, it is my sincere pleasure to be able to welcome Dame Dr. Lillian Walker to the stage tonight. Our next speaker, for the last couple decades, has built up a following of millions around the world as a direct result of uncommon improvements. She's spoken on the same stage as Dr. Oz, Les Brown, Bruce Lipton, and is the go-to person as a global health expert. Ranked in the top 100 globally, recognized and known for repatterning the brain from physical and emotional trauma using cutting-edge methods. Ignited when her 11-year-old son almost died of Guillain-Barré syndrome. Note, she's not an MD. She has a PhD in metaphysics and is clinically certified in numerous integrative holistic modalities. She's honored of being knighted in the 1100-year-old Order of Hospitallers and is a dame and shares a Luminary Award with Sir Richard Branson. A proud mother of 3 successful adult children, loves to travel, cycle, and paddleboard. She was awarded a Global Presidential Director Award, the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Award. She speaks yearly at the London Power Forum, is featured weekly on radio shows like Hamilton Radio, works closely with the Implants Truth Survivors Committee, a nonprofit. Who here is serious about your health? A prime practitioner, not a spectator in the game of life. Help me welcome Dame Lillian Walker.
Thank you, Beth, for welcoming me. Thank you
Thank
for
you
having
for
me on
coming.
tonight.
The show is yours.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for asking me to talk about how to seize the day. And I have to say that probably the number one thing to master in seizing your day is to master your mind. I think Henry Ford said it best when he said, if you think you can, you can. And if you think you can't, you can't. So when you choose, when you decide that you're going to win your day no matter what, then miracles and magical things begin to happen. And the way is shown to you as you take inspired action and you take a step forward. And I got to tell you, every time I make a decision and I'm stretching myself to increase my goals for helping people, for not just it's like you have to look at what things it is that you're focusing on, that you want to expand and that you want to create. And as you do that, then things start to unfold for you. So having timelines, tools, and tactics that you have as a framework, you have your timelines. Like, I like to measure things not just in years, but 90-day goals. So like every quarter, I have the number of people that I want to serve, the number of new business that I want to bring on, marketing partners. Also, I have an income goal that I want to stretch to, make that happen. And it's uncanny how, as I just am thankful every morning when I first wake up and every night before, and those are choices, what you're going to think about when you first wake up and what are you going to think about, visualize and feel and be grateful for before you go to sleep. Then it's amazing how really miracles begin to manifest as you do that. And then as things come up, I wasn't aware about Secret Knock, even though Dr. Ken Roshan and I both share the same friend, Greg Reed, who originally wrote 3 Feet from Gold. Well, now it's been kind of a few years, but the bottom line is I didn't have Secret Knock on my calendar or on my radar for 2026. But now that Ken's mentioning it, I'll take a look and see if there's a chance that I can make it and kind of go from there. So timelines are very important. Tools, what are your tools? Everybody has different tools, right? So what are the tools that you're going to be using to further your mission, whatever that goal or focus it is that you have? And then tactics, you have to have strategies. And I really believe that when you apply automation to systems that you put in place based on the level that you're at and the level that you want to grow, then as you grow, then you find that you need to have new systems at greater levels because the old systems don't work as efficiently as they used to. And so now you have to employ new systems, find out, okay, at this level and moving forward, my projection is I want to move in this direction. What new systems do I have to put in that I haven't put in before? And how do I automate that? And so timelines, tools, tactics, but it all starts with the decision in your mind. And I've always said that 1% doubt and you're out. So you can't let that 1% doubt, which is just your ego mind, trying to drag you to your familiar past to keep you safe so that you can expect the same outcome, even though the outcome you might be expecting right now is not the one that's desired because you want something greater. That something greater is the unknown. So you just have to decide, nope, no matter what, that 1% doubt, nope, that's how I used to think. I don't think that way anymore. I'm moving forward, and gratitude and appreciation, knowing that it is done. Now I just have to follow the signs, symbols, and the synchronicities as I apply the timelines, tools, and tactics. And that, my friend and gems, is how I seize the day.
It is how you seize the day. And we've run into each other at a lot of events. And one thing I'll say about people that seize the day is they run into each other a lot.
We do.
So I'd like to give 2 or 3 examples real quick. So one is that I've run into a lot of times. That's a sign of seizing the day. Number 2 is a person that shows up to a seize the day event and doesn't get in. They find a way to race around the world to get back on and do that. And number 3 is they always have open ears to hear what's happening next. And I told you seize the day 20th anniversary, and you said, I'm going to look into it. That's what happens with a seize the day mentality.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good to see you.
Because it's so good to see you. And every time I see you, not cliche, but it's true. Every time I see you, we're both always flashing our pearly whites. And it doesn't matter where in the States, because it's not always in the same state that we run into each other either. It could be East Coast, West Coast, it could be California, it could be Nevada, it could be Chicago, it could be wherever. And I really feel like, even though I don't see Ken often, I kind of feel it's kind of like my brother that, lives out of state and we're crisscrossing the country. And of course I catch him online as well. But it's like this old, because I think we've known each other for at least 10, 12 years now.
That's about right, yeah.
It's been something like that, yeah. It's been something like that. It's been a long time. doesn't seem like it, but as I think back, I'm like, it's been about a dozen years. That's that old familiarity, and it's like that big brother hug. You guys need to crazy glue yourself to Ken. He'll take you places. He'll put you in front of faces that you otherwise would not. And look for the miracles. Look for the signs, the symbols, and synchronicity. When you connect to Ken, I don't know what it is about him, but there's something magical about him that is very serendipitous. So thank you, Ken. I'm so honored to be here tonight.
Well, let's reconnect soon. I hope to see you at Secret Knock.
Yep.
And by the way, Beth is going to be at Secret Knock as well, so you'll be able to meet her.
I will be there. We'll meet in person.
Fantastic. I love that, Beth. Awesome. So thank you so much for having me here tonight.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you for your
that.
message and your voice.
So we're going to close out the day now. And Beth, I will say for 24 hours, and as tired as my eyes are and everything, I am also revitalized, because when you seize the day, you get energy in as much as you give it out, if not more.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Ken, for everything. Thank you for putting this together. Thank your team, everybody behind the scenes who went the extra mile for me today. Thank you.
You know, if there was an R that we left out that I would like to, that was not supposed to be in the show, I'd like to give it to the event, and that is rejoice.
Rejoice. Yes. Rejoice. We did it. Rejoice. It's over. Rejoice. My pillow is calling.
You know, you have been one of those people that, in the definition of partnership I give, that causes a partnership to thrive, is you have unconditionally given as much as I have. And it's fun to compete with you, because I never lose when I win.
That's right. Exactly. Exactly.
So yeah, you've taken me to another stratosphere, and actually the best way I could have thanked you is to give you the day you deserve. And this is not just a gift from me and my team, but it's a gift you deserve that you've created. So thank you.
It was a fabulous day. Absolutely.
So the best gift you can give yourself is maybe listen to this on the regular, but more importantly, you have someone you love, let them listen to it. Buying the books with these Kindle versions is a no-brainer, but just know that the information has been way more thought out and planned and created the results that she does for her clients. I'll just tell you, her clients love her, and they think she is worth way more than they pay her. And the books are an inexpensive way to get that download of what she has to give her clients.
Thank you, Ken.
Give a big review for Beth. This day is not just hers. It's a day for anyone that wants to change the world. So we'll see you later. This is Smile Channel, Dr. Smiley, Beth Robbins, and we have a couple more letters to do, but we're not quitting. We keep going.
We're not quitting.
It's day.
We're going to seize that day.
And I think I'm going to say this: seize the day so you can see us tomorrow. Boom.
Boom shaka.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. So I think that's it. So, Tanisha, what do we do? Do we just close out the day? I think he's literally told me that I can hit the leave webinar and it just shuts it all down, I think. But I'm going to see if Tanisha's here. I think I can also just hit the stop record.